Good morning, y'all. I trust that the microphone is currently working, and we'll see if it is. And if it is, phenomenal. If it's not, well, then I'll have to figure out something else. Yeah. Uh, all right. Let's test. Oh, wow. Test. Test. No. Doesn't want to work. Don't know what the fuck's going on. Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3. There's no even point carrying this. I don't even know what the fuck's going on. I have to buy new mics now. Well, it's fine, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna buy new mics. It's simple. What if it's a YouTube feature? Doesn't make any sense. All right, give me a moment. I don't know if this is gonna work, but we're gonna see. Test. 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 No, it doesn't fucking work. Test. 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 No, I don't know. I don't fucking know. Okay, we need to just say fuck it right now. All right. Okay, Google, turn off light. That makes no. I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't understand why it's not working. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It's fine. Can you fix this universe? Like, what the fuck? Seriously. It's pissing me off now. Like, it doesn't make any fucking sense why the stupid thing doesn't want to work. Like, your settings thing doesn't tell me shit. Alright, I'm not gonna let that bother me. Even though it is bothering me, I'm gonna have to just let it be. Like, there's no point even having the microphone on because it just doesn't want to fucking connect. It's weird. Like, it works fine in the app, but the worst thing is if I get another microphone and it doesn't fucking work, then I was like, what the fuck what's the point? Am I gonna go for the last bit of this live stream with shit not working? Like, come on, fucking universe. Like, can you make my shit finally fucking like work? Like, come on. Like, this is bullshit. I'm not gonna get frustrated. Anyways, let's start. Let's breathe. Let's take a moment and breathe. Let's take a moment and breathe. I didn't know what today I was gonna name it. I had no idea. But I was supposed to name, yesterday should have been named Steps. Um, but we didn't name it Steps. We named it Steps because I kind of forgot. And because I forgot, today we're going to name it Steps. We accomplished a milestone, a very good milestone. A milestone where I did 365 days of 10,000 steps or more. And we started that on April 8th last year. And because we started that on April 8th last year, right? Yesterday was April 8th, today's April 9th. So we've officially, technically, gone over a full year of 10,000 steps, and that's something to celebrate.
for a whole year, if you look into my fitness app, you'll see that I have accomplished 10,000 steps. My Apple Watch has become my main, like next to my phone that I use to live stream. My 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 watch has become my main like companion to tell me that I did 10,000 steps every day or more. I did not fall short. I I accomplished my goals, and I'm super duper happy about that because yeah, it's one of those things where it's not hard to walk it. It's just, it's the consistency that I'm going to celebrate. I'm a little upset right now with the microphone still not working. Full reboot, everything. The app picks up the microphones, it works, but yet YouTube, for whatever fucking reason, when they added the game stuff, it basically stopped making external mics work, it seems. That's the only thing they added differently. So I don't know. It's a puzzling conundrum. Unfortunately, I don't have another iPhone to test this out, so I don't know. I think it's a YouTube issue that they added. They added unnecessary YouTube. I think when they added the games, they created a problem. But it is what it is at this point. I don't know if anybody else will have noticed that, because I don't know if they live stream the way I do, but I'm sure there's a new I'm sure this is a problem on their end. It's not a phone problem, because my mics are connected, and the only way I could do is do a test outside of the stream and see if it works. And if it works, then I know it's not a mic issue. So that's what I'm going to do. See, I came up with a solution. So now now I have to do a test. So I'll do two video tests later and see if the problem really is my microphone or if it's actually YouTube, because whatever they did yesterday, the phone was the thing is working fine. So there's no rhyme or reason why it's not supposed to work. And because YouTube doesn't have real people speaking, there's no point. There's no point even bringing this up. But to some extent, I do have to bring it up. But yeah, we hit 10,000 steps a whole year. We're now over 10,000 steps. So you can say that this habit has been fully solidified. If you did, it takes 21 days generally to kind of form a habit. 63 days for the habit to sort of stick and last. But I think we accomplished that. And this is not good. The phone batteries are at 97%. I'm not even at the school yet. Might mean I just have to pick up the pace a bit. I think it's a YouTube problem. It's not a mic issue because my mics work perfectly fine. It's not a connection issue. Otherwise, like, my phone wouldn't be charging, or like we wouldn't have these problems. So either that, or it's one of two things. I either shorted out the connector, but it's not that, because so this is where you use your logic to figure shit out. Hello, whoever's here. We're dealing with day number 2 with the microphone not connecting to YouTube. I think it's a YouTube problem, not a mic issue. So you're hearing basically the microphone of the phone, which isn't that great, to be honest. They added a feature. They added a feature where you can play like games on your stream. But I think when they did that, they screwed up a setting or something with external mics. I don't know though. I have to do a test when I get back in. I have to make 2 videos. One with the mic off. Like, I have to unplug my dongles. I have to unplug the dongles, and then one with plugging in the dongle, and see what the sound quality is like between the two. And then unplug the dongle and listen to it. Because, like, the only thing that changed is that they added this game thing. So that's the only thing. And if that's the case, then the microphones are fine. And the dongle is fine. Oh yeah, I laughed hard recently. I'm just celebrating this milestone because, like, every step that I've taken is towards another future milestone. Like, we are 9 days away from another milestone. And that next milestone is accomplishing a whole year of one-word titles. I know that doesn't sound like a big accomplishment, but it really is, because You know, every day when I make a live stream with a word, I'm able to then bounce off that word and use that word throughout the day to talk about whatever it is that is important in that moment, such as, the steps. Every step we take, it leads us closer and closer towards our goal. And yesterday, one of our brothers I haven't seen in forever, his name is David Bauer, he left a message. I haven't seen him make content in forever. So he's somebody I used to connect with. He was a dating expert, and I chatted with him. So I told, I used to tell him, like, yeah, I wasn't really good with women and all this stuff. And, he used to give me pointers and whatnot. Um, Now I'm fucking phenomenal with women, which is awesome. So he said something yesterday. He's like, he's new to like the Texas area. I don't know where in Texas he's at. He's like new. He's newer to Texas because he wasn't living in Texas before, and he's like he was waiting for an event to start, but the event hadn't started yet, and because of that, he's like sometimes life is gonna, you know, plan. Sometimes you have to. The unexpected can and will happen, right? You just have to bounce with it, right? Just like kind of what I'm doing. Every moment, like when something isn't working or something doesn't go the way I want it to, right? I have to just like keep going, right? Fail often, fail forward. But failure is not in a bad sense that most people make it out to be, right? The human definition of failure is like you suck, that's no good, you're terrible. That's most people's personal definition to things like that, to failure. But what if failure is actually success wrapped in a different word, different package? Because that's really what it is, right? You have the power in every present moment. That's a nice looking sofa. You have the power in every present moment to shift the perceptions of said word or said thing. Like yesterday, I was talking with Danny, not our Danny. There's another Danny. She, well, not to get too personal, but this is going to be personal regardless if I say whatever. He went from a he to a she in the last several years, so he transitioned to a she, or she transitioned from a he to a she. Only respect and love, and I know why certain souls do that. I get it. Anyway, so I was sharing with her about the mind, and Danny's like, I can't, like, I like to have a conversation where I'm talking with, not somebody talking at. And I'm like, I get where you're coming from, and I know that right now it seems like I'm dropping a bunch of stuff on you, and part of me recognized that I was doing that, but there is a reason for everything that happens, right? I left Danny a bunch of things about how the mind, you know, finesses people into all these weird things, right? And he's like, he doesn't believe in God. He strives on chaos, and like chaos, entropy, whatever his human definition is, you know, call it whatever word you like. But I was mentioning to him that every word is made up, or I mentioned to her that every word is made up. I mentioned that the mind is speaking to me right now and you are beyond the mind. But you see, there's going to be people I speak to where it's going to be really, really challenging to wrap this. It's not even a concept, to just wrap this idea. I can't even call it an idea. I can't even call it anything, but for now I'm going to have to call it something. To wrap this idea around, to figure out what the fuck is really being said. And it was a good experience because typing, right? It's not as synergy. Nice. That's funny because yesterday I sent him the synergy of Trinity. So, sending a text, right? I can understand where the confusion is, right? This has to be spoken in a way where like it makes sense. But the thing is, it's not going to make sense. And to use language to explain the limitations of language is really fascinating because using language to go above language is kind of, it's like it's another paradox, right? But these are steps that I have to take every day when I'm interacting with others and test things out to see what is going on. Like how can I find a better way to explain things? I know I did a really good job of explaining, but he's like, or she's like, slow down, too much, too much. I'm like, I'm not going to slow down. I'm just going to leave everything I must leave. That way you hear it and like you can take time to process it, because the mind is going to want to take time to process all of this information, which is normal for the mind to do that. But just know this, that your mind is finessing you into believing that you need to take time in believing that. The mind is going to take time. It's going to believe that it has to take time It's going to believe that it's going to have to take time to overcome something. All right. We have 83% on the battery. I'm going to say fuck it. Let's go. Ooh, orange. Nice. Like it. I'm going to manifest an iPhone 17 Pro Max right now. Just because I want a new phone. But anyways, every day when I'm communicating with others, whether text, talking, I'm getting to test to see what words are going to work. What words are going to land? What words will make sense? But the thing is, every localized expression of itself will have their own way to understand things. Even though all versions of itself is the same, the localized expression of itself is where things start to differ. And because of the difference in that, right? This is where the problem lies. The problem lies when the mind attempts to understand some things, but it just simply can't. He's like, I'm trying to understand what you're saying. I'm like, I know you're trying to understand. You're attempting to understand. But your mind, I'm not speaking to your mind right now. I'm speaking to your soul. And your soul knows everything that I'm saying. But your mind will eventually understand what I'm saying, because right now it seems like I'm speaking basically gibberish. And when you think about it, right, when you start to speak about certain like topics to others, and they're fucking clueless to what the hell you're saying, it becomes a little bit hard to communicate because you got to meet them where they're at. Because if I start, spouting out, you know, certain like topics and ideas to people who have never heard about me before, and this is the funny thing about all this. The funny thing about all this is exactly how it has been every day, because there's always been someone new on the live stream up until like a year. But you see, when you start to talk about certain things and others don't understand what you're saying, this is where, using your words wisely comes into play. And you have to start meeting them where they're at. Because if you don't meet them where they're at, then they can't understand what you're saying, and then your message doesn't get across. And that's the reason why language in itself is a problem. And there should be an easier way to communicate on this planet, but there isn't. Not yet. But we will get there soon enough. God, I just wish that we all could use fucking telepathy, because it just makes life so much easier. But this is how we have to navigate this world, by using words, communicating with words. Because if everybody wasn't using words and language, we'd have an easier time. That's why there's so much, chaos in the world right now, because of fucking language. It's language that's causing the problem on the planet, because everybody has their own damn definition of words. And everyone has their own personal opinion about each word. And then what you say, they'll perceive it in their own way. They're not wrong, because that's just how it is. And I want to make this abundantly clear, like, we made language a fucking problem. We did this. We collectively took language and started creating it, and it became more chaotic. Yesterday, we were watching The Law of the Sun, an anime spiritual movie. I'm going to use the word spiritual for now. And in that movie, they were showing how, in the beginning, the Venusians, they reached the peak of their civilization, and growth couldn't happen anymore for them. So once that happened, life was just blah. That's why our current world is the way it is, because it gives you an opportunity to change and shift. If said problems didn't exist, right? If so-called problems didn't exist, then there would be no problems. But here's the fundamental thing. Like, I wouldn't be able to live stream talking about these kinds of things. It gives me a reason, a purpose to help. That's the paradox to this. The paradox to everything is, if nothing existed, then you wouldn't be doing anything. You wouldn't have contrast, right? You wouldn't be able to do all these things. So isn't it fascinating that the very thing that we're attempting to solve is the very thing that we need? in order for us to solve it, it's another paradox, isn't it? Because without that paradox, you can't, it won't, nothing can happen. It just is. Quite literally, it's the ultimate like paradox of the planet. Like we need this to do this because without that, you can't do what you want to do, right? Because if language were to disappear, right, everybody's just going to be blank. They wouldn't be able to move. They wouldn't be able to operate, and thus you wouldn't be able to have purpose. So no matter what, we need like so-called said problems so that we can solve it. But the thing is, the mind creates unnecessary problems so that it can continue to continuously solve something, so it feels like it's accomplishing something, but it doesn't need to do anything. Everybody's doing it, right? Right now, the astronauts are coming back. They have what, a day or two left up in space. They're coming back. It took 5 days for them to get to the moon, and it's taking them 5 days to get back. April 10th is when they're back. That's tomorrow. They're on their way back. I bring them up because this is a very interesting take. There are souls out there who truly believe with every fiber of their soul that they're actually not in that spaceship and the spaceship's not actually there. They want you to. They think that they think that NASA and all these other places has fooled the world and sent them, you know, they're somewhere hiding inside of like NASA and they're just like floating around. So that's what some of them think, that, the photos from the moon are not real. And the thing is, there's always going to be someone out there who's going to think that. You can speak as long as you want, as hard as you want, but there's always going to be someone who's going to question things, and and that's good to question things. Always question things. You never know. I question everything that's on this planet, right? I don't just accept things as they are when it comes to certain things, because we've been fed a lot of bullshit. And now it's time to help everybody remember who they are. Morning. Now is the time to help people to remember exactly who they are. But the thing is, like, without those, you couldn't do what you want. That's the paradox. That's literally the paradox to this. Because without someone creating a problem, there can't be a solution. And if there's no solution, then what are you going to be doing? Can't do nothing. Morning. Right? So like even though I don't want people to create problems, let's play devil's advocate here for a moment. If everybody right now in this planet, on this world, remembered who the fuck they were, what would be left for me to do? Well, I'd have to find something else to do that brings me joy, right? I'd have to find something else to do. Whatever that looks like. Does my intuition say to cross the road or wait? No. My intuition, just go. Morning. So if everybody remembered everything, if the entire planet were to wake up right now, remember, what would be the point for us? What would be the point to the rest of my journey? There wouldn't really be a point for my journey. It'd be that'd be it. And then I have to go find something else to do. So maybe, or maybe I'm supposed to do that something else. And maybe all this was just to help me to realize so that when I traverse the rest of the world for the rest of my life, I don't have to entertain such bullshit because I know a lot of it is just complete bullshit. It's an illusion. But I know I came here to help the masses. That I don't doubt. Because if others are doing it, then why can't I, right? I will not block myself any longer. I've blocked myself for years. I will not block myself any further. I came here to do what I came here to do. So, Ryan, let's hypothetically say that you were not to help the masses. I know that's that's definitely not. I know that I'm supposed to be an authority figure and have, you know, I don't want to call it fame. I don't want to call it popularity. I don't want to call it attention, but I'm supposed to be well known in the world. I'm supposed to be. I'm supposed to be well known in the world. I just inspired that kid. I know that kid's gonna be talking about me uh, to his classmates. He's like, "Hey, I saw a guy today. He was holding a gimbal, and he's like YouTuber. So cool." Yep. He was calling out his sister. He's like, "Hey, come out here for a moment." So if I wasn't supposed to impact the masses, and this is a big if, then what was I supposed to really do on this planet? What else would I want to do? Well, the only thing that I really want to do is, and when I say impact, that could be like a streamer, that could, like, if I'm not supposed to live stream, if I'm not supposed to, impact the masses, and I'm supposed to just like hide, then what would I want to do? What would I want to do? The only other thing that I probably would want to do, if I'm not supposed to impact the masses, is to be like a tour guide or something. But I know that I'm an educator. I'm a mirror. I'm a teacher. I don't like using that word teacher. I'm not a teacher though. Like I don't like using that word. That word bothers the hell out of me, calling myself a teacher. I shouldn't let it because it's just a made up word and I can attribute any meaning to it. But the current definition of teacher puts you in like a hierarchy, and I'm here to smash fucking hierarchy. Mom said something to me yesterday. Lorene, she said something to me yesterday when I went to the kitchen. She's like, she's like, go get your food before you eat. I'm like, I'll eat when I choose to. And when I said that, she's like, why do you have to respond like that? Like you're angry. I'm like, I'm not angry. That's just your misperception. If I was angry, you would know that I would be angry, but I'm not angry. I'm just simply, I want to help you finish these things because I don't desire to have to come up and do it afterwards. So sometimes when I speak, it sounds like I am angry. But maybe that's exactly what needs to be done to let out whatever needs to be let out. Because I'm at peace. Like I really am at peace. Like nothing's bothering me. Except for the resources that haven't fucking arrived yet. But I know that that's an illusion. I'm focusing on the external. I need to focus on the internal, which that's what I've been doing. And I already have the resources within. So, when I do speak, I speak with passion because I want people to understand that you have the power. I came here so that you all can stop suffering. Your suffering will still have to happen to some extent because you'll have to go on your journey to understand why you didn't have to go on a journey. It's a paradox. Leaving a message that you are God, you have the power, the answer is you. You don't need to look outside of you for answers. If you want to continue to do that because it brings you joy to your mind to think that you're accomplishing something, then go ahead. But you don't need to accomplish anything because it's already here right now. And I knew that the answer was like, I was searching. This character was searching for a very long time. Like, there's got to be more to it. There has to be a lot more to it. I'm probably like 50,000 hours in to personal and spiritual development on this character. That's a lot of time. That's including all the books I've read, all the audiobooks I listened to, all the podcasts I consumed, all the interviews I watched, all the metaphysic content that I also consumed. Only to come to the realization that the answer was me all along. And at first I was like, that's it? I went through 50,000 fucking hours for this? Really? Phone battery's at 57%. There's my rocks. Good to see you. Water. We gotta roll because the phone battery's at 57%. But, every step that I've taken has led me here. I don't know where, I'm clear as day what I came here to do, but I don't know how it's going to unfold. That's the path of uncertainty. I'm building my own path. There's been plenty of people who have said, you're here to bring something that hasn't been brought before, or something back that's lost. So I know clear as day what I came here to do. It's just a matter of figuring out what step that is to bring it forth. Morning, sister. It's like figuring out which steps do I take. But I must walk forward no matter what. And you're never actually taking a step backwards. That's the perception that the mind makes. That's why, one of the things that itself has been telling me is that I have to do my best to dismantle the meanings to each word. Even when people are speaking their version of the word, I have to dismantle it because of the limitations that language imposes. I just want to help everybody understand what I'm attempting to get at. That's it, universe. Can we make that? I've been asking, right? I have the answers now. I came here to serve. Can you please help me bring it out to the masses? Because that's what I really want to do. I want to impact the world. I didn't come here for some mediocre shit. I came here to impact everyone. Otherwise, get me off of this planet or give me all the resources and I'll stop. And I'll just live my life in peace, away from everybody. So what is it, universe? What do you want? What would you like me to do? Because I'm not going to continue to live this current existence. I'll keep moving forward every day. But now knowing that everything is just made up, I came here, even if it's all made up, to still have that experience. I came here to have a great experience. I came here to have wealth beyond any human's imagination. I came here to be a trillionaire. I came here to serve. I came here to help. I came here to have what I want. And I can have what I want because nothing is off limits. You're opening up the floodgates. I can be with anyone. I can do anything because I am everything and nothing goes above me. Nothing's above my pay grade. If I want to make $1 trillion a day, that will be done because it's fucking done. And I'm not going to be talking about this consciously. I'm going to feel it. You're going to give me those feelings. You're going to show me how to feel it. Because I will not die without fulfilling my mission. You best believe that, universe. Even though the universe is me. So inner world, you better listen up. We got shit to do. But we got to be more relaxed. Because that's the key right now. Being all stressed and tensed up and yelling to the world isn't going to do anything. You've done it for years. Has it how has that worked out for you? So now it's time to relax. Breathe. Speak with calm confidence. And all things are unfolding. There are times where you can turn on the ignition But yelling ain't gonna do a damn thing. Morning. Yelling won't do you a damn thing. You have to speak more quiet, more calmly. People respond to someone who's more calm, more they're assertive, they're not passive. And you'll start to figure out the difference between calm confidence and passivity. You're not passive, Orion. You are very active, but you have to practice this. But you're doing great. You're doing wonderful. And never forget that. But you came here to impact the masses. The world will know who Orion is. Remember, y'all, practice that. These two pairs of shoes are still here. It's interesting. Hello, Bubba. Today's supposed to be very warm, like 18 degrees. It says it's supposed to rain today, so we'll see what happens. But this could be a day where we're outside. In fact, we'll probably be outside today. Not in the morning time, but definitely in the afternoon we'll be outside. Itself, I need you to give me everything I asked for. The influence, the power, the resources that I once had, and beyond that, to break my ceilings open for wealth, like you did for my wisdom. You're breaking my ceiling that this character thinks he has. He doesn't have it. His wealth potential is limitless. Itself, you're gonna bring that forth for this character. Because he's meant to have it. And he's meant to use it. But I will not allow this character to go through the rest of this experience without having what is destined for him, what is ordained for him, what is meant for him. So you will surrender it into the physical through an opportunities, plural, through other people, through help, true help that actually wants people to help, like that actually wants help, actually wants to help them with no strings attached, because they see the mission, they see the journey, they see the unfoldment. Give me a chance, and I'll show you how it's done. Give me that chance. Because you know I can systematically change the world. I know systematically I'm the one that's supposed to do that. I know that I'm the one that's supposed to do it. Why else did you give me the name? Why else has everything happened? Was it by a mistake? Was it by sheer coincidence? I don't think so. Everything had to unfold exactly as it was supposed to. Because you were destined to be the one to make the greatest impact on the planet. You, Orion, are the one. And because you're the one, you're going to impact everybody. And you're going to change the lives on the planet. Every single person who you meet, they will be impacted by you. And I will no longer hold back. I will no longer step aside. This is my world, my universe. I will be unapologetically myself. Orion, you can't be doing that. You're gonna be making other people think you're crazy. Let them. Let them think I'm crazy. It's for their own damn good for them to know that they have the power so they can stop suffering. You don't need to bow down to anybody else. It's you. This brings me so much joy to help others. This brings me so much passion. This fuels me up every day. That's why I do it. I don't do things I don't care about. If you haven't taken notes yet, I do things based on how I feel. And just like others who came to impact the world, I came to do it in my own way. And my own way transcends everybody else's way. Doesn't mean I'm better, because I'm not better. In my inner world, I'm not going to be humble. I'm the king at the top. There ain't nobody else who goes above me in my inner world. It's just knowing that balance, that split for when you are out in the physical world to be, calm confidence, but in your inner world, you damn well know who the fuck you are. And not to be swayed by the minds, the opinions of the minds who are playing small, who've forgotten themselves. So bring it forth, universe. Bring it forth. I'm not asking anymore. I'm not telling. I'm fucking demanding. And I'm the main fucking character of this planet. Because the universe has no choice but to surrender when I'm in main character energy. I will no longer be humble or have humility. Not in the inner world. In the outer world, humble and humility will exist, but in the inner world, fuck that. No way. No way. Because I came to impact the masses. And that's exactly what I'm going to continuously do for as long as I live. I just ask that you fix my voice and the slurring. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good, good. How about you?
I'm excellent. It's going to be a beautiful day. Have a great one. My eyes are starting to see things differently because I see that the trees are starting to bud a little bit. And little by little, all these trees will have leaves again. I have to really take it in because this is the last month. Well, we all had unique experience, but like my live stream journey has been quite a unique experience. There are people out there in the world right now who want to live stream, who are afraid. I want to help people to break out of their comfort zone and out of their fear, and tell them that you can do anything. You have the power right now. I know they'll question that, but I really want them to know that they have the power, so that they know in the present moment they always had the ability to make an impact in their own life. But I'll tell them, I once upon a time had a channel called The Superhero of Love. It still exists. You can go look it up. It's on YouTube. And the Superhero of Love had to go through a whole bunch of shit. The channel had a meteoric rise and then came plummeting down in one fell swoop. That I went one full year of just continuously going, showing up every day, no matter how I felt. Angry, pissed, sad, disheartened, depressed, annoyed, joyful, happy, blissful, excited, crying, yelling, getting mad, being in peace and calm and confident, in flow. But I showed up every day, built habits like this one, 10,000 steps. We walked every day for almost a year. And if I go into May, still streaming on this channel, this was all preparation for what was to come. Because nothing happened by accident. something was by accident. Those who've come, those who've left, things I had to do, things I had to accomplish, things I had to let go of, things I had to break and be destroyed, both physically and mentally. All that had to happen. And it's all recorded, it's all proof, it's all here. And that's why, you know, the channel will be archived forever. And there's a treasure trove of wealth and information that can change someone's life. It's all here. You can see the journey of this character, the evolution, the words I started to say, and the words I stopped saying. The birds are there. They have like orange, yellow, and white on their feathers. They're black. They're a black bird. Those birds make that noise. I don't know what those birds are called though. I don't have a name for those birds. I can ask ChatGPT to give me the name. I'll have to do a test when I get back inside. I'll give the phone a little bit of time to charge. I have to make 2 quick little videos to see if this is a YouTube issue or if it's a my issue with the microphone. I'll make a video without my external mic and I'll do a couple tests. I'll walk around. This is a test to see if you can hear me, if it sounds like crap. And then this is another test to see if the microphone's working. Da 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 da. And then I'll unplug the dongle. I'll play back both videos and see if it works. I'll have to pause YouTube's stream for a moment to do that, but I'll do that after I'm done cooking and all the other stuff. So again, for today, you'll be dealing with the phone microphone. So if you're not close to me, or if I'm not close to the phone, you will not be able to hear me. So like, even if I go to the kitchen, you won't be able to hear me. But it's all good. Anyways, every day I have to take a step forward. And even though some days it felt like I was taking a step back, it's our perceptions that make it feel like we're taking a step forward. Like earlier, I was just yelling and screaming saying, give me everything that I was supposed to have, universe. But even doing that was a step forward. Even when I was walking by one of those brothers and I said, I came here to impact the masses. And he was looking at me as if I was crazy. That's a step forward too. There is no such thing as taking a step backwards. Well, from a mental aspect, there isn't. Because every time you think you are, you actually aren't. You're actually moving forward. It may feel like you're going backwards, but you're not. Our journeys aren't linear. It's not in a straight line. So, yes, to some degree, you are going backwards. But you're really actually always going forwards, and that's the paradox. This is what this journey has shown me. That everything's a fucking paradox. It's not duality, it's paradox. Duality is just another version of a paradox. Opposites, contradictions. There's that bird again. I was thinking about a scene in Interstellar that just popped up in my head. This character's, mind, the thinking mind, not the puppeteer mind, but the thinking mind. That's a new term, by the way, puppeteer mind. The scene where at the end, Matthew McConaughey, he's all cleaned up, and he's with the robot. Morning. He's with the robot Tars, yeah. And Tars like, was it always like this? And he turned to him like, I've never been this clean, slick. I've never been this clean and it's so quiet, but I'm not interested in this clean and quietness. There's more to explore. There's more to do. There's more that must be seen. That's why I really want them to finish Interstellar 2. I don't know what the fuck is going on with that. They left it at a massive cliffhanger where Anne Hathaway's character is there, stuck on Miller's planet, waiting for I'm forgetting the names of their characters right now. Wow. But their characters are supposed to meet. Matthew McConaughey's character is supposed to go and find her and rescue her. And he takes a spaceship and he leaves. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because I know that in my journey, it's similar to this. Like after this YouTube channel, this isn't it. I'm only getting started. This was just practice. Over 400 live streams, and we call it practice. It's almost 500 actually. It's all practice. If I go into May and I finish May It'll be 18 months. That's one year, 6 months. So that's basically 1.5 years of live streaming. If I go to October 6th, or not October 6th, that's the that's the spiritual birthday. If I go back to November 25th, this year, that'll be 2 years straight. That'll be over 700 live streams. If I were to go one more full year doing all this again, which I know that's not what's happening, because I know something's about to happen. I can feel it. I can't put my finger on it quite yet, but something's about to change. Why else did it get me to this level? Was this by mistake? Was this an accident? Hell no, it was not. This was exactly meant to happen. All things are happening exactly as it's supposed to. That robin is looking at me. He's like, wait a minute, humans don't walk backwards like that. Let's go this way today. Part of me wondered why in heaven's name did I choose the life that I chose? Morning. Like, why did I choose this? Why did I want to come and do this? Why didn't I just want to live what they called a normal life? Right? What was the reason? Because a normal life wasn't going to be satisfying to this soul. This soul came and did some extraordinary things in other lifetimes. So living a normal life wasn't in the cards. I did that once. Something was stirring. Something felt off. That Tesla's on. Yes, it is. Feels good that we have spring. Apparently, the last of the winter, like cold weather, is kind of done. But I'll wait till I go through it. But then see, the mind's like, you got to see you to believe it. No, we already know it to see it. But I actually enjoyed the cold. There's something about it that made me change my perception about the cold. But anyways, back to everything I was saying. I went through all the trials and tribulations. I went through all kinds of shit on this stream. For what? Well, the next phase of the journey. That's why. That's what. I have to look old and raggedy. I have to show up looking like hot and a mess. Now that I got my black beard back, it's as if it didn't happen. But I've been okay and comfortable with looking like a hot mess. Even though that hot mess is still sexy AF because of, perceptions and what you perceive. Sky Active G. Yep. Phone battery at 17%. Ooh, they have stuff on their pavement here. Nice. It's a dog barking his ass off in the window over there, but he's something over there, but doesn't see that I'm over here. And look, there's another green car. It was probably always there, and I'm only now noticing green car. This street's very quiet. I like it. This part right here. Good morning. The Moss family. They have a sign on their house that says the Vermos family. The Stellars. I can see me and Lindsay on Celebrity Family Feud. All right, y'all, we have a great game today. Introducing the So family, and then introducing the Stellar family. There was you can be the Stellar family and the Sterling family. So the Sterlings and the Stellars, and like Lindsay's the captain of her team, and I'm the captain of my team, and we're married. And this has happened on Family Feud where couples are like they're going off against each other, and Steve will ask the question, name something that's da 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 da. I'm gonna play to win. I'm not gonna hold back. I'm gonna do what is. No, I'm kidding. That's Jeopardy. I'll say my answer. I'll let her go first. Of course, when we get to the podium, right, and start to press the button, I'll, you know how they shake each other's hands and stuff. I'll go up to her and I'll give her a kiss on her lips. All right, babe. And Steve be like, I see you there, bro. Playing it smooth. Yep. Gots to. Gots to play it smooth. Watch, he asks some ridiculous question. Name a name a body part that a man. I'm like, ah, shit. There's the one that's popping in my head is, what's something hard to do with your eyes open? Well, actually no, with your eyes closed. And I remember the guy, he slapped the button. Read, Steve. And Steve was like, what's going on here? Like, what the hell is going on here? And his mom was in the audience, and this boy's in college, and he turned into the mic and he said, "Read, Steve." That one right now is popping on my head. And the other one that's popping in my head is the when they were at the podium. There's two girls. One's name is Gigi, and the other girl, I forget her name. But name something that a man isn't good at doing. And they're like, the Jamaican girl said, wipe themselves. And Steve's like, he's like, what's going on? Wipe themselves. And then he's like, no, we're going to go this way. They wipe themselves. And she kept pointing to this board. They wiped themselves. And it didn't pop up. And then Gigi said, have a baby. And Steve just like put his little paper thing down, the card. And he's like, what the fuck is going on with these answers here? And then he sent them back to their spots, and he was just like in disbelief. And the people were like, you gotta like turn it over. And then Steve's like, you want me to turn it over? You want me to turn it over? All right, have a baby. And then nothing popped up. And like the way Gigi said that, men can't have babies. They're not good at doing that. Well, yes. Typically speaking, men don't carry the child. They don't have the. It's not that they don't have the vessel. They're not designed to do that unless it's by some artificial means. Like there was a guy that gave birth in our lifetime. He wanted to be the carrier, so they made that possible, but they had to do a whole bunch of external things for that to transpire. It wasn't by like natural. It wasn't natural, basically. Anyways, me and Lindsay are on the show, and some question like that pops up, and like I say something, and I'm like, one of those questions that could like end your marriage, kind of thing. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna take an X, Steve. That's what I'm gonna say. Like, if one of those questions pops up, I'm like, yeah, Steve, I'm gonna be real with you right now. I'm gonna take an X. Just give me the X right now. I love her too damn much. I'm gonna take an X. I know this is all for charity, and I'm here to play. But that question right there, that's an X. Give me the X. I'll take the X right now. Give me the X. I'm gonna be like laughing her ass off with her mom and her sisters. And the boys, even though they're not, they're not officially stellars, they will be part of the stellar team. And I'll be like, yeah, just take the fucking X. Take the X. I'm not, no. What I ain't about to do, because I'm gonna speak like Steve, what I ain't about to do is answer this damn question right here. Sometimes you just gotta take that X. And I've watched a lot of Family Feud, bro, and I've seen many guys fuck up. And that ain't one thing. Well, I'm not gonna say that. That's one of those things I ain't gonna do. Give me the X. I'll take the X. If it's a question that's like could put you into hot water. Name something that your wife does that annoys you. Let's say, because questions like that will pop up. If Lindsay wants to answer, she can answer. Like, she don't want to take the X. Like, I'm good. I know it's all fun and games with me and her, anyways. But like, for me, I ain't answering that question. Nope. X. Take the X. I'll be like, yeah, Steve. Yeah, man. I'm gonna take that X. Ain't worth it. Take the X. And then he'll be like, this man right here, this man already knows. This man is one of the smartest dudes I need to shake my hand and be like, fuck yeah, you're damn right. And watch when I go play Fast Money and like, I just nail every question. And I get all number ones and I actually hit 200 points. It'll be the first time ever in history that has happened. Someone has hit, I think, 198 points. I think that's the highest. I don't know if it's possible to hit all number one, like if all number ones will even yield 200 points. I don't think it's designed like that, but who knows? Maybe with the configuration of those questions, maybe it'll yield the 200 points. And then like, bing, 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 and then like I'm already at like 187 points at 4 questions. And on the 5th question, all I need is 13 points. And you said, and I'll basically be like, right? You'll hear the song. And my other person who's supposed to come out to do the other one, he ain't even gonna be able to come out. He's like, this is the first time in fucking Family Feud history that we ever had someone hit 200 points. And it'll be the most viewed clip on YouTube for Family Feud. All right. New people moved in here. Phone battery at 5%. You will not be able to hear me for the period of time, but I will get the phone charged up. I'll play probably something in the background, or I'll have you all just watch something, because like otherwise you'll just be watching dead air. You'll just be looking at dead fucking air. You won't hear anything, and nothing's going to be happening. So it's like there's no point you just staying there. Or you can use that time for meditation if you like. Maybe give yourself permission right now to meditate for the next like 30 minutes or whatever. Who knows? There's a box. This is probably my sister's. Yes, it is. Sephora. Makeup. It's already pretty warm out here. It's not quite ready to sit out here yet. Still kind of, I can still see my breath a little bit. All right. My penthouse is showing. I don't even know how I muted myself. There. All right, y'all watch. Enjoy.
I thought the world there's no such a thing as a bad dog. Today, my message has evolved. As here with people and dogs still need help. It's me a baby stop. It's only a bit. You know why? Together with my superhero pack, mission is to be better humans and better dogs. One pack at a time.
I'm Daisy Thompson.
And I'm Brandon Thompson. We're originally from Chicago, but we live in Los Angeles.
Recently had a little baby, Amani. She's only a few months old. Bless you.
Bless you. There you go.
And we've had Milo, our dog, for about a year and a half.
He is our firstborn.
Milo is 5 years old. He is a Maltipoo Terrier mix.
Milo has been to one shelter, one rescue, a foster family, and then to us. He basically was the patron saint of lost causes down at the shelter from the way that they presented it. They would be like, hey, just want to let you know, like, he's got a bad record. And then when we met him, we were just like, this guy? He's a fluffy little 20-pound dude.
He's a super cuddly, smart dog.
He kind of like bounces when he walks. I was like, oh my gosh, this guy needs a second chance.
So we took him.
Okay, buddy. Okay.
And then we learned the second day that we had him that he has a dark side.
It's like a Jekyll and Hyde situation. I remember I was telling him to sit for the treat. So I reach out and I touch his butt to like show him like, hey, this is what I mean by sit. And he's like, oh, I don't like that. And that's when he bit me. And it drew blood. It was like a pretty long gash.
It's okay, Milo. It's okay.
Milo has bitten us probably between the two of us about 10 times.
Maybe a little more. 10 to 15, maybe. He has bitten friends and family members. Anytime that Milo bites or nips at you, it's like your little friend, and so you feel betrayed. It's like a switch turns off, and for those 10 seconds, he's this scary dog. When we got his vet worker said that he had a tail injury. We think they hurt him and traumatized him. I'm not sure when to trust Milo, so the things that we know will trigger him, we just kind of avoid.
We kind of learned like, oh, we have to make sure that we're being extra careful with him, touching his body. Anything about resources eating him, pulling him away from stuff that he just shouldn't have, like chicken bones or anything that's around and anybody or anything that comes in between him and that resource. That's when he kind of, gets into his ferocious instincts.
The biggest fear we have would be that Amani would trigger his anxiety and he would move to being aggressive with her.
We avoid any kind of interactions with Milo and Amani. Milo biting Amani is the biggest concern that we have. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to look past that.
Yeah, that would be really challenging.
We would have to decide to take him back to a rescue or shelter. It would be devastating. We love Milo despite his behavior.
We're willing to do anything that we can to make sure that that doesn't happen.
We need Caesar's help. Today, I'm taking on an urgent new case. Milo has been biting his pet parents since they adopted him. So his bite count is way, way too high. So for this particular case, day one is what I'm assessing and evaluating. And for this dog, I know there's going to be aggression and outbursts. So I asked Daisy to stay home with baby money to keep everything safe. But pet dad Brandon brings Milo solo to my ranch. Brandon. Hey, Caesar. So how can I help you, brother? My wife and I, we are dealing with our little dog in there. His name is Milo. He's like a 20-pound multi-poo, but he's 100% gangster. What's your little gangster doing wrong? He's just defensive when his paws and his body get touched. It's almost like he's in pain. Even though we're not hurting him, right, he just kind of goes berserk. He's bitten us before in the past. How bad? He snaps at us, growling, etc. But we gotta send him back into his crate. So you've been avoiding it? Yeah, but with the baby here, we can't do that. And that's our action. You know, like she's gonna drop food on the ground, and as she starts crawling and becoming more mobile, that's our biggest concern is that he'll bite her. When it's a baby and a dog has some aggressive issues, we have to start working on it right away. Okay, let's do it. Look at your boy. Brandon says Milo becomes aggressive when he's touched, which is something we'll need to address. But his most concerning behavior is when food is dropped on the floor. Now that the baby is crawling and creating a mess on meal times, every day that passes, the risk of a bite decreases. So I asked my team to set up a drop food scenario where I can monitor how Brandon normally prevents a dog from becoming aggressive when the humans attempt to clean up the mess. Brandon is guiding him, sort of. From here, Milo looks tense. The tail is set to the left. So when the tail is to the left, many dogs are letting you know they're not comfortable. The tail is to the right, they're happy about it. Interpreting a dog's energy and body language is a major reason I can do what I do. Just like humans, dogs have two sides of their brain. When a dog is relaxed, the left side of the brain responds by moving the tail opposite to the right. When a dog is anxious or tense, it's the right side of the brain that moves the tail to the left. So just remember, when a tail is right, the dog is all right. Right now, Milo is pretty far from all right. Okay, Brandon, now try to pick up the food. You see the way Brandon is tentatively reaching in? He's telling Milo he's afraid. Wait. Brandon is basically asking for permission to take the food. He hesitates and flinches in fear of a bite, even though Milo has the muzzle on. Milo 100% senses that. The takeaway here, Brandon's fear with Milo's tension equals no trust. That's not a good energy. Milo is just guarding. That was a nip and a charge. I'm gonna go in there. Milo thinks the food on the ground is his, and Brandon getting close to it makes him tense, so he guards it. And Brandon is afraid of a bite, so he hesitates. Pass me the leash. I need to show Brandon how to play with food with the right energy. Your fearful energy isn't helping Milo snap out of guarding the food. So I'm gonna show you how to remove a dog from food using energy. Okay. In order for them to understand what you're doing, your energy has to be confident when you're asking him to do something. Like staying away from the food, no hesitating. See? Like this. Oh my gosh, seeing Milo react and respond differently to Caesar, that's magical. He has to move away from the object that he's mentally guarding. Milo respected my calm, confident energy and moved away from the food. So that tells me that Milo doesn't need a muscle, just the right energy from his pet parents. I need you to see that the real muscle is calm confidence. I take the muscle off. Okay. So knowing that he doesn't have a muzzle on, I was concerned that Milo was going to bite or snap. My current trust level for Milo is just really, really low. It's getting tense again. His eyes, they're a little frantic. The human can't be a friend. So he's doing this way. Yeah. He should be calm, surrender. Not hands waiting. Yeah. morning, normal. But at the same time, you stay in your grounds. That's cops already. If you guys practice tension at home, he absorbs that energy. So you get tense guarding, which is extra dangerous around a baby. And then you don't trust him, and he doesn't trust you. So if trust is broken, calmness is gone. Yeah. Peace is gone. I am beginning to understand what's going on with this pack. Milo became distrustful while he was in various shelter systems. When Brandon and Daisy brought him home, they were clueless how to build trust with him using the right energy. They allowed him to continue growling, biting, and guarding, which just put them on edge, trying to protect themselves. Throw a new baby in the mix, and the fear of a severe bite is very real. It's no wonder Brandon's energy seems fearful with his dog. But next, I need to see Milo with pet mom Daisy to get a full picture of what's causing the dog's tension and aggression. That's enough for today. At home, make sure to keep Milo and baby separate tonight. Tomorrow, Joy and Daisy can bring back this little gangster. Okay? She's gonna be excited to get some of the master's tips. The next day, both of Milo's pet parents arrive at the ranch.
Pretty.
So Caesar can assess Daisy's relationship with the tense multiple. Shh, Milo's okay. Come on this way. Give me a hug. What's up, brother? I'm glad you brought the family. Thank you. Who's the comics?
The calmest? Not me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we gotta work on.
Yeah.
As fearful as Brandon was of Milo yesterday, I was not expecting Daisy to be even less calm. It's a good indicator that the dog's tension has never been held by his humans. So the first lesson is to teach Daisy a new way to keep herself and the dog in a calmer mindset to proper guidance. I just want to see how you guide my boy Milo.
Okay.
Brother, let's come sit over here.
So try it out.
Yes, begin with the narrow. Good start for Milo, but you are a little tense. Like your head is a little crooked. Relax the neck. Relax your neck.
My neck?
Yeah, because you're like that. Good.
Okay, chiquitito. Vámonos.
Relax the neck.
Okay.
It's normal for them, to say, I don't want to go there because it feels dangerous. Yeah. But if your tension becomes too strong, he won't trust you to guide him safely up the ramp, and he'll resist. Relax the arm. Can you feel how much tension you can?
I think so.
Fine. If you're tense, that's not gonna work. I know he's bitten you before. Is that where all that tension is coming from?
Okay, I'm gonna share something that I don't usually share.
Okay.
So maybe like 10 years ago, my friend and I, we were shot at. We're from Chicago, and there's a lot of shootings there. And my friend passed away, and I had a bullet go through my neck, so from the back to the front.
I am sorry that happened. I can only imagine how hard that day was.
Yeah, you just are kind of,
Sure.
tense all the time.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of like PTSD kind of. Physically, this is where like the gunshot wound was. My muscles are not all the way rehabilitated, and yes, that is a big part of how you carry yourself, but it's not the only part. Your mind can be a little bit on edge and a little bit protective without knowing that you have, so much tension there.
What you're doing is practicing what your instincts tell you to do.
Yeah.
It's life and death. Instincts are all about life and death.
Yeah. That one sad, tragic event kind of taught me you have to protect yourself. But it's probably an overcorrection that's impacting other people and yourself and our baby. I feel like nervous,
Fear is fear. Doesn't matter if it comes from a bullet or it comes from a dog. It's how the human responds.
Yeah.
It makes sense that Daisy is tense. Not only did she suffer a gunshot wound to the neck, she lost her friend. While her physical wounds may have healed, mentally she's still living with the effects of that trauma. When facing new threats like Milo biting her, her body reacts. So how do you think you did it? That's right.
Hold it, yeah.
It's like you're holding, like,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's not comfortable. You're not going to be calm about it. Look, my arm is relaxed while I'm guiding him. That way he knows I am calm and confident about what he's doing.
Oh, okay.
But right now, we're just going to control the hesitation he's having. Look, as soon as he sees it, he has to go through it.
Yeah.
You have to let him know what's not allowed. Milo became flight avoidance.
Yes.
That's not who he is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who is he?
Well, he's a dog that is confused because you're confused and you're nurturing fear and tension.
Yeah.
No, don't laugh. He's tense, so the laugh sends the wrong message.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I come across many pet parents who laugh nervously when they're feeling vulnerable or tense. It's a way to calm yourself down when overwhelmed by too much emotion. It's perfectly natural considering the traumas Daisy has suffered. But when Milo is in this confused and tense mindset, he needs quiet, calm, confident corrections. So Daisy's nervous laughter actually reinforces the dog's tension.
Oh my gosh.
But that's not good. Because if you laugh off his temper tantrums, or his manipulative ways of being,
Yeah, it's very manipulative.
yeah. Just got bit. Just got bit. It's alright. Yeah, I just don't want to put any blood on him. It's just a little bit. It's just a lot of blood because he got the soft part of the head. Just wrap it around so I can go. I can't stop for too long. As I was working with Milo's hesitation on the ramp, Daisy's nervous laughter amplified Milo's tension, causing him to shut down. And then, as I tried to snap him out of his moment of fear, all that built-up tension he received from Daisy was released on me in the form of a bite. Milo, biting someone is really kind of our worst fear.
In most cases, if he draws blood, people are very scared. Rightfully so.
I don't want Daisy to dwell on this bite, and I can't leave Milo in this state either. I need to finish the exercise to erase the bite and show them both that you have to work with your triggers with calm confidence. This is the moment. This is the one I keep. No, please don't apologize. This is what I do for a living. Even though he bit me, I can't be tension. He's only going to follow confidence.
In the past, we would have been afraid to pick him up after a bite.
Yeah, but that's why he did it. That's why he did it.
Yeah.
He's doing all the stuff he did.
Yeah.
And if we laugh about it, and then he actually sees it as the right thing to do. He's fighting out of fear. He's afraid. He needs to lay on his side and surrender slowly, gently, or help him get there. But I can only teach surrender in a moment of fight. He has to, in a moment of fight, flight. In a moment of fight, flight, somebody has to come and help him get to surrender. There you go.
There's no way after a bite I could do that. And I'm just thinking like, oh my God, I don't know how to do this myself. How do we do this at home?
We really have to resolve these issues, or Milo will not be, safe in our home with Amani and us. What's the plan for his rehabilitation and kind of getting him to get out of that state? This whole session took a turn. You know the red zone cases that I heard of? But this is one of them. He needs rehab. That means he needs to stay with us if he wants. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So while he's away, you practice calmness and be more aware of their tension.
Yeah.
Yep. All Good luck, buddy.
After talking with Caesar, I realized that I'm carrying a lot of tension. Milo's feeding off of me, but it's not really helping him. And so the homework for me will be to try to be more mindful of the tension that I might be holding and letting it go.
And I'm just gonna be working on like my own reactivity to negative things that happen. We have a journey ahead.
I really do.
As Brandon and Daisy head home to address their own tension. Milo, welcome to boot camp, buddy. It's gonna work. Caesar works on Milo's fearful distrust of touch that causes his aggression.
Using the leash and my gentle touch, I'll guide him up onto his bench. So with every repetition, Milo learns that human touch does not equal pain. It equals trust. When you're working with a dog that has hit you, your job is to be fearless. You can't hold the pass. Yes. Yes. You see how he jumps for no reason at all. He doesn't trust me yet, and his eyes are suspicious of me. Okay. He hesitates always in the guidance. Look at the lips. Right again. Now, that is a warning. He's afraid. I gush to help him to pass surrender. I'm not hurting him. So he learns my touch equals trust, not fear. Relax. Something in that area triggers for him to defend himself when you touch. Let's do it again. He's still afraid. He went to come surrender a little faster this time. He's starting to trust. Relax.
Relax. See? All about relax.
There you go. That's the breakthrough we needed. You see it? His eyes are softer. There you go. Finally. That is trust.
Milo's emerging trust in Caesar means he's ready for intensive rehabilitation.
You're helping this dog become desensitized.
Slowly, the dog responds by shifting to a calmer mindset.
He has learned that human can touch, not with the purpose of hurting. Milo can't reach out and try to take nothing from my sister. You understand? Milo should now be a great fur brother to baby Amani. He's a much more relaxed dog who's ready to reunite with his pet parents. Move on the way! Milo's coming with his new haircut.
1 week later, Caesar welcomes Milo's pet parents back to the ranch to show off the dog's progress and see if Daisy is making headway on the tension caused by the trauma she suffered.
Daisy's been living with tension for years, and she was unaware of how that tense energy impacts her dog's behavior. He's got bit. I must see a significant change from them because Milo deserves a forever home where he can thrive. Test number 1 for Daisy and Brandon is to hear whether they're done their homework. How's it going? He took the time to just kind of like set out.
We've been practicing mindfulness,
Kind of relax and deal with chaos a little bit differently.
trying to be more mindful of the energy that I have, also how that can affect Milo and his confidence and trust. But, it hasn't been easy. I don't know, I feel more calm.
Okay, that's it. So this is like a new beginning.
Okay,
So he's been doing great.
okay, that's good.
So what we're gonna do today is a reunion where we're gonna blindfold you. Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. For a successful reunion, Daisy and Brandon can no longer be allowed to look at their dog as if he's still a threat. By wearing blindfolds, they literally can't see Milo in that fearful mindset anymore. So all that remains is to be present with who Milo is now. Okay, here it comes. He's recognizing Right now, just take the moment. He's in a happy-go-lucky state.
Okay.
Remember, no touch and no talk. Okay, he's going back away. He's greeting you. Right now, he's celebrating. His family is here. So he's rolling over, being playful. You can feel his ear mouth, right? There you go. This is a very good calm reunion. Absolutely, yes. Now you can take it off. There we go. He's sort of clinging to you. Move him away. Claim your space, come on. This clinging behavior is an invasion of Daisy's space. It's disrespectful and it's left unchecked. It can be dangerous, especially with a baby at home. I must make sure Daisy knows how to confidently and safely ask for distance by claiming her space. He's still too close to you. Claim your space by firmly blocking him with your arm. Okay. This palm. Okay. This palm. This palm. You just have to feel it and claim the space. Oh, here it goes. Claim your space. This is your moment. Your child depends on this moment.
What I was recalling in that moment is this reel of Milo by
So
I am kind of afraid that he's gonna react negatively to me moving his body.
I want to pause for a moment. So what Milo is doing is similar to what Saturn was doing with me. So because Saturn can feel my tension when I was there in New York because I was so uncomfortable with dogs. He would keep coming to my arm and he would keep like brushing. I'm like, get the fuck off of me, dude. Like I'm not in the mood for that. So I'd be like pushing him away. He finally got the message when I basically became a dog and I started bow wow 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 with them and I started to chase them. That's not obviously the way to do it, but that was my effective way because when I got on my fours and I started to like walk like them and I started to like peep the corner and look at them, they would be watching and they'd be like, "What the fuck is he doing?" And then I would just come barreling out. Yeah, it terrified the hell out of them, which isn't the way you're supposed to do that. But I didn't know any other way. I thought it was playful, but like you know, that was one of the things I had to do for him to say, "Yo, dude, get off, like get your ass back over here." Like when I was doing my workouts, he would be watching me while I'd be doing it on the chair, and I'm close to the chair, and then every time I would get down to do something, like I'm like, "Bro, you're gonna get hit by the weights. Like, go sit over there." I'd have to stop, pick him up, and put his ass back on the chair. And he would do it. I'm like, "Yo, dude, you gotta stop this." So basically, I did it gently. I didn't do it like rough or anything, but I can see the same pattern in Milo, yeah, in Milo than what I saw in Saturn. All right.
Just do it again. This feeling thing is not good. You get intense. Breathe. Come on, be firm. You think you're blocking gently, but the hesitation transfers tension. Daisy has become very tense again, like she was in the agility arena. Relax, isn't it?
My neck?
So she's causing Milo to regress back into the insecure fight mode mindset. Hold on, he's ready to bite. Let me take him away from you. Even though he's become super tense and ready to bite, I need to show Daisy that powerful, fearless energy is the only thing a dog like Milo will respond to. Yeah, he's super tense. I need to block him with confidence so he doesn't bite me. So it's here, right? It's right there. Be confident. Let it go. Gentle but firm. Yeah. That's regression. His mind is going back a little. You guys are practicing tension. Over the last few days of rehab, Milo's behavior was close to perfect, and I felt certain he but do the rest of his work at home. But now, I'm not so sure. Milo regrets in minutes because Daisy's tension is just so strong.
I know you're not supposed to think about the past, but I think I just have memories of being bitten. That makes me tense.
If you don't become calm, confident, your tension can tell him he cannot be trusted. He can go back. Like, what makes you tense the most?
So I think there's two types of tension. So one is from the shooting. So now you know when
Shooting.
you're startled by
Whoa.
things that that can generate tension. And then it feels like, is this next thing that I'm gonna do gonna mess up all the progress that he's made?
Yeah, so you're anticipating that you might make a mistake. So we need to change that for calm confidence. Try to remember you don't have to be perfect. It's okay to make mistakes.
Okay.
Daisy must do some deep work to confront her triggers. Otherwise, her baby will continue to be in danger. I need to deliver some hard news. He's not going home, okay?
Okay.
I can fix him, but you have to fix you.
I think it was a really good lesson learned on how ruminating and doubt can impact Milo negatively.
So next time, I bring Milo to you guys, and then I get to meet the baby, and you guys keep working on yourself. Remember, the way you dealt with something in the past doesn't have to define how you handle it in the future.
Bar.
As soon as the past comes in, just acknowledge it. Feel nervous, and then read it out. Yeah.
All right, let's do that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stay with me. Don't worry.
We were disappointed because we've been planning for Milo to come home. I am afraid that all this progress is lost. That we'd sent Milo back.
But we want to do whatever's best for Milo.
So while we're away from Milo, I'll keep reminding myself that everything from your past is going to influence every single current moment.
After he was triggered by Daisy's tense energy, multi-poo Milo regressed.
Hey,
So Caesar must reinforce the calm surrender mindset the dog achieved during his rehabilitation to ensure that he's trustworthy. Otherwise, baby Amani could still be in danger.
I'm gonna use the duck. As you see right now, Milo is laying down. This is a calm surrender part of him. His closed eyes and relaxed body shows trust. So that's why I feel he's ready. I've taken Milo as far as I can here at the DPC. He's 90% there, but the last 10% has to be done by the pet parents at home. Only they can assure the baby and money will stay safe. I just hope Daisy and Brandon are ready. If not, he'll be staying with me, Milo.
The next day, Caesar arrives in South Los Angeles with Milo to see if Daisy's newfound awareness has improved her tense energy.
Come on out.
If not, the pack won't be able to reunite.
So how's it been? What you guys have been working on?
Brandon's been really helpful because I get triggered sometimes and avoid. So he has been reminding me, like, let's try it again and kind of prove to your brain that it's okay. You don't have to be afraid of whatever that trigger was.
Right.
And then, just continuing to breathe.
That's right. You have the energy that he needs. Milo's not his work. And it sounds like you're doing your work too. Yeah. So let's get you working together.
Yeah.
I'll go get your boy.
Okay.
Daisy identifying and working through her tension shows she's beginning to overcome her triggers from the shooting. But she must be able to maintain that newfound calmness, especially when Milo is around baby Amani. To test this, she needs to put Milo in calm surrender on his bed and remain calm when introducing the baby. This safe, controlled breathing at a distance is the key to growing confidence and building trust. Put him on the bed. Boom. There you go. Nice. From this point on, he can't move. Simple as that. So this bed is a point of reference and reminds the mind. Okay, so once they put him in bed, what they want is calm surrender 100%.
Yeah.
Daisy was able to confidently guide Milo to the bed. So I feel less safe for the next step. Let's get the baby. Chill. I have a little nerves, I'll be honest.
Yeah, the training wheels are off. trying to take all the knowledge that Caesar has imparted on us and then bring that into the fresh start.
Are you ready? Here comes the body.
He's getting too close. Daisy, keep him on the bed.
Nice. Yes.
When I last saw Daisy, she was so tense that it caused Milo to get tense and bite. Like, causing me to keep Milo at the ranch for safety. He's not going home, okay? But after a week of trying to reduce her tension, Daisy stayed calm and directed Milo to the bed.
Nice.
And Milo listened. That tells me Daisy's begun to manage her tension and let go of Milo's past. That's a major breakthrough. So over the next week, they need to practice calm surrender before I can test Milo's biggest trigger, drop food. Hi.
Well, hold on.
Yeah, there she allowed me.
Oh,
There she allowed me. Look at those legs. Oh, yeah. My dear Lord. Greatest thing in the world. I mean, we can't argue.
yeah.
I mean, he's ready to come home. And I think she's ready to go back to mommy. Okay. Just remind your parents to be aware of their energy, and anytime there is tension, remember to stay calm, confident. Call anytime, and I'll check with you in a week.
Feels very doable.
Next time. All right.
Thank you.
You got it.
A week later, Cece returns to South Los Angeles to follow up on Daisy and Brandon's progress with Milo.
So what's new?
We've been great.
Yeah.
We've been, practicing. I'm walking him more, so he's trusting me a little bit more.
Milo's been really good about kind of following some new command. He's really listening to me now.
He's a little bit more comfortable around Amani.
That's good.
But touching his legs to brush the hair is a big no-no. That's where we saw the most aggression. So this is
Very tense.
very upset.
Yeah. But he's doing that because you're not confident about it.
No, we don't want to go back.
That's right.
We don't want him to go back.
He won't regret if you touch him with confidence.
Yeah.
It sounds like Daisy is really starting to become aware, but her tension is affecting Milo. But there's still a lack of confidence, especially when touching the dog. If confidence is missing, we cannot achieve trust. The calmer you are, the more effective you are. Your energy has to be 100% calm confident. You haven't mastered that energy yet. That's why today's final challenge is all about building the confidence Daisy needs in order to safely touch her dog, which is the foundation of trust. Let's go to the back. Come on. For the first part of the final challenge, I am having Daisy take Milo through a mini agility course.
Who was the TPC here?
A little bit. I'll go first.
Okay.
An agility course is a good way to build trust between a dog and a pet parent.
Milo.
No hesitation and emotion. Boom. Daisy needs to stay calm, confident through the course and keep Milo in a calm surrender mindset. The obstacle when I got bitten.
Yeah.
For a reference. So that calm surrender state. If Daisy succeeds, she should be able to touch him at the end. That's it. He's calm, so then we test your confidence by touching.
Okay.
The more he sees that her touch is nothing to fear, the more he'll trust her guidance, which will keep Amani safe. So the reason why he's allowing that is because his brain is calm surrender. And then once they're in a calm surrender state, they feel safe. They feel trust. Let's focus on you.
Okay. I'm gonna try to forget. The last time we did one of these, it didn't go so well.
Just got bitten.
And he bit Caesar really hard.
Yeah. Yes. There,
Yeah, he does get it. Yeah. Gets it really fast. Yeah.
Yes. Very smart.
Now I'm just trying to remember to walk with that confidence. And it doesn't have to be perfect.
Yes. Boom. No hesitation. Yes. Yes. Yes, got that. You can see it in his eyes. They're darting around. And he's licking the chops. You know. Put it back in the floor.
Yeah, he did see my juice.
Yeah. That's because you didn't catch them calm. So, please. Boom. Okay. This one stays there. Look this way. Yeah. So this keeps the behind part. Look at the difference. Be confident. Don't hesitate when you pick him up, and make sure the leash is in the right position. As you finish the obstacle course, Milo sensed Daisy's hesitation and picking him up. And Milo became tense, licking his lips, which for him can be a precursor to a bite. Because the leash wasn't in the right position and she wasn't confident, she couldn't snap him out of it. By showing Daisy how to make minor adjustments, she can let Milo know to be in calm surrender when she touches him.
Say that again and pick him up?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're not fast, smart, and happy, you're not doing it the Milo way.
Yeah, it does have to be fast.
Yeah.
You hesitate.
Yeah, there you
It's
go.
like, okay.
Yeah, that's smart. That's smart.
And then, come on.
Oh, very good. Boom. Yeah.
Look at that.
I couldn't take the chance to go use the bathroom with the microphone on,
So the more you do,
so I took my microphone off. But I don't think this microphone's working right now anyways.
Daisy's overcoming her tension by using confidence to maintain Milo's trust, which tells me that this pack is ready for the second part of the final challenge. Let's do the food now with the money. Be safe in the high chair. Guys, you'll see. Hi, I'm back. It's important that this pack work together to keep Milo calm surrender around what was once his most dangerous trigger, especially with a baby in the house. So, Daisy, Filamani, and Brandon, if Milo gets excited, your job is to bring him back to calm surrender. You know, and just for the record, we're not teasing the dog, we're making sure Milo doesn't get tense or guard the food anymore for safety purposes, because we don't want that he feels comfortable just taking food away from Amani's hand. Yeah, right, yeah. She's like, give me some of that food.
It's okay. It's right here.
This is, that's exciting. Excited dogs can get aggressive. Calm dogs don't. Wait for it. That's really good. This is calm surrender. While Daisy fed up money, Brandon was able to correct Milo's excitement. Both good parents stayed calm and confident together, so the dog remained at calm surrender. The last piece of their final challenge will really put this pack's trust and confidence to the test, with a mess that most new parents have faced before. Let's throw some food. Just maintain it. There we go. Oh, timing was amazing. There we go. That's good. That's good. You can see he's doing it right now. Look, no more guarding. Drop the leash. He's about to move. Oh, what? Oh, that's really good. So your first correction was so good. Now he understands what's expected of him. That's trust. That's perfection. This is a moment that we have to. This is food for your hands and your mind. Like, you can do it. Yeah. I am so proud of Daisy and Brandon. They have created trust with Milo, so they're finally a unified pack.
We're so grateful for you. Thank you. You taught us.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
In the beginning of all of this, our confidence and trust in Milo was super low. And every time he bit us, it really felt like a betrayal of the trust that we had in him.
Through the journey with Caesar, we learned how to desensitize our triggers, how to work through them. We feel more confident in ourselves and like we can trust our pet. Life changing.
Yes. Brother was in the house.
Honey. Thank you. When pet parents adopt a dog like Milo, they may not realize it, but they're taking on more than just a dog with a troubled past. They're taking in a dog that can help them overcome their own troubled past. I believe dogs can see what's inside of us, our energy, our spirit. When Milo sensed the turmoil within his pet parent, his aggression forces humans to seek help and look within, to address their own unresolved trauma and fear.
Look within.
The world continues to change and test our strengths in new ways we could never imagine. I am glad that in the fight to recover our spirit, we have dogs on our side.
I'll watch the next. All right. I'm just eating again. He said something very critical there just a few minutes, like a moment ago. When the human is struggling, they have to go seek some sort of answer within, not without, within. So remember yesterday what I was saying? Who is it that has to do all this? Isn't it you? Aren't you the one that has to believe? Aren't you the one that has to have faith? Aren't you the one that has to take the action? So, who's the answer? It's you. But this time I'm going to say it more calm confidence. The answer is you. It can only ever be but you, right? Everything that we've listened to on the stream, like from Nero and Katie and others, what has been the theme of everything? When Nero is reading out people, or AJ's reading out people's comments, right? Hey Nero, just want to let you know that I manifested, my dream partner, and I was able to manifest a large sum of money. Who did it? Was it Nero that did it for them? Or was it themselves doing it for themselves? Nero was just a mirror in their experience. And they were able to bring forth something from within outwards. And they let go. They let go of what it's supposed to look like. I never thought I would ever attain ultimate wisdom. But here we are. Ultimate wisdom. Ultimate wisdom, universal wisdom. I didn't know what it was going to look like, but I said that I desired and I embodied it within, and now that I fully embodied it within, there's no doubt. Whenever I share something with someone, I know with every fiber of my soul that I have the answer. So yesterday, a great example was with Danny again. His mind, not his soul, his mind or her mind, God damn it. Her mind, I want to be respectful because he is now a her. Her mind has convinced her that
they don't know everything or they know nothing. I used to entertain that idea of I don't know anything because when you say that, listen to this. When you say that, that keeps you. There's two things it does. One, it allows you to be open, which is good. It's always good to be open. But number two, it does something actually pretty damaging. It starts to make you feel like you're not in you're it's not an empowering thought. Yes, I know people say you should have more humility, Orion. You need to be more humble. Fuck that. When I speak, I know that every time I speak, it always helps. And even if it may not help in the first go around, I will always find a way to use a story, a parable, a myth, or some sort of like metaphor to make sure it eventually lands. I know I have zero doubts when it comes to the things that I share. When I share something, I don't know how I know, but I just know that it works. That's one of those things like I don't know how I blink, I don't know how I breathe, but I just do it. I don't know how my food digests itself in my system, but it's just doing it. So it's the same thing for the ultimate wisdom, universal wisdom that is flowing through this vessel. It's the same thing. So when people say, yeah, say that you don't know everything. No, how about you say you do from the soul level, you have all the answers, but the mind level, you do not. And when you tap into universal wisdom, which is right here, it's not here, it's here. Universal wisdom is actually, I'm pointing here, but really it's everywhere. Universal wisdom is your entire essence, but we're going to point here for now. Your universal wisdom, your ultimate wisdom is laying right here. It will send the information up here for then it to send it through here for you to then go like this. So basically data goes like this. You hear data or you know data. So you hear somebody and it's like going both directions. And then when you're about to respond, what's happening is most people right now, it's from here, then they logically hear, and then whereas me, it goes from here. That's how it's supposed to work. This sends the answers up here. This will then send the information of like, okay, this is the vibration of XYZ. Now you're going to take that vibration and convert it into words. Then the throat chakra will send the signal to the mouth and the tongue and your teeth to speak and project the sound. So it goes like this, up, back down to your throat. So I'm pointing here. It starts here. This is not your throat. This is your heart chakra. It sends the information from here up to here. Here gets the information. Here is like typing in code for the words to say. Then it sends it back down to your throat so that your throat understands what it needs to say. And then it comes flying out of your mouth. This is things that nobody talks about. Not a damn person on this planet talks about that. That's how fundamental that is. So when I say I have universal wisdom, I fucking have universal wisdom. But Orion, if you have universal wisdom, then why aren't you making XYZ money? Oh, don't worry about that. Time's ticking for that. That's inevitable. I'm not too concerned when and how that comes. That's already on the way. I've had it once before. When I didn't even know a damn thing. So if I had it once before when I didn't know a damn thing from the mind and the soul, what makes you think that I can't get it again? Oh, but you have to work for it. True. But this time is different because there's too many
there's too many people who are entrepreneurs out in the world, and if they're able to do it, and this guy has universal wisdom, then surely he can do it too. It's his destiny to do it. Anyways, getting off topic, back on topic. So when I speak, I know, and that's why I keep saying the answer is within. You have all the answers within. Now, your mind may not be aware of that. So then you go seek out someone, and then they share that information. And the moment they share it, this is what happens. If you're not consciously aware, it sends a signal from their mouth to your ears. From your ears, it sends it up into your mind for you to understand what was just being said. And then you have it. The moment it lands here, you have it. How can you not? It's just that simple. But the mind wants to make it complicated. It wants to tell you, nope, that's not true at all. The mind wants to finesse you into believing that you don't have it. But you have it. How can you not? It would make no sense. Okay, I'm going to take a pause. And I want to do this test right now. So I'm going to be right back. So give me a couple minutes. I'm going to test something out. Cool. So the microphones work. So
My journey began.
that's interesting. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Let's see if it works. 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 Can you hear me? Let's see if it works. Can you hear me? Doing a sound test. Doing a sound test. Sound test. Sound test. Okay, so they fucked it up. So there's a new problem. All right. So I sorted out the issue. Well, I figured out that it's a YouTube issue. It's not a me issue. So I did 2 tests. One with my microphone on, like plugged in with the thing, and one with it off. And unfortunately, or fortunately, my microphones work. So I made a video, so that works. But on YouTube, it doesn't want to work on the live stream. So I don't know what the fuck they did, but I have to check something. YouTube live stream added a feature to play to play games. However, when using external mics, it doesn't work and uses the phone mic instead. Let's see what. Ooh, someone has this. Hi, I tried to stream on, this is from 9 months ago though. I tried to stream on the YouTube app with my phone, but it doesn't recognize my external mic, the Hollyland Lark M1, and I can't find any options to customize audio. If I open my camera app in Pro mode, it works fine, but once I start the YouTube live stream, it is mute. The mic receiver has a 2-ring TRS to 3-ring TRRS cable, so I use a female headphone jack to USB-C adapter to plug it in. Does anyone know what could be the issue to force the mic to be selected in the stream? Are there maybe 2 types of adapters that I got that simply can't do TRS to TRRS stuff? And of course, nobody respond. This is the M1, not the M2. No one even responded to this dude. This is going to be sort of a waste, but I'm going to do this. I'm going to see what I can do. Help center. Contact us. External mic not connecting. After new YouTube game feature added to live streaming. Step. No. After after the playing games feature was added to YouTube live streaming, my external mics will not default to all right, let's see this help. You are number 8 in the queue. Need to take off power saving. That way I have a, let's see if they actually are. It's weird. Well, I mean, if this is another sign that I'm supposed to leave YouTube and venture off to Kick, and because they may never fix this problem, then I'm 8 in the queue. All right, I'll be back.
Let's see what Jules says. There's kind of no point to use the mics, but so right now we're contacting YouTube support. Um, After they added that feature, they broke external mic use, and it's not a phone issue because my mics work perfectly fine. So they need to solve their internal problem now. They need to solve, well, it's an external problem that they created because they wanted to add features, but then they broke microphone use because the microphone works perfectly fine outside of YouTube. I tested it. The only other thing I can do is do one more test and see if it's an iPhone issue or an Android issue. But I have to make a new live stream. I have to go on my Android and do a test live stream. So what a weird tech issue to have.
And I wonder if anyone else is having the same problem because they simply don't have a feature to um, switch between. See, a feature like that would be so handy to switch between your internal and your external microphone. Well, I can't use my. I can't do anything on my towel right now, so I'm gonna have to. Well, now, Mr. Troy. Oh, there's a lag. So now I'm just waiting for them to get back. I knew it couldn't have been my phone. There's no way. There's fucking no way that it would have been my phone.
If you ever think about me, if I ever cross your mind, girl, girl, if you ever think about me, pretty baby, if you ever think about me, if I ever cross your mind, girl, girl, if you ever think.
If the girl you've been talking to takes days to respond and says things like, sorry, I've been busy, or sorry, I thought I responded to this, it's time to move on.
Yep. That's funny. So there's a video. The girl saying, if a woman hasn't texted you in a couple days and she says, "Oh, I've been busy," yeah, it's a sign to move on. Because here's the thing, for my guys out there, if uh, if they really wanted to connect with you, they will find time. Like, yes, everybody's busy, but like, if somebody really wanted, it doesn't have to be every day, but like, if somebody really wanted to reach out, they will find the time. That's why most people will not have a successful relationship with those if they don't have good communication skills. Like, you don't have to play a game with the person saying, you can just say, "Hey, I'm not going to respond for a couple of days, but I'm not playing a game. I'm just simply focusing on myself. But I promise you, I'm very, very interested." If people are very direct like that, we would have less problems. So there's a person who says, if you don't find your person by the time you're almost 50, they don't exist. They do exist, Walter. That is just your third dimensional thinking mind finessing you into believing such limiting thoughts. Plenty find their divine life partners later in life. It's all about inner alignment. So you see, like, in every present moment, I have the ability to find the answer, and I know what to say. Even if that pisses him off, I know. Um,
I know um, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna test something now. But that would require me to. All right. So I'm gonna test something. That way, oh, everything's gonna set the ball. Well, this gives me a time to clean up quickly. I can use that. All right, now where the fuck is this receiver? Where the hell did I put it? Oh, it's in here. It should be in here. All right. I'm going to make another live stream quickly. I'll have to switch. And settings. Screencast. All right. Let's see. We're double live stream. So this feature is on retouch. All right, let's test something. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Okay. Do 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 do. It's weird double live stream going on right now. Test, 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 test. Let's see. Test, 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 test. Let's see. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. I'm doing a test while I'm standing outside. Now you should be able to not hear me. Now you should be able to not hear me. Now you should be able to hear me. Now you should be able to hear me. Now you should be able to hear me. Cool. So on Android, they don't have that feature. So I want to check something. That's interesting. This is such a weird conundrum. So they added the games feature. Mm-hmm. That's fascinating. Okay. Okay. Um,
Here's how to make any girl miss you. If you're new here, I'm Blaine, and I'm your dating coach. For her to miss you, you have to give her space. If you're consistently hitting her up, you're not giving her enough space to miss you. So here's what you're going to do. You're going to focus on yourself. This means prioritizing work, hobbies, friends, and family. When you prioritize yourself, you naturally create that space. Not only will she miss you, but this shows you live a busy, fulfilling life. A life she'll want to be a part of. Here's how to make.
that's the reason why I don't focus on anybody else but myself. Okay. So right. Test, 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 test. I know what I need to do. I need to make another live stream. All right. We're doing another quick test. This time I'm seeing if the microphones work.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Yep, that's working. Testing 1, 2, 3. All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Cool. Well, I did my tests. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So, I need to go on my channel. Go back. Oop. Ooh, very nice. Okay. So, this is a iPhone issue. iPhone YouTube app issue. This is a iPhone issue. iPhone YouTube app issue. I did all the tests I could. And I found out that's the issue. I'm going to use this for something. 11:11. I'll be right back. Now the question is, will this slide? It will. Now I need the tape. So I'm doing another task right now. I'm going to actually restart the computer. Shut down.
She was extraordinary. My mother taught me a lot about just like bringing attention to what you do, and being the child of accomplished parents. Most people thought that I would lack ambition or preparedness, but my mother taught me that being underestimated is not a bad thing. It's very
Hey everyone, Mr. Sujano here, your source for gaming tech, emulation, and open source news. Let's get started. All right, to kick things off, we're still sailing the high seas. It's the crack of dawn. It's going to be another absolutely amazing day. Yesterday we were in Honduras, and today we're back in Mexico. There is something worth noting here. For some reason, when I'm uploading these videos, the timestamps sometimes disappear. If that happens to you, just check the description. I've got everything flagged in there correctly. The issue is somewhere on YouTube's end. It's very frustrating, and it happens when I'm uploading from mobile as opposed to uploading from home. So first up on the docket, we're talking about RetroPal, which is a brand new Android emulation front end and launcher. It's designed for phones, tablets, and also Android TV here, and it does seem to be heavily influenced by AI coding. So RetroPal is up on the Google Play Store. It's already got over 1,000 downloads, and it does have in-app purchases and contain ads. I'm not even a betting person, and I'd be willing to bet that this is going to be pretty controversial overall. taking a look at their post over on Reddit emulation. And it's also getting slammed pretty good there by Reddit users.
So if you're wondering what the fuck I'm doing right now, I'm putting little like styrofoam stuff underneath the legs because it's scratching. It makes like a scratching thing on the floor. So I'm just cutting pieces out and seeing which way. I have to take my Mac and put it there for now. So it's off the desk, or this is what you call my desk, the stool. So currently right now I'm just organizing as well. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So you all can just chill out here with me while I watch Mr. Sugiano. Mr. Sugiano.
The developer got called out over on Reddit for violating licensing, as this thing does use open source emulators like FCEUMF, where you've got to release the source code if you use it. Since then, the developer has opened up the source code on GitHub, and also the developer says, "Thanks for trying the app out and keeping me accountable, guys. I plan to maintain this emulator front-end project for a long time, add as many consoles as possible, and any suggestions, feature requests are always welcome. I can tell you this really isn't up my alley. Maybe it's up yours. Let me know if you like it or if you use it in the comments below." But speaking about stuff that might be up your alley, next up here we're talking about Dolphin Open XR. Yeah, you heard that
So
right.
the microphone.
So GameCube and Wii emulation here, and
So I tested. I did 4 different YouTube live stream testing just now. So on Android, I updated the YouTube app, and it has the same game feature. But it works on Android, no problem. My microphones. The microphones work perfectly fine. When I'm using the phone app, the camera app, it works perfectly fine. I went outside, I went around, works perfectly fine. But when I'm on YouTube, it doesn't seem to want to work. So it's clearly a YouTube issue, not a device issue. So I know with absolute certainty that the problem is on YouTube's iPhone end. On Android, it seems to be fine. It doesn't seem to be an issue. Well, it's significantly better than what it was, that's for sure. I found this piece of styrofoam just kind of kicking around. So I knew the moment I saw this, I'm like, okay, I think I know what I have to do. Is this too small or is this perfect? No, that's good. That works. Always thinking of something, always creating, always finding solutions. So anyways, Steven from Diary CEO interviewed Ivanka Trump. So of course, you know, when you see her, immediately you're like, fucking president's daughter. Like, who cares? Right? But she is human too. She didn't choose to be a part. Well, technically she did, but do that, only because if I do that, then we run into a limitation that unfolds. Done. For now. This piece of Velcro. The MacBook is off for now for a moment. I'm gonna keep that there. Huh, interesting. I just noticed that was coming out more than it should have been. My wired headphones. So much dust. Holy shit, man. It's crazy. I still prefer wired headphones over wireless, but I love the convenience of Bluetooth. And these have become so, like, in a way, like, dingy. Should put these in here for now. There's not really any use for them presently. Same with my other wired or wireless AirPods. This Ziploc bag holds all my little random doodads, including a pen that How do I feel about Ivanka Trump? How do I feel about Trump in general? Let's ask myself that question. Well, to one extent, I'm really happy that he's doing what he's doing so that others can wake the fuck up. Another part of me is like, why would people have elected him for such nonsense? The thing is, they didn't foresee what he was going to do. But that's the dude who's committed so many atrocities, and he's gotten away with it. And that's what a lot of people are really pissed off about. how all the so-called... Come on, controller, stop falling. Would you please? All these so-called rich people are not getting punished. And if like a regular citizen were to do something like this, they'd get absolutely brutalized. They'd be sent to like death sentence. Okay, that's the last time you're falling. Enough. Enough. Stop falling. You can stay put. There's no need for you to fall. There's no rhyme or reason for you falling like that. Anyways, so if someone like a regular citizen were to do something heinous or something like that, they'd get punished. But like when the rich people, the super elites, do something, they don't get punished at all. They get a slap on the wrist. That's why people are so pissed off at like all these people. Don't blame them, right? I don't blame them for feeling pissed off, but they also have to realize that this is just a fucking game. Well, Ryan, you're turning into a very evil person. We don't want you to turn into an evil person. I'm not turning into an evil person. Wealth doesn't corrupt me because I know my morals. I know exactly what I stand for, what I came here to experience / do. So it can't corrupt me. Okay. Let's put our Mac back on. This part, but not the screen. Notice I didn't press the power button. I did not press the power button and it turned on because the touchpad turns it on. Okay. I believe this goes here. And then this goes here. I'm gonna change password on this. That password's not in alignment with me anymore. The way I am now. What is this? El Dante. Reopen. Skip that version. quality board. Is this one the updated one? It will be in a moment. File save. I'm going to take this file, copy, downloads, paste. I am. Ugh. Okay. Bringing down the memory usage there. It's fine. What? Okay. You just make sure. Barracuda. I'm gonna play Dead by Daylight early, because I said fuck it. So we're gonna play Dead by Daylight. Unfortunately, the mic, they work, but YouTube has an issue with the iPhone because it's not a mic issue. The only other thing I can think of is the lightning port on the new YouTube app, or new YouTube doesn't want to work. I'm gonna check something. I'll be right back. Okay. So YouTube does not have an app, or does not have an update. So the problem basically resides with YouTube and that. So I mean, hey universe, if you want to give, I would like a new iPhone 17 Pro Max with at least 512 gigabytes of storage or 1 terabyte. So I don't plan to All right. Ugh. I'm glad that I figured it out. It's just I don't know how to. Presently, there's no way to get around sorting out that issue with the mic, unless they like they don't want USB-C, USB like Lightning ports to be working. They want me to basically force it. We're gonna see the long-term effects of that. Ugh. But I did all my tests, and there's I did what I could. Sometimes you just have to leave it be,
So it's GameCube and Wii emulation here, and they say, and this one's up on Dolphin VR. The person behind this one says, here's the first preview of Dolphin OpenXR, a VR version of Dolphin made from the ground up with the latest Dolphin emulator version. I was frustrated by the state of the original Dolphin VR. Many of my favorite games, including many Sonic ones, were pretty unplayable due to many rendering issues. I made this version way more flexible than the old Dolphin VR. You can tweak visuals down to the shaders level and in real time. It may be less of an out-of-the-box experience than playing in 2D, but in less than 5 minutes you can make your own VR game custom profile. Taking a look here, there is no GitHub just yet. There is a preview version that is up on Reddit, and if you are interested in learning more about it, like everything we talk about, links are within the GitHub link in the bottom of the description below. I don't have my sources. It seems like this still has a little bit of ways to go, but at the same time, progress is being made, and I'm looking forward to seeing what's next. Let me know your thoughts about Dolphin VR XR. And speaking about upcoming stuff, next up here we're talking about a new Assassin's Creed game, an old new Assassin's Creed game, a new old Assassin's Creed game. Anyways, this is a very badly kept secret in my opinion. I mean, this thing has been leaked left, right, and center. But anyways, here it's being reported that Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced, the remake announcement, is planned for next week. We're going to have to wait and see on that one, but I guess it's planned for April 16th. Now, I don't know about you, but Assassin's Creed Black Flag was one of my favorite Assassin's Creed games. Not necessarily for the whole storyline, but more or less just for the pirate ship and sailing around with it. I had way more fun doing that than playing the actual game. So I'm wondering here if the remake or resynced or whatever they're calling it is going to be good, or I'm hoping it lives up to my expectations, but at the same time, we're going to have to wait and see on that. And speaking about game announcements, next up we're talking about EmuDeck. And this announcement caught me by surprise here in a very good way. So listen to this, and this one's up on Twitter. They say the EmuDeck game store is live with free homebrew games and indie games like Glory Hunters. Get new games for classic consoles, almost 100 available games with more coming soon. If you're a developer, upload your game today. So taking a quick peek on the EmuDeck store, and they've got a number of games for a number of different systems. Game Boy, Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color, Game Gear, Genesis, Master System, NES, N64, and Super Nintendo. And you can filter on all free paid. You can filter by genre. There's a bunch of different filters here. And this seems like a much more streamlined version of itch.io. So
The Hermetic tradition warned. That
XR, yeah, you heard that right. So it's game. Also bringing continued interest into the game. And speaking about ports, last up here we're talking about Mac OS X and also the Nintendo Wii. And this is a really interesting combination. So Brian Keller says on Twitter, I ported Mac OS X to run natively on the Nintendo Wii, an idea I had over 10 years ago that I finally pursued last year. And they have a GitHub post on how they pulled it off. I recommend giving the article a read. It's very detailed, but also pretty interesting. I mean, there's kernel patching in here, writing drivers, and all of that stuff. It gets pretty technical, but it's pretty easy to accomplishment, and let me know your thoughts on whether or not you want to run macOS X on the Nintendo Wii. But anyways, that is all I've got for you in this one. Straight to the point, all stuff and no fluff. But I did see a parrot yesterday in Honduras, so I'll throw that up on screen, and there's your fluff. It was a pretty cool parrot overall, really beautiful one. We're in Mexico today. Hopefully I see some more fluffs, and also I do a video wherever I am, whenever I can. So I apologize for the fluctuation in upload times. I'm doing the best I can with the connections that I have and the time that I've got to film, record, edit, and also post. Thank you for watching. Thank you for paying attention. And as always, if you like this video,
Leave a like. If you didn't like this video, leave a like. Hit that subscribe button. Check out my other videos. Don't tempt fate. Save your state. Whoa. Escape one trial with a rare item or better. That's gonna be fun. Hide within the killer cherries. Really? That's gonna be annoying. Fuck to do.
Powerful thing, actually. And it almost always worked to the detriment of the person who underestimated me.
From real estate to her own multi-million-dollar fashion line, Ivanka Trump continues to carve her own path into the business world, succeeding at every turn. And then 2 weeks before he announces, your father decides he wants to be president of the United States. Did you have any sense that this was at all on the horizon?
No. And then when he pulled the trigger, it was full steam.
But most people wouldn't give up an $800 million annual business to go into government. Why did you?
He asked us for help. And he's like, but I have to warn you, you're going to come in too hard. They're probably going to hate you. But one of the things I've learned in moments of tremendous pressure and scrutiny, where any slip up is completely weaponized against you, is to find the signal in the noise. I just don't get distracted by the outside noise. That's probably the thing that has been most helpful to me in terms of performance and success, because you have a choice only in how you respond.
You've said politics is a pretty dark world. This is quite a difficult question to ask, but when you heard the news that there was an assassination attempt on your father's life, do you remember where you were? Like, what's that like as a daughter? This is super interesting to me. My team gave me this report to show me how many of you...
Yeah.
The life you've lived that we'll get into is one that would have shaped you in a number of ways. And one of them is, I think, from what I read, things that you had said and different experiences you had as a child, is just like trusting people.
You know, it's interesting. I grew up the child of wealthy and accomplished parents. And so I do think there's like a natural barrier that goes up. You're worried about people, especially when you're a kid, liking you for the wrong reasons. I see this now with my son. You know, he wants to be loved by his friends, and I appreciate that. That's good for who he is, not for who we are, and certainly not for what we have. So I do think being the child of famous parents and living such a privileged life, I had this guard. And that guard served me really well for a long time. Like I didn't have any friends, despite the really tumultuous life that I've had, ups and downs, who really disappointed me. Meaning close friends who didn't show up for me, or who changed because of my circumstances or what was happening around me. And I've learned, for me, I mean, you were saying the purpose of life. For me, it's, you know, the expansion and not contraction of the heart. And that's hard as you get older. You know, how do you live a life of service and rooted in love and connection? And I've learned more and more that those walls, they don't serve you. And
No, they
the
do not.
only way to have connection, which is so fundamental to the human experience, is to build it, and that requires trust. So I have to trust people. Now I have a good radar. I'm not foolish. I think I'm a very good reader of people, and I think it's one of my strengths. And I think it's why I haven't been surprised by a lot of people. So I read pretty quickly, but I also have had to teach myself, rather than grow sort of cynical, as one tends to as they get older. I've really actually taught myself to be more trusting. And to the extent that means periodically I'll be burned, like that, I'm okay with that trade off because I think it will lead to more meaningful connections in my life. I think so. So funny, I look at this and I see my daughter.
Really?
That was like the first thing when I saw that photo.
At what age did you realize that life for you was slightly different from the average person? It's like, when does a child realize that?
I think there was always a lot of media attention and scrutiny. You see it, you experience it very early on. I think my parents did a really good job trying to shelter us from it, and it was different then without social media. You know, not everyone, I think the experience our children have where anywhere they go, people have a recording device in their hands, their iPhone, and can take pictures of them. And, you know, it's so, you're so exposed during your formative years. And thankfully, I did not have that growing up. There were times I felt it. I remember I wanted to be a dancer, a ballet dancer. And, you know, my mom was an incredible skier. She skied on the national team for then Czechoslovakia and now Czech Republic. And so she really believed in the importance of sport for cultivating discipline. And so she really encouraged this. And I was dancing at Juilliard, the School of American Ballet here in New York. So I was 8. I was, you know, some small role in Nutcracker. I was a party girl and an angel. Those were like the entry roles where you like dance at the party, where the man with the Nutcracker lives, and then you're in that angels. And I remember being so excited. I was my first Nutcracker. And Michael Jackson had just moved into Trump Tower and was literally our neighbor in Trump Tower. And my father sees him one day passing in the lobby, and with him, I said, you know, my daughter's in the Nutcracker. You should come. You should come see her performance. So he comes to the Nutcracker with my father at the height of his fame to watch me dance. And now this, in retrospect, could be like, wow, what a cool experience. I was horrified. Like, I was so embarrassed. I thought we had ruined the Nutcracker. Everyone was dancing with one glove. People who produced the show were, you know, hysterical that everyone was dancing with one glove. But I thought it was all my fault. And this was like just a wild childhood experience. I think
Oh my God.
so far from normal, but it's actually like comical in retrospect. But I think the day to day was like really grounded. My grandmother.
Should have just finished that damn gym when I had the chance.
My mother's side really raised us. My grandmother cooked every meal we ate for most of our childhood, and lucky they didn't. So she taught me a type of unconditional love and tenderness, and I think more than anything, she was just this that's it. She's unbelievably nurturing. I come home from school and right before I'd be out of the shower, she would launder my clothes and folded them and put them back on my bed. She was always feeding me food. For her was very much like an expression of love. I remember when I became a teenager and I'd sleep later and later, she'd wake me up for lunch. Just like, God forbid I wasn't being fed at all hours. But
I can see she means the world to you.
she does. She's 98 years old, and you know, her health has suffered, and you know, it's been a little bit of a difficult time for her. But I feel so strongly for me and my children to have the experience to
Oh my
be there
God.
for her. Just like a small fraction of the way that she was there for me is such an extraordinary privilege, and for them to grow up with her at our table every single meal, each night, and her telling her stories and stories of my mother. They sadly didn't get to know. No, yes, I'm great. I have a lot of love for this woman. So, this doesn't happen to me often.
What is that mixture of emotions that you were experiencing?
She taught me so much just about love, and we were talking before about connection. And it's a bit hard to see her now as she struggles, but she's it's a blessing to have her in our home and living with us, and a very special person. Thank you.
It's a real credit to her.
Yeah.
It's often a testament to the person and the value that they've added to your life and how they were there for you, that you had to feel the way you do about her, and doesn't.
She's an amazing person.
You said that she was really taking care of you until sort of the age of 10. Mother and father are usually very, very busy.
Come on, man. What the hell is going on here?
My mother was an incredible trailblazer. An amazing example for me of strength and resilience and glamour and determination and ambition. And she was a great mother too. But she would also say like she couldn't do it alone, and she wasn't pretending she could. So she surrounded us with people who loved us. We had two amazing nannies. One of them worked for my mother until the day she died. The other worked for my mother until the day my mother died, and still works with us today. She worked after we grew up, she worked as my mother's personal assistant. So they were very much part of our lives and part of our extended family. And of course, my grandmother, who she trusted completely with us. And so she showed me at a time.
Damn it all.
Not many women were doing what
Oh my god, are you for real?
Inside the boardroom.
This motherfucker put that shit back on my head? God damn it.
5-inch heels and perfectly cropped hair. So she made it look incredibly
Fucking
easy.
pig.
But it was, and continues to be, very challenging to
This is crazy.
balance work and life like that, especially at a time where what she was doing was so singular. So she really, and my mother served as an unbelievable role model for me for what is possible. How to be an amazing mother who's loving and nurturing and fun and provides for children, and also to be unabashedly and doggedly pursuing one's goals in a professional capacity. So she did that when she was married to my father. She did that following their divorce, and really was just an amazing mentor for me.
You're growing up in a context where your family privileged with equality and the influence of rights.
But my mother wasn't home cooking us meals. My grandmother was. But my mother was home when we ate them. And then she'd go out again. Her and my father were actively building their life and pursuing their passions. And for my mom, much like me today, one of her creative expressions came in the form of design and architecture. And she was more typical of that generation male role, where he was less present. But there was never a doubt in my mind that I was his top priority and that he was available to me. So I used to call him from the payphone at Chapin. It was in a broom closet, and never once did he not pick up. And sometimes his office would be filled with people of, he'd be in the middle of a deal or a negotiation or some politician or whatever it was. And he'd always put me on speakerphone and then start the conversation by telling everyone how I got great grades. And I'd start to blush. But he always picked up. They weren't absent. Did I what? No, because I didn't feel like he was absent. It was just different. Like he wasn't attending all of our sports games. But by the way, a few parents were, you know, 4 decades ago. There's a lot more sort of active participation, like the way I am in my kid's life, the way my husband is. I think it is, you know, a little different, especially for fathers today than 30 years ago.
If I sat Ivana, your mother, here next to us at the same age you are now, what would be the fundamental differences in those individuals?
You know, it's funny. I think back now, and my mother and I are both incredibly similar and very different. So she had like over the top style and glamour, you know, and I think in some ways it was a reaction to the austerity and the control of growing up in a communist country and then Czechoslovakia. Like nobody was going to tell her what to do. Nobody was going to tell her what to say. So she actually would make my father look PC and was hysterical. I mean, I spent much of my childhood being like, you know, it was really interesting. I feel like today, because my mother passed away unexpectedly from a fall a few years ago, there were just like, I had a lot of questions, and I really dug into her story and her history, and really studied her almost in a way that I wish I had done when she was living and I could speak to her directly. And I think I understand her, because I'm at a level of maturity and I've have some of the same issues, you know, having young children. And I think I understand her, though, better today than I did in some ways in her life. Like I see her more fully.
And what did you understand more about her that you didn't understand while she was here after she passed?
She wrote a book in the final years of her life that talked a lot more about her childhood. And I think not uncommon for people who have experienced, you know, a lot of hardship. Sometimes they compartmentalize and it's like forward only. And this whole part of her life she never talked about. And I think when you're younger, you ask a lot less questions. Like now I would tell everyone who's listening, like really ask the questions, especially if people are a bit of a vault and are less inclined to look back in the past, because all of her life experience very much shaped her.
This was a beautiful photo that I found of you.
That was in Mar-a-Lago on my childhood bed. Very ornate. Yeah. She was really, she was impossibly glamorous.
I couldn't find a photo where she took incredible.
No.
9 years old, your mother and father split up, divorced. It was quite well publicised that your father had an affair with somebody. And this is actually where the quote that I referenced earlier about trust comes in, because quite remarkably, reporters were waiting outside of your school to take photos of you and ask questions about your father's affair. And the quote that I read in GQ said, this is a quote from you: "If I didn't have that lesson, I don't know that I'd be tough. It taught me not to trust anybody. You can never let your guard down. And I never really have since that time." So that's probably the 25-year-old version of me. as you know, there's a lot of truth in it. And I think certain defense mechanisms we create for ourselves are actually healthy. Yeah.
Because it was healthy for me not to be trusting before I had honed my own instincts and had learned to understand people and read people. So I think there was nothing wrong with a 25 or 27-year-old with my lived experience answering that way. But I do let people.
I completely understand that. Like every part of me completely understands that reaction to that event at like 9 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, reporters being at your school, or just generally, how that must have been as a kid.
Well, there was a level of aggression that, like, even today wouldn't exist with the paparazzi then. Like, to be shouting things and, like, reading quotes from tabloids to me as I'm leaving school. To put this in context, this divorce apparently garnered more headlines than the O.J. Simpson trial. So that was a lot. The difference is that once I stepped into my home, it was a safe place. You know, unless the TVs were blaring, which obviously they weren't during that period of time. So I think the difference today for parents, and what I think about a lot with my kids, is you just can't protect them in the same way. Like social media amplifies everything. So while that experience with those reporters was extremely combative and aggressive and like totally unacceptable in a way that I don't think society would allow today. Today, it's very much more in children's faces. You know, they can acquire the information they need. And obviously, when you're young, you're curious.
Again, I'm trying to like world build in my head because I think understanding the early context helps us understand everybody. And if that was my early context, I think you'd see the fingerprints on me today. You know?
Well, I think we're all, you know, I think about it with my own children. Like I grew up with a lot of privilege, and I've lived an extraordinary life. And you know, I never worried where my next meal came from. I never worried about being able to pay for the best school that I was able to get into. And so, by so many metrics, my life was extremely comfortable and easy. And I do think back, like some of the challenges, the moments that were disgusting or uncomfortable, or you know, even just the fact of my parents' marriage being torn apart. I think those create the pressure that turns you into who you become.
Did you know what it meant at 9 years old? Because I
probably, then you couldn't look things up as easily. So, you know, I don't know what I thought. I think I was probably more scared than anything of like the mob and the lights and the surprise of it all.
Did you know what them separating meant? Like, did they have a conversation with you and say, you know, we're splitting up, or was it?
They did, and I think the experience I had, albeit it was televised, but it was very much like any other child who's 9, whose parents are separating. You start to wonder, you know, will I be loved? Will I be forgotten? What does this mean? You want them to get back together. You're hoping, you're trying to create peace between them, rekindle the love, all the things that I think are like deeply normal and human.
And you found out about the divorce by seeing a newspaper on your way to school one day?
Yes. That wasn't the plan. They used to have the big news boxes with the newspaper. So
what did it say?
My parents had sat me down that afternoon. That's when they tended to, but it had come out in the morning.
What did the newspaper say?
I don't remember. I remember the photo. There was a picture of them with a knife down the middle. It was not an easy situation for a child, but that experience, I always look for like what is the positive in any situation. And you know, the positive for me and my siblings were we really like bonded in a different type of way because we were going through it together.
It must be so interesting being in your shoes because look, me and you are both aware that people, they want to drive a wedge between you and your father. They want a headline. They want you to say something. I can see it within you that you have a real desire to be like open and transparent. But if I was in your shoes, I'd be thinking, like, everyone's trying to trip me out. Everyone's trying to make a headline on me and my life. They want to drive a wedge between me and my father. It's difficult. It must be difficult. But even I think about it as a podcast. The podcast gets big. I don't know if I say the wrong line.
You know, I think one of the things I've learned under moments in my life of tremendous sort of pressure and scrutiny is to like find the signal in the noise. And that's probably the thing that has been most helpful to me. It can become quite turbulent. I find myself sometimes literally like dancing in the eye of the hurricane. It's been many years of my life, but there's a lot of like peace within me. So I just don't get distracted by the outside noise. And I think if you know what you stand for, then it really is just noise.
When did you have to learn this? Because am I right in thinking, this is the first time that I saw the Trump family during The Apprentice. Okay. So obviously, growing up as a kid, big fan of business.
Yeah.
We had the UK Apprentice, but the US one is much more interesting in my opinion. So this is when I first understand who your father is and who you are. What was the sentiment around you as a family at this point? Because again, people can't remember pre-Vortex.
It was the biggest show in the world at one point. It was this massive phenomenon. You know, he had been very famous in sort of New York and in real estate and in business circles, but this kind of like it expanded awareness of him beyond those New York circles onto a global stage. So there was a lot of attention and a lot of excitement. You know, he was very similar to how he is now. He said exactly what he was thinking, which could be polarizing at times, but it's part of what people loved about him. I think the thing about my father and my mother is they're like deeply authentic. So you can disagree, but there's a certain amount of like respect for the candor of it, and the lack of fear to say what you're thinking, because so many people are sort of afraid to be their true selves.
Be more delicate with your words.
Yeah, but I know exactly who I am. That's why the noise doesn't affect me. I'm really proud of the fact that, you know, I've lived through some incredibly intense times where people are taking cheap shots and swinging, and I don't punch back because I don't believe in sort of spending my time and focus, like being combative, like jumping into that particular arena and like the nasty swirl of social media. It's not for me. And I've been consistent in that my whole life. And I feel like that sets an amazing example to my children.
Where did you learn that? What is it that you've read? What are the sort of...
You just have to be yourself, and you have to be true to yourself. And like, I don't allow that noise to distract me. We were talking earlier about stoicism. I think like Marcus Aurelius's meditations is so informative on so many levels. I mean, here you have somebody who's literally an emperor, and he's writing this journal in a tent in a battlefield. So his perspective is amazing. And he once wrote that the soul becomes dyed the color of its thoughts. And I think about that all the time. The cost to me of living in a way that's inconsistent and not aligned with what feels right, what models the right thing for my children, what feels inherently true to me. It's too expensive. It's too expensive for my soul, so I won't do it. So, you know, there have been times when the incoming and I say, well, but that isn't right, or this isn't right, or I want to correct it. And then I say, like, what's the cost of doing it? Thoreau has another great quote. It's something paraphrasing to the effect of, you know, the cost of anything is the amount of your life you're willing to exchange for it. I focus on those things that like elevate my soul, my joy, my happiness, my connection to the people I love and care about.
Have you always been there? Because you seem more stoic now, but you know...
I'm much more naturally like this. Like I feel things, like a lot of things.
You're a bit of an empath, right?
Oh, for sure.
Okay, yeah, makes sense.
I have not always been like this. Like I had to work to be like this, and I had to, I think, mature, and I had to gain like confidence. And it took me a while to really let people in. And I think it was after my children were born that I really experienced a different type of love. It like cracks you open, and you're never the same, you know. And you want more of that feeling. Like I'm very intentional about everything that I do. Even sitting here today, like I have zero interest in spending 2 hours having a conversation with somebody I think is like a bully, because they get good podcasts. You know, like I like having conversations with people I think are interesting and curious, but in business as well. Like I'm, you know, I do less things and I do them with a lot more focus and intention.
You've lived an extraordinary life and it's a very anomalous one, but actually the lesson there about being intentional in every sense of the word, not just with what you do every day, but also what you let occupy your mind, is one that I think everybody listening might derive a lot of value from, because everybody lives on a spectrum of the world clawing at them to deviate from who they are. Some, you know, one end of the spectrum, if I take myself back to when I was, 16 years old, the world, you know, other than my mother telling me she wanted to go be a doctor, lawyer, whatever, the world wasn't really pulling me away from myself. But then on the other end of the spectrum, you know, I'm 33 now, you know, every time I have a podcast guest on, someone's mad at me. And everything I say can be spun and whatever. So you also, on this side of the spectrum, you have to get really, really clear, as you said, on like who you are and what matters.
Well, I think that's key. Like if you don't know who you are, the mob wins.
Oh, 100%.
Because they tell you who you are.
Yeah.
And then you start to believe it. Once you know who you are, you feel sorry for the people who are like screaming at each other on social media. It takes like a beat to get there. Like I think it takes a lot of work to really understand yourself. And I think sometimes modern society, it praises sort of speed and fast pace and accessibility and being available and responding quickly. Then people wonder, like, why don't they know themselves? Like, why aren't they connected to something bigger? And they're not taking the time. I take time to shut down and like really go inward and ask myself every time I have a big decision, like what feels right. And even if it's hard to make a decision, like whether it's a no or a yes, if it feels aligned with your values and who you are, like it never is a mistake, ever.
You grew up in with a family and a father that are very prominent. At some point, do you have to make the decision to become your own person? Like, because I was wondering if in that context, there's a pressure to kind of like be the same person in every regard, to believe all the same things, to live the same life, to go the same path. Yeah. Is there some point in your journey where you go, do you know what, I've actually got to like figure out, I can see a little smirk in the corner of your mouth.
Well, no, I think about it with my own children because as a parent, it's very easy to see them as, a lot of parents, they view their children as extensions of themselves. And I really try not to do that. Like, they are their own people, just like I'm my own person. Sometimes in the context of a broader public narrative, everything's sort of commingled and related, but we're all our own people. We obviously have conditioning, we have learned behaviors, we have some of which are great, some of which we spend part of our adulthood unwinding, but we're all like fundamentally unique and special. And I work really hard to make sure my kids see themselves, each of them individually, that they know how much I love them as like perfect, complete human beings, not I love you because of this accomplishment or because of this sort of external validation that you've received because you're sort of perfect as you are and like in your essence. So my parents taught me a lot. I love them so much. I'm like them in some ways. I'm very dissimilar to them in other ways. But even though I was like the peacemaker in our house, I was also like very like true to myself. And they created, and I give them credit for this, they created an environment where like dissent was okay. And so I could agree or disagree and share it with each of them and do so respectfully and privately. And that was our home.
You started off in real estate. You worked in it sounded like to me you were basically an intern at a different real estate company before moving into the family business. And in the family business, heavily male dominated space. I heard you talk about how actually being a woman in that context proved to be, in your mind, an advantage of sorts. What is the context there? Again, I'm in 2026 right now, so I don't have the perspective of what it was like to be a young woman in the real estate industry, presuming in New York, some sort of 20 years ago.
Well, I think I was like underestimated twice. First, being the child of accomplished parents, there was an expectation that on one hand, some people thought I was like a savant because I was their child, but most people thought they would be, that I would phone it in, that I would lack sort of the thought process, the ambition, the preparedness. So I always worked like twice as hard as everyone else to sort of prove my worth and prove my ability to be in these rooms where truthfully, oftentimes I was in them before I was prepared to be in them. So that was, on my mind. But I think being underestimated is not a bad thing. I think it's like a very powerful thing actually. And it almost always worked to the detriment of the person who underestimated me. So I think if you're somebody who's prepared and somebody underestimates you, well, guess what, they're not. So when you're dealing with people who are extremely accomplished, like do the work, like know what you're doing because probably they haven't done the work when they know they're dealing with you. And I think as a young woman in real estate, especially, there were women in sales and there were women in marketing, but there were very few women in development and construction and finance and acquisitions. And I think I harnessed both in the belief, some of it may be stemming from my own insecurity, but the belief that the people would underestimate me, I harnessed that like sort of fear, that sentiment, and I used it to sort of propel me, and I used it to give me motivation and drive. And then I also would use it against the people who underestimated me, just because I was always prepared. I was over prepared. I always did the work.
I heard you described as, from people that worked with you at the time, a natural born deal maker. And this kind of overlays with what you're saying there, that if someone underestimates you, they're actually setting themselves up to be surprised or...
Well, I'd prefer to be underestimated than overestimated any day of the week.
Give me specifics on what environment that creates for you to then win in a deal.
I think in negotiation, it's like incredibly important to know what the other person wants. Sometimes you can learn that through research. Very infrequently, though. Like, you have to listen. Like, you're probably a great negotiator because you're an incredible listener. Silence can also be a weapon. People get very uncomfortable in moments of silence, and then they start talking. And I think the more you can get a person to share with you what they consider to be a win, the more you can potentially accomplish something where you really have like a mutual win-win. Like, I've seen negotiations where you give up very little, but the person feels incredibly happy because it's what they want.
Yeah.
Right? Now, when you're dealing with like a negotiation that's purely price, that's kind of different. That's like a very simple transaction. It's, but very few negotiations are purely that. One of first and foremost in a negotiation, like make sure you understand what the other person wants, because you may be able to give it to them at very little cost, and then everyone's happy. And I also think there's a lot of value in like authentically building relationships. So, some of the best deals I ever did were derivatives of really like getting to know someone like authentically and genuinely. And they want you to win, you want them to win. And those are like really beautiful types of transactions. And, I believe in, a lot of the projects I'm working on now are about like creating things. Like, I like building tangible things. I like creating things that uplift. I like solving challenging problems, and you don't do that alone. You do that through partnership. You do that through coalitions of people who share your passion and interests, and that's very rewarding.
When you hire people, what are you looking for your businesses? Everyone's got their own hiring bias, and it often stems from their past experiences, who's found them in the past. When you're looking to hire someone for one of your organizations or for some of the projects we'll talk about in a second, what are the key characteristics?
I think first and foremost, you want someone with a strong sense of self and a strong like orientation towards like agency, like somebody who has agency. It's very hard to teach people. You can have a brilliant person, but if they don't have like good judgment, or if they're not like a self-starter, it's very hard to give them that. It's very hard to sort of give them good judgment. And some of it's like street smarts, right? We talked before about, how can you both be trustworthy and not be disappointed or burned too often? You have an instinct about a person, and you can read a room, and that's like EQ skills. And those are a little bit harder to teach. So I look for that. I look for good people. At the end of the day, like, I don't want to do a deal with, I don't want to work with people I don't enjoy, that I don't think are like good people, because I don't want to spend my time with somebody who I don't trust or who I don't respect. So that's like really core and fundamental for me. For somebody who's working with me, I actually tell my kids this all the time, because I think so much of the outside world is like, impress me by what you do, like impress me by what you accomplish, the grades, the trophies, the badges of like external validation and success. Like, our whole life is oriented towards that, the validation that comes from the outside world. So like, I always want my kids to know like how I'm going to validate them is like, be a good person. Like, you want to impress me, like, be a good person.
Was that the case for you? Because when
Probably not.
I look at the Trump family, for me as an outsider, it looked like a competition between siblings, and even when I think about
I think because we're so competitive and hard. Yeah, no, I think it all like worked out, and we're all. I like to think, my siblings and I grew up with like good values, and But no, like we were in a more like I was like very competitive with my siblings. Like, my mom was like a disciplinarian. There was like a high expectation of like performance and success.
When you read that, when you call and collect your father, he's reciting your great grades to the room of people he's
no. That mattered. And it matters to a lot of parents. And by the way, it's not bad, like having an incredibly high standard. And to some degree, yeah, and I think, look, I think it's a lot of parents, and I think especially like my mom was an immigrant to this country, there's like a high standard. And she didn't like humor fools, right? One of the things I'm most proud of, I look at my daughter, and there's no bar I could set for her that the bar she sets for herself isn't higher. So like I actually view my job as a parent with her is to like give her permission to not like strive for perfection.
You go on to build a business in the jewelry industry and fashion industry. I was reading about, there was a point in your career where you were offered a job by Anna Wintour at Vogue, and I think your father did kind of want you to go in that direction, but you wanted to go in the real estate business direction.
She called me actually on the day I graduated from university. I went to Wharton School of Business at the University of Pennsylvania, and she offered me a job at Vogue, and I was like incredibly honored and flattered and groggy because she called me at 8 o'clock in the morning, which calling a college student at 8 o'clock in the morning, you might as well call them at 4:30 in the morning, like that was, but I was like deeply aware from when I was a young girl that like I wanted to go into real estate. Life has taken me in different directions, and interestingly now I'm returning some amazing projects back to my real estate roots, but I love architecture. I love design. I love it as an expression of self. You look at a city skyline and it's an expression of like a vision for of hope and optimism and the amount of courage that took to build each of those buildings, and it's extraordinary.
But you did go into the fine jewelry at 26 years old, and then at 33 you launched IvankaChamp.com, and you were in a huge amount of major retailers, including Nordstrom, Neiman Marcus, and that's what I knew you first for. I knew you for running a fashion business, which was doing exceptionally well. I think from what I read, it was making hundreds of millions of dollars, and then you shut it down.
Yeah. It was kind of like lightning in a bottle. I caught a moment. So I was still sort of leading the charge at our family real estate business. I had young children at home, or was just starting to have children when I first launched fine jewelry. Ultimately, we ended up having 11 different categories: apparel, footwear, sunglasses, fragrance. But we created an accessibly priced line that was feminine and beautiful, but for like a multidimensional woman. Like at the time when I was coming up, the outfits that women were buying for work were so far from aspirational, and they couldn't transition with the woman to the date night they would have that evening or afterward drinks with their girlfriends. It was like nobody was posting on Instagram like what they were wearing to work. And so we thought, like, let's bridge the gap and create something for a modern woman. And it caught fire. And it was an amazing success. We were doing close to $800 million in sales annually when I shut it down, when I went into government. It was great. But
you were doing 800 million in sales annually when you shut it down.
Yeah.
Why did you shut it down?
I went into government, and you always have to sort of be moving forward. And I had built a team of women who were oriented towards forward momentum, and I had to put it on ice. And this was all just part of the rules of complying with the Office of Government Ethics. So they basically look at everything you have and they say, sell this, put this into a trust, do this, do that, do this. So you do that. And for my own business, they weren't allowed to use my image. They weren't allowed to grow the business in terms of new accounts or internationally. And that was fine for a moment, but at the end of the day, you need like growth. And so I thought it would be easier to end on a high note than to allow the business to sort of stagnate. And I also felt like for myself, I'm always looking forward. Like I don't like to look back. And I feel the experience of this new experience, I mean, serving was so expanding.
Most people wouldn't give up an $800 million annual business to go into government. Why did you?
I
It's your
thought,
baby as well. It's like,
yeah, I thought about the version of me in 40 years that when asked the question to serve by my father, who at the time knew no one in Washington, D.C. at all, said no and just proceeded with life as usual. And that didn't sit right with me. So I had no intention of serving. And a few weeks after he won, he asked Jared and me to go with him and sort of help him navigate this new environment. And my eyes grew big. And he joked with me. He's like, but I have to warn you, they're going to come at you hard. They're probably going to hate you. You're too young. And he rattled it. I'm like, oh my God. Like, what? That was like the anti-sale. But, he asked us for help. And I feel incredibly privileged that he gave us the opportunity to serve a country we love so much. We hadn't been expecting it. We hadn't set up our lives for it. We were loving the path we were on and the work we were doing. But you also, can't put your head in the sand and life had changed. As much as I'd like to say, oh, he wins business as usual, there is no business as usual. Your life has changed.
you didn't choose this though. In fact, you didn't choose most of these things. I look at your life and I go, that from a very young age, you've not chosen the context which you've been thrust into because of your father's ambitions. And I mean, I can see it in your face that it kind of rings true.
But I think that's true for all of us, right? To some degree, our path is determined by our circumstance.
Not really. Not really in the same way.
This is a little bit different with politics and the presidency, but
even from 9 years old, you're not choosing to leave school and have reporters treat you like that, and you're not choosing these other things along the way. And then your father decides he wants to be president of the United States. It's not like he had a political career where he built up slowly. It's like he woke up one day and was
drinking water from a fire hose for all of us. It was a lot. Normally, you cut your teeth on, some local election as a family, have the experience. The first time he ever ran for office was president, and he won. So it was a radical adjustment period for all of us. But
did you think you?
Boy, did it! Oh yeah, I did. I mean, it was hard to believe myself because everyone was saying that he wouldn't, and I'd say, well, these people probably know what they're talking about, but it felt like he would. And so for me, that time was extraordinary because I really believed. I lived in New York City. I thought I was surrounded by diverse minds and opinions and perspectives and viewpoints, and I really thought I had sort of a lot of exposure to ideas. And his campaign ripped it open for me in that I realized the bubble that I was in. And suddenly I got out into the country and I heard from people who had very divergent views on a number of issues. Some of it reinforced my existing beliefs, other times it completely changed my perspective and orientation. So it was extremely mind expanding. So when you ask oh, why didn't I go back to what I was doing? I think you get thrown into something and you learn and you grow and you change. And I felt as challenging it was as that moment in my life to say yes when my father asked us to go help him. I felt like it was an amazing privilege to be able to serve. So
New Year always has a strange energy to it because people start talking about their goals, fresh starts, and new habits. But the reality is that most people carry the same ideas they had last year into the new year. I'm guilty of that too. And they still don't end up doing anything with them. And I get why. Starting something new, especially if it's a business or a project, is overwhelming. Before you start, you're looking for the perfect moment and to be the perfect version of yourself. When really, what matters most is taking that first step. If you've had an idea for a while, product, a store, something you've been sitting on, our sponsor Shopify makes it easy to get started because you can build your store, sell on socials, take payments, use AI tools, and manage everything all in one place. So if 2026 is the year you finally back yourself, go to shopify.co.uk/Bartlett and start selling. And you can sign up for a $1 per month trial right now too. Just go to shopify.co.uk/Bartlett. I promise you, you don't need to have it all figured out. You just need to start. I run multiple companies that have multiple sales teams. And one of the things as a founder of a company that's often confusing is you find it hard to figure out where sales are. So about 10 years ago, I started using Pipedrive in my former company. And it's also the reason why I switched over all of my commercial teams in my current media company called Stephen.com to use Pipedrive as well. Not only do they sponsor the show, but they've been an incredibly effective way of scaling our sales engine over the years. Pipedrive is an easy-to-use intelligent CRM, and at its very core, it makes your sales process visible through one dashboard, a visual pipeline showing every deal, what stage it's in, what needs to happen next, and it's all in real time with no delay. It doesn't magically close the deal for you, of course, but it does replace complexity with clarity. If you want to join over 100,000 companies already using Pipedrive, you can use my link for a 30-day free trial with no credit card payment needed. Head to pipedrive.com/CEO to get started. That's pipedrive.com/CEO. I'll see you over there. I watched interviews going back to the 1980s where it sounded like your father was playing with the idea. I remember that Oprah interview that's subsequently gone viral of him saying that if it got so bad in the US, he would never rule it out totally. He thought he would win because he's never gone into anything to lose, as I think you said. And even 1980, in an interview with Rona Beret, can't pronounce that name, he said, maybe I'll run for president, I don't know. Did you have any sense that this was at all on the horizon?
Not really.
That's interesting.
No, it was, it was actually where we discussed things that weren't sort of the normal, how was your day at school? We spoke a lot about real estate and about building, and we're going to go into the family business. And I do think he sort of toyed with it in his mind for a while. I do remember once thinking it was real. I was 16 and I was at boarding school, and I called him up. I go, oh my God, I read that you're going to run for president. This is going to ruin my life. I think I was like hysterical, and he's like, don't worry about it, not happening. I think he was thinking about the options he was given as a voter, and he was dissatisfied. And I think he was beginning to formulate his perspective on what he would do differently. But it was not, my childhood, that was not an ambition of his that was at least articulated to us. Some of the ideas, you mentioned that Oprah interview, he was talking about trade policy being deeply unfair to American workers. His viewpoint remained consistent over time and remains consistent to this day on exactly that, about trade policy, and many of the things he articulated then are very true for him to this day.
And then in 2015, when you're 33, my age, you learn 2 weeks before he announces that he's going to announce that he wants to run for president. Again, how do you receive that? Is that not like an existential panic? Like you
We came together as a family in Bedminster, and he shared with us his intention, and he asked me to introduce him. I said to him, well, are you really doing this? Are you really going to do this? He was coming down the escalator, and I'm trying to introduce him and give this speech. I'm like, is he going to get up here and actually do it? It was so quick. But I think he had debated it in his mind for a long time. And then when he pulled the trigger, it was full steam.
Life hasn't been the same since, in many respects.
No, it hasn't. But it's been an extraordinary ride. There have been highs and lows, but we've done a lot of living, so a lot of living.
Of which you spent 4 years working in the White House. Some of your sort of key headline achievements are doubling the child tax credit from $1,000 to $2,000, getting 40 million Americans with an average of $2,200 per year, helping secure paid family leave for federal workers, helping pass the Great American Outdoorsing, which is one of the largest conservative bills since the national park system was created, leading efforts to modernize career and technical education, providing $1.3 billion annually to 13 million students, and helping to pass 9 pieces of legislation combating human trafficking and child exploitation.
That's
and then it ended. Were you happy it ended? Because that's like when Michelle Obama, she seemed happy.
I left it all in the field. I don't look back and say, I don't have regrets. I worked as hard as I could, and I'm incredibly proud of what I was able to accomplish in those 4 years, and I don't regret it in any way. But it's it's a sacrifice to my children, and it's hard work. So I feel both incredibly privileged for the opportunity, but also I don't have what they refer to as Potomac fever. There's some people that once they have the experience of being in those rooms and close to that type of power, they just like hang around the hoop, constantly like cycling back in. I feel like I wasn't expecting to serve in this capacity, at least not at this stage of my life. My father asked me to help him. We uprooted our lives and went and did just that and scored a lot of wins. I mean, you think about something like the child tax credit, 40 million American families benefited from that policy, an average of $2,400 in their pockets. That's extraordinarily meaningful and consequential, and I'm so proud to have been able to do that. 9 pieces of human trafficking legislation, the work that I did around vocational education and skills training, which is all the more relevant as we sort of surf the oncoming tsunami that is AI. The fact that we were able to get the private sector to commit to skilling and reskilling 16 million American workers. The fact that we were able to facilitate the creation of 1 million apprenticeship opportunities in the United States, like these are deeply meaningful. So I'm so proud of my service. I feel deeply honored that he trusted me to pursue these different verticals and to work alongside of him. And I also know that it's really hard. And for my children, my first responsibility is to be their mom. It was true then as well, of course. And I did the best I could every single day to be everywhere I needed to be. But my kids are a different age now. And there's a finite period of time before they leave our home. I think, I look at my teenage daughter, she's 14. And even if, like, a quarter of my interactions with her through her closed bedroom door, like, I need to be present and I need to be there. It's not theoretical for me because now I know the sacrifice that they would have to bear, the cost to them of if I went back into service. And I'm not willing to let them pay that price. So for me, it's like actually a rather easy decision. I made it immediately, that in this moment I'm where I need to be. It's also a different time. Now my father has a deep bench of people raising their hand who want to help and participate. That wasn't true before. He's really refined his policies, his beliefs, and has a lot of conviction in terms of what he wants to do. So I feel like for him, it's amazing. He's got the team he needs, and for me, I think my priorities are my family, and that just feels really good and right for me.
What weren't you prepared for? I asked the same question to Michelle when she was here about, you get that phone call from your dad and he says, come help. One has a vision of what that might look like, but there's
Just playing, as you can tell.
So many of the things she had no idea would be the case.
And I'm just
you're not prepared for any of it. There's nothing that trains you for the experience. And I think one of the things you
listening
realize
to the
is like power, just like money, makes
Ivanka
people
Trump.
more of what they already are.
Just
You
listening
see
to her.
that very much playing out in
Super
politics.
open-minded to everybody and what they say.
You realize people are just people. Like you look at, and I had exposure to some of the great leaders of business, and now I was being exposed to leaders on a global stage of countries. Sometimes they were monarchies, other times they were elected democracies, and then all sorts of variants of that, and you realize at the end of the day, like, people are people. Some of them, their kids don't speak to them. They got in a fight with their wife that morning. They're just people. And now some of them feel extraordinarily historic. You meet a person and say, this person feels consequential. Others of them, you leave and say, I wonder how this person ever got elected to this, high office. But I think it removes the veil and the mystery, and I think it removed for me a lot of any of like intimidation I may have in like interacting with another human being.
Your security situation must have changed quite considerably. So,
It did, yeah.
because politics is a dangerous game. I think I heard something that said being president is the most dangerous job in the world when you look at the fatality rate. And obviously we've seen political assassinations in this country, even in recent times, but your father was also shot at, hit in the ear when he was on the campaign trail more recently. What's that been like? And what does it actually, can you give me any specifics on what that actually means? When you become involved in politics, how does life change from a security perspective?
Yeah. I think, well, it changes radically. Now we're protected by U.S. Secret Service, and I'm so grateful to the men and women who take care of my family, took care of my father, protected him, and risking their own lives to do so, and now do so for me and my children. So very grateful to all of them. But it's scary. We live in very troubling times, and like, you know, the fact that there is a correlation between service and violence is terrible in and of itself. But that's the world we live in. So you know, I have to acknowledge that reality and defend my family as best I can and make sure they're protected. And I'm very fortunate the Secret Service are the best in the world at doing that.
Where were you in 2024 in July when you heard the news that your father had been shot in the ear? There was an assassination attempt on his life. Do you remember where you were? And what's that like as a daughter? What are all the feelings and thoughts?
I was in Bedminster, New Jersey, and there was a lot of commotion. And, the televisions were on, so I saw it almost immediately. Not in my house. I actually don't love watching television. But out by the pool and the bistro, and it was almost real time. It was before he had stood back up that I had seen what was transpiring, and two of my children were there. So, you know, my first reaction was to turn them away. But it was incredibly difficult. Interestingly, I knew real time in that moment that he was fine. Like I just knew that, like, it wasn't his time. So I was horrified and I was scared and I was protective of my children, but I didn't believe like the worst possible outcome had transpired. Thank God. And thank God it hadn't. And then I saw him that night when he came home from the hospital, because he was also staying. That morning he had left from Bedminster, and that evening he returned after he left the hospital. And it was late, 2 o'clock in the morning. And Jared and I stayed up and we met his car as he was pulling in. And I just feel like just incredibly lucky that he was protected on that day. But it's, you know, when you can't take things for granted in life, and I've learned that in numerous ways, that being one of them. When my mom passed prematurely, when my husband had a scare with cancer, you know, all of these challenges that remind you how finite and how precious every moment of this life we live are, make you realize you just can't take anything for granted. And I think as you move through them, and, you know, God willing, you're able to. And we were so fortunate that day that this was a failed attempt to take his life, not a realized one. But you just, I think you recommit to sort of love and connection, and to a recognition of how short our time here on earth is, and how you have to value it.
Someone shooting at your dad and trying to kill your dad. This is quite a difficult question to ask, but it's like if most of us will never be able to relate to the fact that members of the public want our parents to be deceased, and that's the reality of the situation for your father. Is someone shot at him, was trying to execute him publicly, and I wonder how that again doesn't make you negative to the world.
Because I don't allow it to. what does that accomplish? Being negative towards the world. I think that brings more negativity into the world.
Even for the person that shot at your father?
There's a lot of sickness there, and I think that forgiveness is a difficult thing in this regard, but I think you have to, his living was a blessing. So I could look at what happened and be rightfully traumatized by the experience. And nobody could really argue with that, but you have to move through it. And on the opposite side of that is the fact that he's with us today, that he didn't die, that my father is alive. And that is an extraordinary blessing for me as his daughter. In life, you have a choice only in how you respond. And I choose to see the positive outcome that transpired and dwell there.
The mind plays out scenarios, right? The mind plays out the scenario where he didn't make it, where he turned his head in the other direction, bullet hit him, and you presumably you've played out that scenario of how different life would have been. And
well, seeing it on repeat for months on television, on the news, was certainly not the easiest thing, and that's part of why I even before I never loved watching the news. I'll read the news, but no, I mean, he's here. Really felt like a miracle and a blessing, and that's what I focus on.
I can see the emotion again in you, which is, again, it's fascinating to me because I've had people around you speak about it, but the emotional toll seems to be more still sort of present in you about that incident than it does about other people that I've heard speak about this.
Well, he's my father. He's my father, and he almost lost his life that day, but he didn't, and I feel truly grateful for that.
And in this second season of his presidential career, you decided that you want to pursue many other things, many other business developments and real estate developments. You step away from politics in 2022, I believe. You announced that you would not be returning for the third election campaign. You said, this time around, I'm choosing to prioritize my children and private life. We're creating as a family. I do not plan to be involved in politics. You also said on Lex's podcast, politics is a pretty dark world. There's a lot of darkness and negativity. And it's just really at odds with what feels good to me as a human being. I was thinking this earlier on about 30 minutes ago. I was thinking, your nature, as I've known you, seems to be the antithesis of this type of world. Like fame.
Totally true. There's this gladiatorial aspect of it that's just not for me. I care deeply about policy, about helping people, and I think there's all sorts of ways to do that, and I'm doing that now in the private sector. But I don't like politics, but I do care about policy quite deeply, and I've tried to focus on that element of service.
Did you feel the need to express? You never did, because you don't punch back at the world publicly, which is, I think, something to be admired. And I've learned actually quite a lot from everything you said there about not feeling the need to punch back at the world.
It takes training. It takes real training. I was actually reading recently about the crow, and I thought it was a great metaphor for life. So crow's a highly intelligent animal, extraordinarily so in some cases, but it can get aggressive and territorial, and it's one of the only animals that will actually attack an eagle. A crow will go and just, sometimes because it's being territorial, and other times for fun, and the crow will actually mob the eagle, and it will land on its back and it will start pecking it. And the eagle's response to this, which naturally the eagle's many times over larger than the crow, isn't to twist and turn and knock the crow off or defend itself and then go on the offense. It's just to fly up, and it flies up while the crow continues to just peck at its back. It flies up and up, And the crow is not built for high altitude flight. So at a certain point, as the eagle flies up, not expending any energy in the counterattack, the crow just falls off. It can't sustain the altitude. So, I kind of love that analogy for life because you have a choice. You know, you can turn around, you can fight back. Probably the eagle would win, or you can just, you know, play the game on your own terms. And I think about that sometimes, and I thought it was like a brilliant metaphor for dealing with the noise.
And you trained that muscle.
For sure.
So there was a time when you did care.
For sure, because there was a time when I was just like confused. I'm like, well, but I didn't even do that. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't even know what you're. And then there's a sense of, well, that's unfair. Like, that's an unfair attack. And then you realize, like, a lot of it's unfair, especially in politics. Like, it's just like a team sport, and people attack, and you know, and people also, you know, put you up on a pedestal, and you just can't get distracted by either. You just have to be yourself, and you have to fly up, let the crows fall off, and that's it. That's all you can do.
Do any of you remember a conversation I had on this podcast with anthropologist Dr. Daniel Lieberman? It was one of the most viewed conversations of all time on the Diary of a CEO. And interestingly, the most replayed moment of that entire conversation was when I talked about a specific pair of shoes that I wear. They're called barefoot shoes, and they're made by a brand called Vivo Barefoot, who have become one of the sponsors of this show now. All of their shoes have significantly reduced support, which gives my feet the opportunity to strengthen just by wearing them. And research from Liverpool University backs this up. They've shown that wearing Vivo Barefoot shoes for 6 months can increase foot strength by up to 60%. So if you want to start strengthening your feet, which have a foundation for the rest of your body, head to vivobarefoot.com/DOAC. And if you do that, I'll give you 15% off when you use my code StephenB15. Use that code at checkout, and I'll also give you a 100-day money-back guarantee. StephenB15. Enjoy. We have finally caved in. So many of you have asked us if we could bundle the conversation cards with the 1% diary. For those of you that don't know, every single time a guest sits here with me in the chair, they leave a question in the diary of a CEO. And then I ask that question to the next guest. We don't release those questions in any environment other than on these incredible conversation cards. These have become a fantastic tool for people in relationships, people in teams, in big corporations, and also family members to connect with each other. With that, we also have the 1% diary, which is this incredible tool to change habits in your life. So many of you have asked if it was possible to buy both at the same time, especially people in big companies. So what we've done is we've bundled them together, and you can buy both at the same time. And if you want to drive connection and instill habit change in your company, head to thediary.com to inquire, and our team will be in touch. You are very different from your father. Now listen, I know you love your father deeply, and I've watched you in every interview you've ever done to talk to that love, and I have exactly zero desire to ask you any questions or ask anything that's going to try and drive a wedge or get you to say something that I think is not fair. But the thing I find interesting is that, like, how you make your way in the world and like become your own person when you do have this derivative noise that's trying to define you through things that you have never even actually done.
Yeah.
And I just find that fascinating, like how life has clearly made you a stoic for this very reason, because you have to deal with, I guess, to some degree, being characterized in a certain way for actions that you yourself haven't taken. So one has to become a stoic, or else how can one possibly survive? Like, we all deal, I think, at microscopic levels with, like, injustice.
Found the eye of the hurricane.
Yeah.
I think that, like, I sometimes, like, feel a lot of gratitude for it, because I think sometimes you keep being taught a lesson until you learn it. And I think as somebody who always wanted peace and harmony, and I think I needed to, like, maybe it took this level of intensity to be like, okay, you know, like, peace and harmony within the context that I can help facilitate, you know, like, I can't control something so much bigger than that. So sometimes, like, maybe that was my medicine, you know.
Did you go to therapy?
Not in my childhood. And actually, as an adult, I have a lot of friends who are unbelievable, either teachers, professors, therapists, and I have, like, a very growth-oriented mindset, as you could probably tell. Like, I'm always looking to learn about myself and about the world. And so they provided unbelievable perspective for me over the years.
I asked that because I imagine there's lots of people watching now who contend with their own struggles.
Yeah.
Similar to that, dealing with the outside world or...
I think therapy can be amazing. I think you have to have the right therapist and somebody who helps you sort of process and move through. I don't think it's like healthy to linger too long. I think you have to move forward.
When did you decide to start seeing a therapist?
In my adulthood, like as an adult. And it was more just as like another tool for me in the same way that I meditate. You know, I view it as an opportunity to do an internal inventory.
Was there a catalyst? There's often a catalyst when I interview people. Something happened, they realized that they needed more tools.
You know, I think some of the challenges around Jared's health. I just left Washington. Our life was in flux. Jared was diagnosed with thyroid cancer for a second time. And then my mother passed. And I wanted to make sure I'm really good at like being tough. And I'm really good at kind of compartmentalizing. So it was more just like a check with myself that I was also taking time to like, you know, sort of like look inward and like nurture myself. So it was not particularly like formal, but it was more, you know, and I think when you can speak to people you trust who are knowledgeable, just make sure you're like taking time to like really heal and not just move forward.
You strike me as someone that's spent a lot of time being tough.
Yeah.
On the outside. Because
I'm like tough and super soft at the same time.
I see that.
But I've kind of, but that's like where, you know, I have to like watch myself from, because my life has always had such intensity, like I can like move through things. Like I sometimes have to pull myself back and say like process, because I don't believe that you ever put something in a box. I think that thing that you're hiding from yourself is with you every time you make a bad decision and like driving the bus, you know, like it's, you may not be like fully conscious of it, but it's like there. So you better unpack it and as close to real time as possible. I think better.
Yeah, in your context, I imagine as well, you can't just offload like the average person does in every context.
Yeah.
Because there's consequences to that, whether it's trusting people, whether it's the media trying to get something on you, you know, whoever it might be. So, and then, you know, you're in a family where, you know, it's important to keep a straight face, especially in public a lot. And I was watching the footage from...
Yeah, people think I'm like, have like sort of like a stoic look in public. I'm very...
Yeah. But I spent time with you behind the scenes. You have this sort of bit of a dichotomy in the sense that there's a real, like, pure, soft, empathetic soul. And then it appears to me that life has demanded for the survival in the context you've been in, that you pop a mask on in front of that to keep a straight face and a tough demeanor and to not punch back and to suppress that in certain contexts, because frankly you kind of have to if you're in the shoes that you've had to fill. And I guess one can keep that mask, that tough exterior on too long.
Yeah.
To the point that
well, I think you actually see it with a lot of politicians.
What's going on here?
They feel inauthentic because they are. You know, they've experienced so much that they never allow the mess to slip.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that makes my father so unique is how he's so authentic in a world where so few people are, like in that profession, that realm. And they're like almost like, you look at some, they feel like they're robots. The way they speak, the way they interact, the way they engage. Oftentimes you see that when you're with them one-on-one as you do, as it comes across like on a debate on a television set. So I think there's a balance. Like, I don't think you need to be like your most vulnerable self in the public. Like, why? Like, I think you want to be authentic, but I think like you should, like, you have to guard things about yourself, about your family. And I think that's like healthy and good. And I do think there is a part of me that's like, there's never been like, there's no room for error. You know, like even as a child, like growing up in the public eye, I was always nervous about doing something and embarrassing my parents, and then politics, and you have to be perfect, and any slip up is completely weaponized against you. So you become very careful publicly. I think the mistake, though, is people get confused and they lose a sense of themselves. And they bring that into their relationships, like off the public stage. And I think that's really unfortunate.
You mentioned one of the catalyst moments for you seeking out some sort of professional support was the death of your mother in 2022. Another beautiful photo of her, wonderful. So,
Try not to cry again.
it's okay.
She's extraordinary. She was extraordinary. She lived a good life, though. You know, I tell myself with my mom, she like really lived. She had fun. So she taught me a lot about just like, you know, the presence I talk about just like bringing intention to what you do, bringing, sorry. Oh. She was very herself, and she was very joyful, and she loved to dance, and she loved to play, and so she lived a good life.
It's an unbelievably tragic way to lose a parent, is suddenly unexpected when they are
Nice.
strong. I mean, it says a lot that your grandmother, which is her mother,
Still
alive, almost 100 years old, and she lost her life at 70 to falling down the stairs in her
By the way, I said my grandmother was 98, she's 99.
Wow, okay.
So, crazy. It's amazing. Yeah, no, it's very challenging, and you know, grief is just losing a parent. It like hits different, you know, especially unexpectedly, especially sort of post-COVID, which like kind of robbed so many of us of so many years. You know, for some people they sort of sheltered together, and it actually created connection between generations. And you know, unfortunately, she was in New York and I was in Washington, so there was distance there, just geographically. But you know, I really like I was telling you before, we really keep her memory alive. Like I really took the time to think about her, not through the eyes of the child who idolized her fully, but through the eyes of an adult who saw her clearly. Her strengths, her challenges, and like I think about like my role as a parent to my own children is to sort of stand guard against, like to make sure they're exposed to all the elements of her that were amazing, and share the stories and remind them, and also to like kind of like a lioness stand guard against the passing on of you know, challenges she had, and struggles, and so I try to do that with my own family.
Have you grieved properly?
Yeah.
Because you're very busy.
I think it's super important, and that's part of the reason I really got introspective. I think wherever there's discomfort, that's where you have to go. And you know, I would talk about her and start to cry, just like I'm still doing, but in a different kind of way. You know, like I was avoiding for a moment, a very short moment, because I recognized in myself like the discomfort, and like
They should be bleeding
you
right
have to
now.
like unlock that, and you have to really make the time to think about and
talk about and process. On the business side of things, you have started in 2023, I believe, at 41 years old. You co-founded Planet Harvest with your friends, Melissa and Hickman. Inspired by your experiences creating the USDA's Farmers to Families Food Box program during COVID-19. When I look at all that you do, you're doing this incredible project in Albania to develop the land there. You are investing in technology companies. You've got this Planet Harvest project, which is incredible. And then you've got, a family, which talk about standing in God in front of them, and so on and so forth. How do you balance all of this stuff? How does one balance it? You don't. Balance is elusive. I think of balance, it's like a scale. It's going to tip. You're one child's flu away from complete imbalance, right? Where you get the call from the school nurse and your son has to come home unexpectedly, or there's a roadblock in a project you're working on, or you can't. Striving for balance is not a practical pursuit. I think what I strive for is to live a life that aligns with my priorities and to have more days than not that I feel like I've done just that. And I think if you get that right, most of the time you're doing pretty well, because balance doesn't work. It's just our lives are too hectic and there's too much outside of our control to maintain that equilibrium. I'm so curious as to where you've, I know you've read a lot of Stoicism and you read a lot of books and you've been to therapy, but you contend with a lot: businesses, investing, real estate projects, all the family stuff, the broader noise. Yeah. And you've really, much of what I've learned about you is that you've really managed to center yourself on yourself. Mm-hmm. You've managed to sort of pull yourself inwards in a world that pulls all of us outwardly. And is there a particular book you might advise people to read about this, or is that they just have to have hit them? Well, I think religion for many people provides a beautiful framework, whether it's the Bible, the Torah, of be a good person, really, yep. Indeed. Live a purpose-driven, meaningful life. So I think there's so much wisdom there. And I think, we talked about the Stoics. I think they're some of the great guides. I also love some of the Eastern philosophies. I love Lao Tzu, and the Tao Te Ching is an amazing, kind of reminds me of it's similar to the philosophy of jiu-jitsu around just sort of presence and not sort of fighting what is. So much of suffering comes from a rejection of what is, fighting something that it just is fact, as opposed to sort of that which is within our control. So I'm actually very drawn to sort of Buddhism and Taoism. And, I personally feel very alive. I think you look at, if you think back over the last week, and I don't know if this is for you, but if you think back over the last week, maybe even the last month or the last day, when you were in a flow state, when you felt most alive, that's your medicine. That's you in your essence. But so I try to also put myself in those situations as much as possible, and make sure to bring that into my life. I'm fascinated by Planet Harvest because you could have done so much with the leverage and experience that you have that is helping to reduce food waste and creating change for farmers across the country. Why, of all the things that you could have aimed at, and I know you're aiming at many at once, but why is Planet Harvest so central to your mission at the moment? Thank you. I mean, this is truly a mission-driven passion and pursuit of mine. And I think I told you before that there's nothing better than being obvious by being contrarian, and that's sort of how Planet Harvest was born. I saw it that would enable farmers to sell their perishable produce to third parties, distributors, NGOs, churches, who would then get it to the last mile of needs, ensuring that when people needed food, the food in the fields wasn't going to waste by being tilled under, as we saw in the early days of the pandemic. The supply chain shut down. So the restaurants were closed, the airlines, the hotels.
So the farmers had no place to send their food and couldn't afford to take it out of the fields. So we created a grant program to enable that connection. But it really got me very close at a farm level to the farmer and their experience. And obviously that was a catastrophic time when there was just zero demand. But I started seeing, even in a normalized situation, the amount of waste that happens on a field level, and the amount of food, beautiful, nutritious, perfect food, that's left to rot in the fields, while so many communities want for that form of nutrition. And I met a woman who's CEO of the company, and we decided to co-found an effort together to utilize this excess and create demand for it, and get it into the ecosystem, supporting the environment, supporting these great American farmers. Like, I'll just give you one example. I mean, strawberries.
You're doing good.
400 million pounds of strawberries every year get left in the fields, not even taken out and given. Not because they're imperfect. They're just don't meet. A really rigid cosmetic specification that's defined by retailers oftentimes 20, 30, 40 years ago, so that everything's very standardized. It's just a great way to solve a problem, provide incremental revenue for farmers, which is so needed in such a tough business. So we're really proud of the work we're doing there.
It's a beautiful, beautiful cause. I'm going to link below if anyone wants to learn more. As many details as they can about the project and ways others can get involved, whether they're retailers or farmers or anyone that's interested in getting involved. Ivanka, we have a closing tradition where the last guest leaves a question to the next guest, not knowing who they're leaving it for. And the question that has been left for you, it assumes you are a parent, so thankfully you are, is if your oldest child came to you and said they wanted to follow in your footsteps, what are the 3 pieces of advice you would give them that would increase their probability of happiness and success?
Oh, that's a great question. I think first and foremost.
That's your eldest?
Yes.
Arabella, is it?
Arabella.
So what would you say to Arabella? She says she wants to be an entrepreneur and an investor and...
I think first, you have to love it. I think especially if you want to be an entrepreneur, like the amount of work and dedication and grind, the challenges, the responsibility as you build a business for other people's livelihoods, it's enormous, and it's, you know this. I mean, it can be very heavy to carry, and I have never seen someone at the peak of their game who doesn't absolutely love what they do. And I've seen a lot of brilliant people. I went to school with many of them who were way smarter than anyone else in the class, who flamed out by going in a direction that they were capable and proficient in, but not passionate about. So you have to want it. Because if you don't, somebody who's less, perhaps less capable, perhaps less smart, they'll work twice as hard. And like, you can't compete with that. So that's number 1. I think number 2 is you can't imitate anyone. You have to be yourself. And we've talked a lot about like knowing thyself.
Know thyself, and thou shalt know all.
Actually, Naval, who's a friend of mine, who's great. He talks about, like, as an entrepreneur, the importance of authenticity, and how it's like, it's the key. Like, when you're copying, you're losing. Like, you have to be yourself, and then nobody can compete with you. And so I think you have to sort of find yourself, be yourself. You can't be derivative of anything else. Of course, you can learn from others, but you have to blaze your own course. And as an entrepreneur building something new, you have to have also like a tremendous amount of resilience through that process. And it's that's nuanced in and of itself, because that doesn't mean, like, you have to wear blinders and go when you know it's right, but you have to also, I mean, they talk about the famous pivot, right? Like, like, you also have to pivot sometimes, right? So it's not to like a fault. You have to still be receptive to sort of incoming information, but for the most part, like, you have to go. And I think for a young person, I would tell my daughter, you're going to have to believe in yourself before the world believes in you.
Yep.
Like, you can't wait for the world to believe in you, because if you haven't believed in yourself, you'll never get there. So you have to start, and that's why, like, I love talking. Like, one of the things I've been doing a lot of is investing in technology businesses, AI, robotics, incredible founders and entrepreneurs building generationally defining products, and developing these amazing ideas. And I love seeing the belief and the conviction they have in themselves. And sometimes, like, it's like their experience doesn't match like their confidence, but like, you have to start somewhere. And if you don't like believe in yourself, you'll never get out of the gate. So believe in yourself, charge forward, and then when you start putting up some W's and getting some wins, like, the rest of the world may or may not start to believe in you as well.
Ivanka, thank you.
Thank you.
YouTube have this new crazy algorithm where they know exactly what video you would like to watch next based on AI and all of your viewing behavior. And the algorithm says that this video is the perfect video for you. It's different for everybody looking right now. Check this video out. I bet you might love it.
When we were at Kennedy in quarantine, and they said, "Hey, the three of them had talked, and they would like to do this," and that was an emotional moment for me. And I just thought that was just a total treasure that they had thought through this and they had offered this. And I said, absolutely, I would love that. I think that's just the best. And I said, but I can't give the speech. I can't give the talk. And Jeremy, the kind of guy he is, he said he would do it. And it was getting emotional there. And I think when Jeremy spelled Carl's name, Carroll, I think for me, that's when I was overwhelmed with emotion. And I looked over and Christina was crying. I put my hand down on Jeremy's hand as he was still talking. It was right there on that rail. And I could just tell he was trembling, and we all pretty much broke down right there. And just for me personally, that was kind of the pinnacle moment of the mission for me. That was, I think, where the four of us were the most forged, the most bonded, and we came out of that really focused on that day ahead. I think that was a very caging moment for the four of us. Thank you for that question, and it was a great moment. And we have seen just some extraordinary things that I thought we might see. They looked similar to what I thought they might look like, and other things that I just had never even imagined. And those were different perspectives that we saw these things from. But I have to say, it hasn't changed my perspective or the perspective that I launched with. Like, the perspective I launched with was that we live on a fragile planet. In the vacuum in the void of space. We know this from science. We're very fortunate to live on planet Earth. And the other perspective that I've sort of learned from others through life is that our purpose on the planet as humans is to find joy, to find the joy in lifting each other up, by creating solutions together instead of destroying. And when you see it from out here, it doesn't change it. It just absolutely reaffirms that.
Houston integrity for a quick, item, but more of a item for the folks in the control room there.
Go ahead.
Do you have our video still?
We do.
I'm not sure if I made it in the handover, but this morning we were asked to go unpack a very special item, and we just wanted to share the PO of it. We just didn't get an opportunity to do so, so we're going to share with you all because we need to share this. Like, this has to be shared, right? So in Victor's hands here is the Apollo 18 flag.
that the agency asked to have put on board Artemis 2 so that it could take its rightful trip around the moon. And the four of us are just honored to have this here. We're honored that it is in our presence. And we are honored to carry the torch from Apollo through Skylab, through the space shuttle, through our beloved International Space Station, and now back further than humans have ever gone, around the far side of the moon, and safely home back to Houston. So we just wanted to share this with you because it needed to be shared. Thanks.
Carrying the torch indeed. Thank you for sharing it with us and the world, and we'll look forward to welcoming you and that flag back to Houston shortly.
The episode you're about to see features one of the most dangerous situations I've ever been in. He's a boot butt.
Male, female, young, old, child.
I have a 9-year-old. She bit him, left a huge bruise, and she's bit several of the people in the group.
The territorial German Shepherd.
Don't come behind me, I can't protect
Oh
you.
yeah, this one.
Test the patience of his sister's relationship.
I had to get 30 stitches. This is it. This is the last resort.
When my journey began as the dog whispered, I taught the world there is no such a thing as a bad dog. Today, my message has evolved. But it's clear that people and dogs still need help.
The problem is me.
He needs rehab like Ace. Do you know who I am? Together with my superhero pack, our mission is to create better humans and better dogs, one pack at a time. Much of the country has opened back up after COVID sent us into quarantine. But I'm hearing from some families that they still in lockdown, not from the virus, but because of badly behaved dogs. Today, I'm on my way to meet one of those packs who's struggling to adapt.
I'm Sarah Dean. And I'm Sarah Burney. We are the Sarahs. And we've been married for 2.5 years. I am a choreographer, a dancer, and a yoga instructor, and I am a photographer. Our dogs' names are Carlo Banks and Joplin Jet. We like to name pets after influential people. So Janis Joplin for Joplin and Frida Kahlo for Kahlo. They're both rescues. Kahlo is between 4 and 5. And Joplin, she's a little over 2. Sarah Dean's dog is definitely Joplin. Yeah, personality-wise, we're both kind of free spirits. I think that's we'll go with that. The nicest way to say it. Are you scared? You hate the car. When we first got Joplin, she slept a lot. When she would play, it would just be like typical puppy play. You know, like I'm going to play with this toy and now I'm going to bite Colin's foot. We got Joplin right before COVID, so she essentially spent her entire life in quarantine. When the world started opening back up, we started noticing a substantial issue. Man, everything changed. Joplin barks at everything. She looks mean and her hair stands on end and she's got snaggly teeth already, so she looks like a werewolf. And I think a lot of people are afraid of her, and then that fear that they're giving off maybe makes her even more aggressive. Hey, stop. Hey. Friends were... Something's not right. Something's not right, yeah. Nobody came over. It was essentially like lockdown. You know, she grew up with everyone masked. So then when someone new came into our home and removed the mask, she was like, whoa, I don't know what's happening, you know? And then taking her outside, things progressed. So Joplin barks, Holly's barking. I dread people that are passing by thinking we're crazy. Again, that we haven't trained our dogs enough.
You did that.
We keep saying that we're sorry. It really is kind of a strategy of avoid noise. Usually, if there's another dog, they will run towards it. So that's why great if you're taking them to the park and then rally around the lone dog that's on the leash. One bite and they could die. And that's terrifying. I love both of our dogs so much. Okay, all right. So I guess you could say that they basically run the household. You know, for 2 years we sat in this condo, and you know now the world is opening back up, but we're still continuing to stay here. So you know, unintentionally, you know, but at some point, you know, something's got to give. Yeah.
Caesar begins by assessing how the Sarahs lead their dogs on a short walk, because Joplin and Kahlo's most dangerous behavior occurs when interacting with the outside world.
Okay, Joplin is the one who. Joplin is super afraid.
Sorry.
That is a frantic bark.
Joplin.
Joplin is definitely. Joplin and Kahlo frantically bark at everything they see. It's not an aggressive bark. These dogs are confused and afraid, and the Sarahs are clueless how to handle it.
The Sarahs. They're all the Sarahs. So many Sarahs.
This one is the one that's triggering the whole thing,
Yes.
right? So it's a ripple effect.
Because you think she's the dog.
It's a very frantic bark.
Jesus
So
Christ.
frantic has a. I can see how Joplin got her hook. She got a set of pipes like the original Joplin.
Hey. Joplin.
Joplin. What's up, dude? One sec.
I've never walked our dogs without having attention, so
I won't get.
that was an eye
Hey,
opening.
you get my character
I was, like,
killed.
stunned how quickly she like just sat down
I won't
next
get
to
her
it.
killed.
I was like, it's magic.
Blame the team, bro. Blame the team.
Tell me what
They
I did.
they be bringing the killer towards me when I'm busy doing the gens. Hold on. So, YouTube created a problem with the live stream, so my external microphones don't work on my iPhone right now, which kind of sucks. But it works fine outside of the iPhone, or outside of the YouTube app. So I have to kind of like scream or speak louder than normal. So I tested it with my Android, it works fine. I tested it with my camera app, it works fine. But on YouTube, it doesn't work. It's so stupid. Because they added this feature where you can play a game on your live stream, and it's the dumbest thing because I'll never do that. So they added that feature yesterday, and the problem has been, I don't know, can't fix it. There's nothing to do. There's nothing I can do about it. So maybe it's a sign that I'll be not streaming on YouTube at the end of this month. So could be a sign. We'll see. We'll see. I'm playing until probably like 3 o'clock, maybe. Yeah, I missed you so much. I wanted to be you. That's funny. That's funny. Can I get at least? You missed just now. I was playing killer. I was playing Michael. Yeah, I'm not gonna even bother healing that person. Are you for real right now? Has everybody been hooked? Yeah, everybody's been hooked once. Yep. Finally, jeez. It only took 10 minutes just to do that one generator. Fine. Extra sensory perception. And I played killer, that's right. Because I wanted to finish I wanted to finish the blood points or the blood moon stuff. What the fuck is going on here? This guy's messing shit up. This guy needs healing. That dude's back on his way here. What the fuck is going on here, you two? What the hell are you guys doing? Yep. Gotta get this dude now. This is the guy that started all the problems. Actually, no, he's not the one that started. Leon that started all the problems. Ah. Is he dead? No, he's not dead. But they're basically throwing the match right now. I can see it. So at this point, I don't even know if I should even bother to do anything. Nah. I'm not playing killer. Unless there's some reward, I'm not playing killer, bro. I only did that because it's like forced mandatory just to get shit done. Nah, I'm good. You can count me out of that. I don't like playing killer. It's fucking annoying. I don't like the camera angle. I don't like moving the character and doing all this like mind games. It hurts my head. In fact, it actually hurts my head playing killer, to be honest, because of the view. If the killers were in like this view, it'd be fine. But okay, all right, that's a wrap. This one's done. I'm just gonna go hang out because this guy he's about to die. Where's the pump? Is this guy using the pump? No, he's not. I mean, the other guy's doing his. He's still at least attempting to win. So we'll see. If that guy can hold him off, I mean, that'd be great. Technically, the killer should be chasing me, but maybe we swap. Nice hole. Nope, it's over there. Nice. I think the killer knows that I'm here. Yep, he knew. He fucking knew. right there. Yeah, he can see me. I'm going there. Nope, no basement. All right, other dude. See what you got. Are you gonna finish out Jen? Or are you gonna die? He's heading straight to that person. Yep. He's being chased. It's over. Unless he gets me. Come on, dude. I'm gonna have to shoulder the burden here. Yep. Yep. It's coming after me. Yep. Go ahead, hit me. Are you for real, man? It's over. Basement? No. That sucks. Oh. Should have paid attention to my phone. Oh well. Okay. Damn. Should have paid attention to my phone. I didn't realize they could have at least like called, or not called, but at least shit. I'm like, when did he message? It was like 30 minutes ago? Yeah, 30 minutes ago. Ugh. You're in the menus. I wasn't sure if I was
here redeem my character.
Yeah, go ahead.
Terrible gameplay, almost made me cry.
Yep. I know. You should cry.
I am horribly. She never looked so good. And she did. She does look good. Watching somebody else play, I like her look in game.
Right. Ugh. Damn. I missed the Amazon guy. Oh well. It'll have to be another day.
I gotta go to an appointment here in about 20 minutes, so I figured I'd jump on here and play again.
Nice. Very nice. What did
Out
you
in one of the richest parts of Kentucky. All the horse farms.
Yeah, money.
Yeah. Old money, new money. It's amazing.
What about gangster money?
Yeah, I mean, it's everywhere.
Or not even
I mean,
gangster money, but
there's
like thug money.
What's the difference?
I don't know. They're the same. I guess thug just sounds.
We don't really have any rappers.
I guess thug just sounds rougher than gangster.
It is. A gangster would be more like, I mean, you could be anything, but you think more of like a mob.
Right. Yeah, when I think thug, I think somebody who has like a bat and ready to like beat your ass down. Whereas a gangster, it's like somebody who has their pants dropped below their knees and they're rolling with their crew. Ah, shit! Kill's already here.
Yes, he is.
Oh, it's me. It's me. And
Who is it, Wesker?
Wesker, yep. Fun.
And I'm Jewel.
Ah, shit! I'm dead. Yep. Not fun. Not good. Not good. He found Bill. Wow, he just chucked Bill. It's crazy. Yep, he just got Bill again. Bill still around here. Bill about to get tapped. Nope. Saved.
I'm right here next to you, but he won't leave.
That V girl is actually right here too. She got me.
Damn, he's gonna come right after you. Oh, maybe not. Yep, he's on his way. Ooh, this ain't good.
Yep. Let's see where he's heading to once I'm finished healing. Unless he comes right here. Oh, he knew I was right here. Oh my god, bro. He came right here. He knew I was in the basement. Wild. That is wild.
Maybe he's got who's hiding in the basement for.
Probably. Shit. I'm dead. Oh my god. The same place I'm about to get taken out. Yep. Bro, what the fuck? Okay, so this is those
Is he
times.
actually any good?
Man, he's okay. He's okay. This is one of those times when basically my basement perk is useless.
Yeah, get away from me.
Yeah, he's coming. Just gonna go hide over behind this trash bin. V's bringing him this direction.
My bad. I was looking.
Oh shit, we're done. I'm done. No, damn.
Damn, he
No.
didn't even come. Yeah, he came up. Did he?
Yeah, he went after you. Okay. I'm boogieing out of there for a moment. I'm with V right now doing the gen.
Oh, whatever.
I'm sure he's heading in our direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, figured. Yep. Oh yeah. He came. On my way, dude. Running through the party room right now.
Wow, Bill was right next to me. He didn't even try to pick me up. Weird. I'm gonna hide behind this wall. He's probably gonna run it back over here again.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get time to deal.
We should run.
Alright, he's after Bill.
You're already partly healed. Were they healing you?
You. It was your heal. From the time you unhooked me,
Oh.
I went straight to help V with the generator. Oh, she's why is Bill staying around here? Come on, dude.
It's not doing anything. Absolute garbage.
We got a boogie. Boogie. Where'd she run off to? Shit, he's right behind us. Whoa. Bullshit, man. I think he's got barbecue and chili or something. He's got something. Get stunned, boy. This time your fucking mind games wasn't gonna get me. Oh shit. Yeah, I don't think so, dude. What? I cleared that, dude. Oh my god. It's over. Fucking frame. I totally cleared that pallet or that window before he even got me. It's fine. Whatever.
Yeah, he can see us wherever we're at.
Yep.
Within a certain meter.
I want to see what he's running once this is done.
Because I was right next to you. You came right over here.
Yep. Let me see. He's going straight for V, I believe. Yep. He's right on her trail. Yeah, girl, you're. Yep. He knows exactly where everybody's at. He found her with no problem. And she's at the very back of the map.
Pretty far away, though.
Yeah, they're really far from you.
I'm saying for when he hooked me to finding them. Usually I thought it was, I don't know how many, whatever this game does, meters.
Meters, yeah. It's coming directly to you guys. He knows where you're at.
Yeah, how does he see? How would he know where I'm at?
Either one of two things. Either when you guys are crouching, he doesn't know where you're all at, or if you're standing, I don't know. That's why I'm going to read his perks when this is done. Bill is walking around in the middle of the map, about to get the blood gen. It's filling up. Is he for real? He's walking all the way. Bill's got Windows, Unbreakable, Sprint Burst, and Prove Thyself. He's inside the party room right now. He's right by where the statues are, and don't know why he didn't just.
Are you serious? I just picked that up.
He's after Bill. He found him. Well, better him than you, because
Yes, sir.
you have the perk.
I think I have it. I haven't checked her first in a while. I gotta.
You can check right now.
I gotta drop this again. Yeah, I got it. Drop the freaking thing. Forgot I dropped it.
He left them. Coming directly to you.
Why do you leave Bill? It's weird. Drop this.
Bill is getting the chest or the spray right now.
There we go.
He's heading back to Bill, and he tagged Bill. He tagged him from the side, from like a crisscross.
I don't want Western.
Oh, he almost got out. He needed just like 2 seconds more. Ah, that sucks. All right, find that hatch. I'm looking on your end, obviously. I don't see it. Remember, it's going to be orange. Nope. Yeah, I see it. It's by the hat or by the shack. Somebody must have played the blueprint. All right, what did
That's
Bill?
by the shack.
Yeah. Awakened awareness. While carrying a survivor within 20 meters of you, you see the auras of other survivors. Okay, so he kind of knows where we're at when he's carrying somebody. When the trial starts, you see the auras of all survivors for 9 seconds. When you see a survivor's aura for a duration, it is 2 seconds longer. Nowhere to hide. Whenever you damage a generator for 5 seconds, you see the auras of survivors within 24 meters of you. And whenever you hook a survivor, the furthest injured survivor gains oblivious for 60 seconds, and you see their aura for 8 seconds. That's how he knows where we're at. It's called Alien Instinct.
What is oblivious?
It's a status that the killers inflict on you.
I thought it was like oblivious, not being able to see.
So that's how he got us. And then he has other things like when a survivor uses the first aid spray, reveal their auras for 8 seconds. So when we're spraying ourselves, that's how he knew we were here. That guy, he basically was in the aura finding business. Yep. Aura finding business.
I don't know how I got top score because I didn't do jack shit that game. Absolutely nothing.
You gonna play later?
I think I fixed the generator. I gotta go to a spin class at 6.
Okay.
So I might be on later.
I will be on. I will probably be on by like. I'll probably be on at like 8 or something. So if I'm on and you do jump on, I'll be there.
Well, if you jump on or something, and you don't see me on yet, just call me on Discord. I'll see what's up.
Okay.
All right, man. See ya.
See you, dude.
GG.
All right, y'all. I got one more game. And then that's about it for now. Let's see. Why not? We get the mummy. The mummy. The mummy. The mummy. Mummy. We got the mummies. We got the mummies. Let's go, boy. Let's go, boy. Okay. All right, let's see.
Like a sound.
Yeah, that was.
That's it. So if you don't control the fear, it turns into excitement, and those two things together, you have a frantic dog.
Okay.
That's really what you're dealing with. You put the concept of energy to work,
Okay.
right? So Joplin can feel my calm, confident energy when I grab the leash.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
What about inside the home? You said it feels like you're still in lockdown, right?
Yeah. We also have an issue with people coming into our condo. You know, they bark at them, and so we don't have people over a lot. And so maybe you can help us with that too.
Absolutely. Let's go, ladies.
All right. You got nothing else to do?
I'm here for the Sarahs.
I knew it. Great.
Yes. I've seen how clueless the Sarahs are with the dogs on walks. Now, I need to see how they handle the barking frenzy inside the house, especially when people come to the door. Allison's pretty relaxed, so let's focus on Joplin.
When someone comes in, she barks incessantly.
Yes, and it's terrifying.
Yeah.
So that's how the dog reacts. How do you ladies react?
Bro, what the
I mean, when
fuck
people come in,
is
I don't want her to
this?
bark at them the whole time, so I pick her up so that Joplin can smell the person.
That is crazy. What the hell is going on here?
That's right. I'm pretty sure that's
Yeah, boy, get saved.
Let her smell the person so that she stops barking.
Yeah, that's pretty much the opposite. Of
God damn, son. Fuck. Thank you, Leon. But damn, man, the fuck is going on
So we
here?
can't really take them outside to walk them because of her barking and lunging. And then we really don't have people over that much because of the same problem. So essentially, we're quarantining ourselves.
Yeah.
Because of her.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask somebody to knock on the door so I can show you how I address it.
Okay.
Okay, start the knocking, please. It's essentially the same frantic barking inside as it is outside. I need to show the Sarahs what's possible with the right energy. You have to tell them they're not allowed to crowd the door. This is my door. I'm using strong energy to ask them to give me and my door distance. So first, I need to claim here. That's why I'm moving in. She has to go back on her own.
Oh my gosh, this is wild.
Now I'm claiming. This is claiming. Right? So this is better than carry. Don't let her retreat to you. You're reclaiming the house. Take control. You are the pet parent. You can't blame the dogs.
Yeah.
Everything I heard from the Sarahs makes me think they believe this frantic behavior is the fault of the dogs or by the lockdown. But it's their own. It's time for them to realize that with calm, confident energy and direction, the human is capable of creating a calm surrender bond. But Alicia, so we have more control.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is there again? This time, Healer Heather will enter the home to help the Sarahs fully understand that we can't blame the dog. It's almost always human error. They need to understand this truth, or they'll never be the pet parents their dogs need. Watch how Heather is calm and confident. I can see it. It's not a dog.
She's sitting. Oh my God. You've been a good dog this whole time?
Duh.
Wow, Jocelyn. I feel like she's just been a pain in the butt the whole time, and she's really not. She's not. It's us. She's not. It's us. And I think that's really what it is.
Now you're getting it.
I don't know why I'm like teary-eyed.
What's going on?
I'm feeling the emotion from not doing anything. So, yeah, it sucks. I feel embarrassed. I'm hardly ever calm and confident, I don't think. I'm always a little insecure. So I try to act like I'm not, but I didn't know that this dog was capable of being calm and allowing our house to be quiet.
I appreciate your tears. That's why for me this show is not a job, it's a mission. The good news is how big they can change. Hey, I said this is going to get affection. I am encouraged that the Sarahs are recognizing the role they play and their dog's behavior. Like many pet parents, they allow their dogs to live in a natural lifestyle during the COVID lockdown. And as a result, Joplin and Callo haven't been properly socialized. So Joplin has become frantic and Callo follows her. And now with their lockdown over, the Sarahs have no idea how to integrate their dogs into society. But because they're starting to realize that it's not their dog's fault, Sarah and Sarah are no longer clueless. Now they're just a little insecure with their handling skills. This day has been a big breakthrough for the pet parents, so they're ready to take responsibility and begin their rehab.
Snacks. Yeah, mind blown.
Good.
Yes.
All right, that's enough for today. Next time, let's meet at my ranch.
Thank you.
The next day, Caesar makes his way to West Hollywood, where another pack is held hostage inside their home. This one by a territorial German Shepherd.
Hi, my name's Declan.
From Scotland.
So,
So I threw the plan and you decided not to.
I have a 3-year-old German Shepherd. He is the sweetest, just does not like ever. We love him so much. I mean, I grew up with dogs, but he's my first ever dog that I had on my own, so he's definitely very important to me.
Starship describes Rocky as a sensitive soul.
He is a sensitive soul, like he's so.
Her name is Starseed.
But he does have some territorial issues.
Yep, this sounds like that girl's dog over there.
Yeah, I mean, outside he's a great friendly dog. He's wonderful. And as soon as someone comes in the room, whether he's nothing or not, it doesn't matter. He's just a nightmare. Hopefully, we can't let anyone come into our apartment and have him freaking out. Rocky will refuse to let anyone come inside. He will just bark. Then the growling will start. He just does not feel comfortable with anyone else in the apartment.
Family members, whatever. It's a no-go.
Rocky. We got Rocky just a few weeks before the pandemic. So we didn't have any guests over for about 6 months after we got him. Which, looking back now, is probably not a good idea.
Oh shit!
The whole situation was just uncomfortable for everyone. It's embarrassing.
Rocky.
Kind of makes us look like bad owners. I feel like our head looks like a bad dog with cheese.
No!
We love him so much, but
We need Caesars. Hey. Nice to meet you. Pleasure. How's it going? Beautiful. How are you?
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Help us. What do you want me to help you with? So our dog Rocky is extremely territorial. Okay. Mainly in the apartment. Whenever a guest comes over, the moment they step in the door, aggressive, growling. Has it bitten anything? He's lunged to bite. We stopped him, but he has the potential to bite. That's a nightmare. So what I want to do is I want to see your ritual. Okay. Right? I want to put cameras in there. Okay. We're going to send people in. I'm going to watch it on my little cameras. Just do exactly how you do. All right? Sounds good. I always need to witness the behavior firsthand before I can truly assess what the problem is. So my team is setting up remote cameras inside the apartment. I'll stay in the hallway and watch on the monitor while Starsy and Declan go in. Rocky? This is good. Oh no! Sweet and happy. Rocky's energy is good when it's just the three of them. But let's see what happened when my producer Neil knocks on the door and enters the home. Rocky? One second. Yeah. They put in the leash on Rocky, but they're not communicating what they want. Hey. It's just proving that there is no consequence. Rocky. Hey.
Rocky.
Is warning Neil at a low growl. Neil, back away. Sit. Hey, no. And of course now Declan is rewarding the behavior with an emotional approach. It's more like affection. Now he's holding him. It's okay. Look, these are friends. Okay. Just gave him a pet. Sorry. Come here. No, sit. Hey. No. No. Coming out. There is a lot of fear and anxiety going on in this apartment. The pet parents are afraid of Rocky becoming aggressive, which then makes the dog fearful, and that triggers the aggressive territorial behavior. So it's like a never-ending spiral. I'm gonna take over. They're gonna come here, and I'm gonna show them what would I do. Okay, everybody in the apartment, upstairs inside. Drop the leash, my brother. Don't let it come out. I know, we're not used to this. All right, I know. Yeah. No. You're hostage by your dog. Okay. I know. Yeah. So I was watching you guys do the whole thing. Yeah. So you're trying to help them with giving affection at the time. It's not feeling good. So
They're making a Freddy Krueger game.
So
That's
many
fun.
pet parents show love and affection when their dog is in the wrong state of mind. It's a classic mistake. It's okay.
That means like he might leave Dead by Daylight.
That confuses the dog and teaches him the fearful aggression will be rewarded. Okay, I'm going in. Watch how I do it in the monitor. I'm confident. Got it. Bring my right.
Shit.
When meeting a
That's fucked
dog,
up.
formula is touch.
Oh, he's coming my way. Yep.
With an imbalanced, fearful dog like Rocky, who looks ready to bite anyone,
Yeah, it's over.
enters his territory, I need to square up with him directly until he understands that I'm not a threat. The tennis racket is my shield in case he loses.
It's over.
See that?
Look, that's the same type of dog that girl has over there. Has the same kind of ears and everything. Like this German doesn't look like a German. It looks like a weird looking German. But same thing. I'm dead.
So he's got the leash now. Oh wow. He's letting him guide it.
What a pro. What a pro. All comes down to calm confidence. Calm confidence.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm done playing. I only escaped what, once? Twice maybe?
energy is anxious, because he'll pick up on that.
I am minded.
I'm gonna show them how to handle it, but someone else comes in.
Yep, same type of dog, same look and everything with that kind of airs.
He's sniffing Neil. Wow. He's not barking. It's crazy. We've been trying to have Rocky relax and be welcoming of guests or any outsiders for 2 years, and Caesar has just taken control of the apartment in 2 minutes. It's just kind of crazy.
Let's bring Starseed and Declan back in.
Her name is Starseed. That's crazy.
When I enter the apartment, that tells me
What a name, Starseed.
He's just fearful. But Starseed and Declan don't trust their dog, and that creates nervousness whenever someone comes over.
Rocky, hey, that's enough.
Look at that face. That's the same face that dog over there has.
He directs that fear towards the guest in the form of aggressive barking.
Because the owner over there, her energy is not calm, confident. Her energy is more fearful and like tense. Just by like, just like every time I walk by her, even when she doesn't have her dog, I can always feel something's off with her. Like something's like tensed with her. It could be stress of work, could be stress of life, could be something else, but you know, whenever there's two of them that walk that dog, when the other one walks the dog, that person's calm. So I know it's not the dog's issue. It's but because of the habits it formed from the owners, yeah, because there's, it all comes down to the person's energy. And that's the thing about, this is the funny thing about life. Nobody in school, or nobody teaches this stuff in school about how to be your emotions, to regulate your emotions, or to calm yourself, and to know that you're an energetic being. Of course, most people are starting to get the message that we're energetic beings having a human experience. Yeah. And if people knew that people knew they were energetic beings, the world would be a lot easier to navigate. But because the energeticness has kind of been beaten out of us, and we have to be logical, like almost 24/7, it strips away like what you really should be doing, than not be doing.
State, and the behavior continues. But if Starseed and Declan just show confidence, Rocky's territorial behavior would stop.
Okay, her name is Starseed.
Definitely fearful.
I thought her name was Starseed. I'm like, whoa, shit, Starseed.
As he gets close to you
That's an interesting name. Never heard that one before. Starseed.
And Rocky's head now, he's safer close to me than with you guys. Which is crazy. All right. Yeah. Because I'm keeping myself confident. Right. Confident is the energy that will keep you safe.
Mm-hmm. I just couldn't believe when you came in that you guys so calm with you. So it's just us.
Yeah. What do we have to do?
Change your energy. You're an actor, right?
Yeah.
So act with more calm confidence. And make sure that Rocky gives space to the person coming through the door. Okay. Social distance in the animal world means respect. Right. That's it. So embrace that energy.
I get it.
All right. I'm gonna come back here in about a week. Hopefully you guys can lead the pack with calm confidence, and Rocky will be just like he is now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next day, Sarah Dean and Sarah Burney make their way to Caesar's ranch.
Sarah and Sarah. Sarah and Sarah.
They're coming off a breakthrough.
when they realize their own energy is the cause of Joplin and Kahlo's uncontrollable barking. Caesar must make sure that pet parents don't fall back to their old insecure ways.
I guess I'm just more nervous because I feel like this is all going to be outside with animals that Joplin's never seen before.
Should we do maybe some breathing exercises to really get in the mindset?
Yeah.
That's wrong.
Welcome to the ranch. For over 2 years, the Sarahs have basically kept their pack on extended lockdown. This visit to my ranch is a very rare trip out of the house for them as a whole pack. So there are skills that both the humans and the dogs have yet to learn. The humans are insecure in their own handling skills, and the dogs have never learned any social skills.
She's panicking.
I'm going to use my balance pack to begin to socialize the dogs and show the humans they can have the confidence in their own dog's behavior. Here's my animals.
Yes.
Okay, my farm animals. And then we have the dog park. Everybody there is super cool. Okay, so what I want is for you to go inside the park. You go first, Sarah Dean, because you're handling Joplin right now. So this is going to go away over there because right now she wants to get close to the other dogs.
Yeah, okay.
So first, you follow me.
Okay.
Okay, just step back. Joplin's been here 2 seconds and she's already going off the rails. It's important that she and Carlo starts to see what normal dog behavior looks like. Okay, fine. Let's begin.
When he says, just go in there and there's 10 other dogs, you think in your mind, this is going to be bad, this is going to be bad, this is going to be bad.
It's only bad because of the energy.
And you kind of set yourself up for failure, then your energy immediately tightens up, and then they immediately tighten up, and then they go into fight mode.
So that, now you see the real deal.
She's scared.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. I'm nervous, guys. As soon as we passed through the gate, I made Sarah drop the leash because I need to prove that Joplin is not an aggressive dog. She's just confused and afraid. To help Joplin, the Sarahs must first work on their own insecurities. She's off leash. If she was aggressive, she would be attacking every single dog, every single person. Everybody will be dead.
Yeah.
It's all a bluff, really. So what we are doing is like calling the bluff. It's like a poker game.
Okay.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So are you calmer now?
Yeah.
Come on, Sarah. I want Carla to enter the Serengeti. She tends to follow Joplin's lead.
5%.
So now that we call Joplin's bluff and she's calmed down, as long as Sarah V enters with calm confidence, Carla should also stay calm when entering the Serengeti. Now you're putting the pack together. Come on, all the way. On my part. Come on. Come on. Drop the leash. Go here. Like I said, on my part. No. So you're walking like you're about to get explosive. Get out of here. Get out of here. So you gotta unstuck yourself from your past habits. Yeah. Because Carla is totally fine. It's you.
I thought I had a very strong demeanor, but that is not how I walked in. I tiptoed through the tulips while I walked through. So there was a lack of confidence within me that I was unaware of. I wasn't going to bring this up, but this morning I took them out quickly. And of course, 5 million dogs are out there, and Joplin proceeds to start her whole thing. And it made me feel upset because I still can't control them.
That's because your energy is probably insecure, just like the way you walk in here. No confidence equals no control.
Right.
Don't worry, I'm gonna help you gain confidence with the dogs. Here, go inside with all the farm animals.
What? Just by myself?
Yeah, you're gonna repair what you did this morning.
Okay.
After hearing about her little setback, it seems to me that the Sarah who's more in need of confidence today is Sarah Burney. Calve, dale a Lorenzo. So I am sending her over to my Barnyard Academy to walk Joplin with Lorenzo Delano. If Sarah can walk the pair without the dog lunging and barking, That should make her more secure in her own handling skills. That is, if Sarah doesn't get nervous about how big Lorenzo is.
Just walk out this way. Okay.
You're still let Chaplin guide you.
Come on.
Just follow with Chaplin. Calm Chaplin down.
Okay.
It was a little nerve wracking. I'm like, I feel like I'm in a dance class, plus I'm walking into like war zone. I'm walking in lava.
Focus on breathing. You're a yoga teacher.
Okay.
It's about relaxing. It's about calm confidence.
I feel really incredible, actually.
There you go.
I mean, I walked with a llama today. How cool is that? It's the craziest. This is crazy. This is a memory that I'm going to keep in my mind for when I start to feel stressed out with just two dogs. I just remember that I had a llama next to me at some point. You know? What is that? You might want to move forward, bud. Thank you.
Look at you telling Lorenzo what to do.
Yeah, I feel like I ended up feeling very confident.
All that good memory. Just please hold it as much as you can. Yeah. For their homework, I want the Sarahs to really take advantage of the positive momentum from today and continue practicing confidence at home. They're becoming more secure and confident in Joplin and in their own handling skills. So if the Sarahs stay confident and lead their pack, then Joplin will no longer be confused and fearful around new people or animals.
Bring it.
You get it there, yeah. All right, thank you. See you next time. Bye, ladies.
Bye.
A week later, Caesar returns to West Hollywood to follow up with territorial German Shepherd
Route
Rocky.
66.
Rocky's loud barking and aggressive behavior hold hostage the lives of his pet kids, Declan and Starsky.
Rocky, hey, that's enough.
On his first visit, Caesar discovered the dog's hostility actually stems from his anxious pack leaders. Declan and Starsky are so gripped with fear their dog might bite that they're almost willing it to happen by giving Rocky affection at the worst possible time.
Hey, how are you? Really good. How are you? I'm good. Okay. How are you, Stacy?
Hi, how are you?
Good. So,
Huge improvement.
yeah.
Much more calm. He's not perfect. He's laying down, but it is taking a while.
Yeah.
That's been the hardest part.
Right.
I've been working on being more assertive, and then I feel like you've been working on being more patient, calm. Exactly.
All right. I want to see it. Okay. Go. I'm excited about Rocky. It sounds like Rocky's no
They're
longer
getting
in fight
better.
mode when people come over, which will be a big improvement in the span of 1 week.
Which is good. Good avoidance, good curious.
Hey,
There you go. But I need to see this progress firsthand.
sit.
All right. Let's get Neil inside.
I'm ready to be put to the test, but I'm just worried that Rocky's just gonna not do anything that we've taught him. Rocky. Rocky.
If you worry, if you even put that worry,
Okay, that's a good choice.
He's practicing self-control. Rocky became a little agitated at first when he sensed Declan's nerves. But his pet dad got him under control quickly. Starsky and Declan have definitely been working with him. But this is a dog who they fear could bite if a visitor comes close. Rocky is on the bed, but he's not totally relaxed. It's essential we help him find calm surrender as the strangers enter his space.
Good.
Yes.
When the eye contact, he's actually okay. You can have the space.
Okay.
He's gonna move the head like that. Once he moves the head to the other side, you just walk away. So here's the waiting. Okay, there you go. Boom. You see it? That is avoidance.
Yeah. I don't care about him anymore. Like that.
I respect that. Okay. Now I'm ignoring. Then you turn that into calm surrender.
Okay.
Rocky did a little bit of growling with Neil. But he's showing respect by staying on his bed. More importantly, we're dialing down the aggression. Eventually, his avoidance will become calm surrender. So we must continue practicing with humans he's never met. Michelle. Very good. Come in. Hi, Michelle. How are you? Declan. That's good. That's good. Look, it's brand new. Look at that, brand new. Nice. Out of the way, out of the way. Stay right there. Yes. There we go. I'm just making sure. There we go. There we go. You see it? Yeah. Took a teeny bit longer. Starsy, I want you to try to keep him on the bed this time. Declan, you get up and greet the guests. Let's go, Lauren. Hey. Nice to meet you. Hey. Nice. So that's good. Hi, how are you? So we're gonna do the same thing. You're gonna come right there close to that leash. No touch, no talk, no eye contact. So there. Yeah. Comes around. We have 0 grills in front of people who are strangers to Rocky. He's really come a long way. Boom, right there. Yeah. That's just respectful. And so have Starsy and Declan. Their calm, confident energy.
Fascinating, eh? Just watching a dog get surrendered like that. Oh boy, look at that.
Work together. There you go. Look, he's checking on him. He's doing the same scanning. Right there. Now you guys move it. Yeah, that's a good boy. This is such a massive improvement. Right, that's all right. It's kind of crazy.
Having this many people in the apartment and Rocky not being aggressive, not barking, not growling, it's wild.
We have our apartment back now, you know? It honestly feels like a weight has definitely been lifted off our shoulders.
Perfection. Now you can definitely be proud of him. Yeah.
I can't believe he's even acting this way.
Well, I can.
Yeah, I know.
I can for sure. We're doing it right. That's why it's happening. You know, look at all these people inside the apartment. Many of them you don't even know. Yeah. A week ago, Starsy and Declan had 0 control over Rocky with company inside their home. Now, they're taking leadership of the house back from an insecure dog, so he no longer feels the need to become overprotective.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, brother. Yep. Yep. Keep it up. Rocky, listen to them, okay? Let's go, everybody.
So awesome.
Caesar pays another visit to pet parents Sarah Dean and Sarah Burney.
Sarah Dean and Sarah Burney. Sarah and Sarah. And I was a Sarah last lifetime. So fascinating. So many Sarahs. Ugh. We're gonna be rolling with our play out shortly. I should get changed actually in the meantime.
How are you? Come on in.
This quiet house.
It's very quiet.
To this quiet house.
Yes.
Not a tip from Joplin, which is totally unexpected. It's like a church in here. So it appears that the Sarahs have made great progress. It's amazing. Right?
I know, it's really, really, we are so completely different. We're so
I like what's different in you. Not in the dog, it's all you.
Well, sure. Yeah, I think just control. You know, like calm and confident and in control of the situation.
Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
You said right now. You know, we just have slowed down a little bit. Yeah.
Yes.
I feel so much more calm. This is our reality, and it wasn't. So we're looking forward to someone inviting us to a Sunday fun. Yeah, we're ready.
Yeah, you're ready.
Yeah, we're ready to show up.
So in that note, I think we're ready for your final challenge.
Okay.
The team and I created something outside for you guys, just to gather everybody and just celebrate.
Sounds good. Let's go.
Sarah Dean, you can take Joplin. Sarah Burney, you can take Hollow. Joplin has always been the ringleader in this case. When I first arrived, Sarah's anxiety caused her to bark and lunge around any visitors and dogs. which kept this pack isolated from friends and family even after COVID restrictions were lifted for everyone else. But if the Sarahs can maintain this new level of calmness from Joplin and Kahlo, I see a lot of long overdue get-togethers in the future. So that's their final challenge, an old-fashioned get-together with humans and dogs. Sarahs, come on! I want you to stay calm, confident. Relax. Calm down, calm down.
They're figuring it out. They got this.
Relax, relax. Okay. A little relaxation foundation that will be better. This is the first time in 2 years that the whole pack will try to socialize together. If the Sarahs can do this, then they will finally free themselves from their self-imposed canine quarantine.
Breathe, breathe, y'all, breathe, breathe.
And the whole goal is for you to mingle with everybody. Just take your time, 2-3 seconds with each one. Just remember the ranch.
You want the llama? I did.
The dog part. So
Yeah.
okay.
We can do this.
All right. So you first, Sarah D.
All right.
And relax. There you go. There you go.
I got it. How's it going?
Have fun with life. Completely.
¿Cómo estás?
There you go. Joplin was a little resistant at first, but she just needed a little correction. That's a big improvement from day one. And that's all thanks to Sarah Dean's calm confidence. But that's only half of today's goal. To ensure there is harmony within this pack, all 4 of them must calmly walk around the dogs and humans. This is something that has typically led to chaos in the past. So this will be the ultimate test.
All right.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
I think you're ready to have Joplin off leash this time. The way a dog is meant to be. Make her feel your confidence.
Awesome
There you go.
job, Joe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good. There we go.
Yeah, we're here. Hi.
Perfect.
You too.
When the family is together, guys, that's when the magic happens. So when they feel that you believe in yourself, that you believe in the process, there's no need to be inside the house, full of fear, full of hesitation, or full of stress.
So happy. She's a different dog. Yeah, she is. Oh. No leash? Yeah, she's doing wild.
There you go. Look at her. Good girl, Joplin. Good girl.
Yeah.
When I first met this pack, everyone was socially stuck and isolated. The Sarahs were basically in jail, fearful and clueless. Now they're in harmony. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. What changed? Energy of the 2 Sarahs.
Amazing. It's truly amazing.
You see, it's once you start seeing energy for what it is, and then you utilize it, and then you're calling the shots. They were able to put their fear and anxiety behind them and walk both dogs with calm, confident leadership. If they continue down this path, there will be many more parties and pack walks and their future.
We get an A+.
You get an A+++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++++
have to give it.
Yeah.
This is the way it goes.
It works. I feel accomplished. We're seeing the results that we really wanted. And I think now I can be in control of the situation. Joplin has shown me that it doesn't have to be difficult to own a dog, or it doesn't have to be a chore to go out and walk them.
This is what life should be about, especially with a dog, you know. Dogs are here to make us feel free, to bring us together.
Right. I think with Joplin, before this whole experience, we were pretty limited, where we could go, who we could be around. And so now
I feel limitless. I'm just really excited to continue. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, let's go join the party. All right. The COVID lockdown may be all but over, but there's still dogs who are not able to trust people from outside their own bubbles. It's kept many pet parents locked in quarantine, but it doesn't have to be that way. Once a human realizes they're the ones causing their dog's social anxiety, then the whole family can break free from the lockdown and become the pack they always wanted to be.
Isn't that fascinating? Heartbroken and afraid. This dog walks backwards. All right. If I watch another one, guess what happens? We get caught up in all that. See, it's all about energy, y'all. It's all about controlling your energy. This is why Caesar has been a powerful mirror for this character in the last little bit because, like, dogs are one of those things that they don't use words. They use your frequency. They use your energy. And because he shared so many times to so many different people, calm confidence, like, this is also for this character to realize, when you're speaking, just speak more calmly, more confidently. The confidence is not the issue, it's the calmness. Because this character gets a little, elevates his voice a bit. But seeing how, the feedback from doing the live stream so many times, from so many people saying, you don't really need to raise your voice, you could still speak with such power. You just need to bring it down a bit. I don't need to scream that you're God and start acting like God, I don't need to do that. I could be like, you have the power in every present moment to shift your life if you choose to, of course. Okay. The hell? I just like I don't know when this mic YouTube external thing's gonna be fixed. I don't know if this is an iPhone specific issue with with the YouTube app. I don't know if it's a lightning port issue with the YouTube app, because clearly it works on my Android and USB-C. And when I'm not using YouTube, it works on my camera app. So, I don't know. Anyways. Okay. Time for us to get rolling. Time for us to get rolling, people. Abs. Let me see what's going on here. Let's see what's going on. It's 3:03. It's time for us to get rolling. Let's see what's going on. Cool beans. Do. Let's see this.
If you get ghosted by a woman that you like, first of all, don't send a second text. Second of all, don't call her either. Big mistakes. The right way to handle ghosting is with understanding. Now, in truth, we never really know whether we're going to see someone again.
It's true.
If you change your mentality
That's so
to
true.
enjoying the time spent together, but placing no obligation on the woman
This
to
guy
see
knows.
you again,
This guy's know
you
what's
will
up.
free yourself from being ghosted, or even the notion of being ghosted itself.
In this video, do you think Gary's right? Comment yes or no what you think.
Learn how to talk.
If you get ghosted by a woman that you like, first of all, don't send a second text. Second of all, don't call her either. Big mistakes. The right way to handle ghosting is with understanding. Now, in truth, we never really know whether we're going to see someone again. If you change your mentality to enjoying the time spent together, but placing no obligation on the woman to see you again, you will free yourself from being.
Isn't it fascinating?
That has been for a long time one of my consistent favorite artists is Elenium. I just think his music is so dreamy, it's magical, it's transported. It takes you to a magical dimension. At least it does to me. It turns me into a fairy when I listen to it. And like I'll be on the treadmill at the gym listening to this stuff. I can't help but like groove. But anyways, I love Elenium. I hope that we get to work together someday, but if not, I will just continue to be inspired by him. One of my favorite
Millennium, huh? Very nice. Astronauts land in San Diego. Oh, this is better than the moon. I know this area very, very well. This is near home in San Diego, California. Damn, son, what the fuck are you doing with that? That's a cool picture of Trunks. But too bad it's one of those ones where it's those 3D things and you can't save the photo. Alright.
Does your body still feel tight after years of stretching? Are you still in pain after seeing every physical therapist? Do you still feel fragile even though you are strong in the gym? Well, this video is going to piss you off because, my friends, you have been lied to. And today I am exposing the 5 biggest lies in the fitness industry that are keeping you weak, injured, and immobile. And I'm going to show you exactly how to break free. So stick around because the last lie is the one that is probably sabotaging you the most, even if you think you're doing everything else right. I myself have lived these lies, and I have spent years coaching athletes, everyday humans, people in pain, and people who think they're doing everything right, and I still see the same common mistakes. All of the mistakes that I made as well. All of the lies that I believed. People stretching every day but still staying tight. People seeing therapists weekly but never getting any better. People who are strong in the gym but fragile and injury prone in real life. And that's got nothing to do with bad luck. That is about bad information. So let's hit it with the most common lie. Number 1, stretching will make you flexible.
Nope.
We have all been told that we need to stretch more, hold it longer, breathe into it, relax. But let me ask you something. If passive stretching worked, why are so many people still tight after years of stretching? Because here's the truth. Flexibility is not about relaxing into a position. Flexibility is about strength and control at the end of your range. Your nervous system doesn't care how far you can flop into a stretch or be pushed into a stretch. It cares whether you can own that position, whether you can control that position, whether you can get back in and out of that position without shaking, without wincing, or without pain. And that is why passive stretching alone never sticks. The body does not trust it. So you might feel looser for a few minutes, but the tightness will always come back. What you need to do instead is train active flexibility. You need to strengthen your end ranges. You need to hold positions you actually have to control. That means things like split holds where you support yourself instead of just collapsing into it. Low gate positions where you have to stabilize your body. Loaded end range work where your body learns that I am safe here, I am strong here. So here is something you can try. Instead of just flopping over in a forward fold, actively pull yourself deeper with your hip flexors or use a light weight to challenge your end range. Over time, your body will grant you more and more range because it's going to trust that you can handle it. Flexibility without strength is borrowed range. Strength plus range equals freedom. Lie number 2, your pain will be fixed by a therapist. Now, this one might offend some people, but it needs to be said. Physios, chiros, manual therapists, they can all help. But if someone else is always fixing you, why are you still broken? Hands-on work doesn't remodel your body. It doesn't teach your nervous system new patterns. It doesn't build resilience. It gives temporary relief, not capacity. So you feel better for a day, maybe a week, but the pain will always return because the root cause has not been addressed. What you need to do instead is stop outsourcing responsibility for your body. You need to start using movement as medicine. Not some random exercises, but intelligent movement patterns. You need to load the things that are weak, and you need to strengthen the things that you avoid. You need to restore balance through motion. For example, if your knee hurts, don't just target the knee or get the knee massaged. Find out if your hip is weak or if your ankle is stiff and address those with the targeted movements. Micro challenge for you. Comment below with the body part that you have been outsourcing to someone else. Today, I want you to pick one movement that you can do to start
Definitely
taking
not
that
outsourcing
back. The goal
anything
isn't
to
to be
anybody.
pain-free today. The goal is to not need fixing tomorrow. Lie number 3. Machines and linear movements are functional. Now, most gyms train you to move like a robot. Straight lines, machines, fixed paths, and perfect alignment. But life doesn't move like that. You don't get injured squatting perfectly under a barbell. You get injured trying to move your couch, trying to twist, trying to reach. You get injured when your body is forced out of its comfort zone and it needs to react. So if you only train in perfect alignment, what happens the moment that life knocks you out of it? You're unprepared, and that is when injuries happen. So what you need to do instead is learn to move out of alignment. You need to rotate, bend, shift weight, train asymmetry. You need to practice lunges with a twist. You need to practice loaded spinal flexion. You need to crawl. You need to practice getting up from the floor in different ways and teach your body to be strong when things are not perfect, because that is what real life is about. Strength isn't staying rigid. Strength is being adaptable. And the more ways that you can move, the more resilient you will become. Line number 4, if you're injured, rest, avoid movement, protect yourself. This one sounds intelligent, but it backfires on you. We've all been taught to treat the body like it is fragile. Don't move too much, don't stress, be careful, especially if you have injuries. But avoidance doesn't build safety, it builds fear. Exactly. And fear makes the body weaker. The less you move, the less you can move. And your world starts to get smaller and smaller. Your confidence drops and your body loses all capacity. What you need to do instead is don't stop moving, but move better, move smarter, train with and around your injuries. Expose the body to challenge gradually. You need to build tolerance, increase capacity. If you're coming back from an injury, start with gentle movements and then slowly add more load, more range, more complexity. Pick one movement that you have been avoiding out of fear. Do it gently. Start today, even if it's just a few reps. Rest isn't the absence of movement. Rest is intelligent movement at the right dose. Because a resilient body isn't protected from stress, it is prepared for stress. And the goal is to expand your comfort zone, not to shrink it. And lie number 5, movement is just your workout. And this might be the biggest lie of all. People treat movement like a 60-minute appointment. They go to the gym, they get it done, the box is checked, and back to sitting all day. But you don't lose your body in the gym. You lose your body in how you live your life. Movement is not just something that you do for 1 hour. It is how you live your life. Exactly. How you get up, how you sit, how you play, how you rest, how you interact with your environment. So what you need to do instead, you need to make movement part of your identity. You sit differently. You get on and off the floor. You hang, you squat, you move between tasks. Not because it's trendy, not because you're exercising, but because your body is designed to move constantly. Try simply adding some movement snacks throughout your day. A deep squat while you're on your phone. A hang from a door frame when you pass it. Crawling with your kids. Or just standing up and moving around every hour. Movement is not an accessory, it is an operating system. And the more that you move, the more you can move. I mean, look at me. I'm presenting these videos to you in a squat always because I know that that is my time to get my movement snack in and to feel good about myself because I have done something good for my body. I was a victim of all these lies, but now I know better, and now I am teaching you better. The fitness industry sells you shortcuts, quick fixes, and comfort. But strong, capable bodies are built through ownership, challenge, resilience, and consistency. If you want a body that looks just good, okay, sure, train in the gym, do the typical fitness stuff. But if you want a body that lasts, you have to move differently. If this video challenged something in you, then that's good. That's where the change will start. And if you're ready to stop outsourcing your body and start rebuilding it properly, subscribe, share this with somebody who needs it, and check the description below for my mobility toolkit. Don't just train, don't just stretch. Move like your life depends on it, because it does.
It sure does. Thank you, sister. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, as always. Not interested.
I went to a convention last week, and whenever I go to a convention, people come up to me and they say something like, I bought a Nintendo Switch because of you, or I bought a Steam Deck because of you, or whatever the handheld might be at the time. This time, it was, I bought an Ein Thor because of you. And that made me realize something. Should have put a damn affiliate link on that video. It's been a week since that convention, and I've had several people reach out to me while I'm in my own home, asking me about the Ein Thor.
Bob, undermine one of your videos. Is the Thor awesome? I don't want to watch 20 minutes right now.
It is a phenomenal handheld. It was my favorite Android or retro handheld of last year by like a lot. It is essentially a 3DS, a very similar form factor, if not a little thicker, but it's very powerful. It can emulate most 3DS games very easily with minimal effort. It can even emulate Switch games and a few Wii U games, and it looks pretty good on this dual screen. It's a really cool concept. For me, it's the Steam games. If you've seen me before, you know I've been beating the drum of Steam games on Android. They're awesome. And if you've seen me before and you're not subscribed, I'm mad at you. Playing Steam games on something you can close is awesome. I would much rather carry this thing around than a whole ass Steam Deck. All of these PC handhelds are way too big. If I can get a game running via Game Native, I'm just playing it on this. It's way easier to take around. It fits right in my jacket pocket. My Steam Deck doesn't exactly fit in there. Oh, wait. Kind of fits. Really, what I think is drawing people towards this handheld in particular is all the cool launchers that have come out with it. These things have given this Ein Thor a kind of second life. When it first came out, no apps really supported the dual screens, and I kind of just ignored all the launchers. It wasn't really a priority to me. Now, it kind of does look really cool. This new look is pretty simple to digest for most people, maybe even people who have never seen an emulation handheld before. You're not staring at a 3DS with an Android home screen anymore. You're looking at what looks like a 3DS, but with every game under the sun available locally. I think the thought of taking this thing around and launching 3DS games, Switch games, or even Hades 2 right from your Steam library is really appealing to people. The Thor might just be the way to break Android handhelds into the mainstream. Honestly, I haven't really used this in quite a bit. I've been busy. So I decided to break it out to revisit it, to see what everyone's doing on it. Maybe I should make mine look as cool as theirs to see what all the fuss is about. Why is everyone so interested in this thing now, 6 months after launch? Oh man, I should have eaten some before this triple showing of the Lord of the Rings. How much is left? What? Screen configuration. And there was like one launcher that supported dual screen, and it kind of sucked. Now, getting everything on here is way easier. Sometimes I use an Android app called Obtainium that will automatically update any of the apps that I have on my Android devices via side loading. Not apps that I have via the Play Store, but apps that I've installed myself. And that happens to be most of the apps that I have. Someone in my chat pointed me towards this, the Obtainium emulation pack. If you add this to your Obtainium, it will load it up with all of the emulation apps you would ever need. From here, you can bulk download as many as you think you need. You definitely don't need all of them, so you should just kind of go through them and see which ones are best for you. Obtainium will also easily update all of these when necessary. This makes setting up your brand new Ein Thor way easier. You don't have to navigate to a million different GitHubs. You can just do it all right from inside this one app. It is a bit annoying to use, though, if you already have your Ein Thor set up like I do. It doesn't always use the apps that you have already. Sometimes it'll do a different fork, so it'll install next to the one that you have, and it won't have all the same settings as the one you have. It's a little bit annoying. I would recommend this for somebody who is starting fresh with a brand new Ein Thor. Then it makes setup way easier. Now, I did have some people ask me if this was a good entry-level emulation handheld. I'm going to say no. I think that if you've never had any experience with the Android platform or emulating on any other devices, then this thing is kind of like jumping into the deep end, which is fine. You'll figure it out eventually. There are other cheaper options that come ready to go right out of the box and are way easier to set up. Those usually play lower powered systems like DS and under, but those are much better entry-level devices if you want to just get started with emulation. That way you don't have to spend a couple $100 on this guy. If you do decide you want to jump into the deep end with the Thor, Retro Game Core is your friend. He just uploaded a 2-hour setup video on the Thor. Obviously, you don't have to do every single thing that he does in that video, but you are going to want to do a good chunk of it. Like, to get Azahar, the 3DS emulator, to work at all on here, there are kind of a lot of steps. It's really not that hard to just follow the simple directions, but I'm imagining somebody who just saw this playing a 3DS game on Instagram and thinks they're going to buy this and start playing Zelda. And this is something that's been kind of tripping me up about this Thor. It feels like it's kind of broken out of this little emulation niche. And that's because people are seeing it on Instagram and stuff with this cool launcher. How cool does that thing look? All my games could be right there. I could just click on one and it boots right up. That's amazing. Wow. Can't believe it. This is a dream. It does not come like this. It comes like this. There's nothing on there. It's a blank slate. You can achieve these dreams with a lot of work. For example, you gotta put the games on here. That's something you're gonna have to figure out on your own. After you get all of your games on here, you're gonna need a cool launcher. And that is 3/4 of the way through Retro Game Core's 2-hour-long video set. So even before you get the launcher, there's a lot of prep work. There are 2 launchers that are very popular that are both competing to be on your dual screen. There is Cocoon and there is Isu. Both of them are pre-releases, so they're not finished products. They're also not products, they're both free. Isu made big waves with its extremely well-done launch video. I was immediately turned off, though, when none of that worked on the Thor when I tried it when it came out. Now, Isu is way better. It has a setup that is extremely easy to navigate, and it scrapes all of your games, and it can add game artwork for you and stuff. It does its best to be plug and play, and it's mostly fine. Once you're in, I wouldn't exactly call it user-friendly. If something doesn't work, it's not all that easy to fix. For example, if your 3DS games are trying to open in RetroArch instead of Azahar, the native 3DS emulator, the fix isn't very intuitive. When you first launch Isu, it launches into this home screen with no icons on it. Getting it to launch into the ROM section is possible, but it also is not very intuitive. Okay, I actually thought there was a way to launch it from ROMs, but I can't. I thought I said it, and it just doesn't want to do it. And that's one of my big issues with launchers, man. It feels like a lot of work for very little payoff. People really like having all of these customization options and everything, but the more customization options you throw into something, you're paralyzed by choice. There's just so many options, it becomes hard to do any one little thing. Cocoon is a newer front end that I think gets closer to how I would have wanted an emulation front end to look just right out of the box. And the customization options are just a little bit more intuitive. You still run into the same kind of issue where tweaking options becomes a bit of a headache. You're just scrolling through menus trying to figure out how to change the default emulation app for your 3DS games again. Here I am again. I think it's slightly easier in Cocoon than it is in Isu. And what I think is going to be more appealing to more people is SilkPod here. It's their collection of user-generated themes that you can just download. I landed on this Wii U looking one. I think this looks great. Cocoon also allows you to scrape artwork, but it's still a little frustrating. Why can't it scrape the Sonic the Hedgehog 2 artwork? Does it not know what Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is? The most basic-ass game of all retro games? It did a good job pointing most of my ROMs and ROM folders to the right emulation apps, but I still had to point 3DS to open in Azahar. And even though it did open in Azahar, there's this big stupid loading bar right over the top of it. The point I'm trying to make here is that you can make your Thor look really cool and really nice. I'm just trying to set expectations here. I love it It's probably the best emulation handheld that you can get right now. But emulation handhelds do take a little bit of work. It's like getting a husky. I don't know why I just decided that was the analogy I'm going to make here. I got a lot of controversial takes on emulation handhelds. First of all, they're called emulation handhelds. Calling them retro handhelds doesn't make any sense. A retro handheld is a Game Boy. That's a retro handheld. This is an emulation handheld. But my hot take is I actually kind of just like the launcher that it comes with. I don't need all of this. It's nice to look at, but sometimes it feels like an extra barrier between me and the game that I want to play. I know that Azahar is the app that I want to use to play 3DS games. So why don't I just launch Azahar and click on the game from there? That just seems so much more intuitive to me. I could see a launcher like Cocoon working really well for maybe somebody who doesn't want to see how the sausage is made. Maybe you want to gift this to somebody. They could just turn it on, it'll launch right into Cocoon, and they can just open the game they want and just start playing. That could be cool. And you know what? Maybe if you're new to this, maybe you want to set everything up once and just launch all of your games from Cocoon or maybe Isu and do that for the rest of your life. Maybe you don't want to know how the sausage is made either. But eventually, this configuration will break. Eventually, you will need to see how the sausage is made. Eventually, a game that you want to play just won't launch, or an app update might screw something up in the pipeline, and you're going to have to go in there and fix it. And if you don't know how the sausage is made, I don't know what. I'm very bad at analogies today. Or deck felt very unnecessary. So this felt like the perfect device for a game like Ball X-Pit. And that's sort of a mindless game, so having a YouTube video on the bottom screen, that's kind of been sick. Slay the Spire 2 is another game I've been sinking a lot of hours into. Now, this game actually does not work with Game Native at all, for some reason. But there's another app called Slay the Spire 2 Launcher. It's extremely easy to set it up with this. You just log in with your Steam account again, and it just downloads Slay the Spire 2 with your cloud save, and it just runs at default settings perfectly. This is me trying to set expectations again. If you're just trying to play low-powered Steam...
Okay, all right. Oh shit, what the hell is this?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's ETA Prime back here again. Today, we're going to be taking a look at the most advanced gaming controller that I've ever been able to get my hands on. This is the GameSir G7 Pro Tri-Mode, and I've usually been pretty content with the controllers I use, mainly Xbox controller on Android, over to obviously Xbox and PC. But as soon as I realized what they packed inside of the G7 Pro, I knew I wanted to get my hands on it. I personally haven't seen a controller with this much tech packed into it yet, and I'm not sure how much more you can actually fit in something like this. There's 3 different ways that we can use this. So we've got Bluetooth, there's a 2.4 gigahertz dongle, and you can go USB with it. So for Android, you would connect over Bluetooth. For PC, you'd use the 2.4 gigahertz dongle, and for Xbox, you will have to go wired with it. But it does come with a pretty long USB cable. And one other cool feature we have here is a 3.5 millimeter audio jack. This will work over USB or even 2.4 gigahertz for near zero latency. One thing I noticed when I pulled it out of the box was this little guy up here. This is actually a USB Type-C protector, so you can remove that if you don't want that thing hanging off the end of it. I think it looks a bit better without it, but in the box it should be attached so you don't lose it. This is the first officially licensed Xbox controller to feature the MagRes TMR sticks from GameSir. Inside the box, along with the G7, over 2.4 gigahertz. So while you're connected to your PC using that dongle, you'll have that. And the big advantage here of using 2.4 with audio is, let's say with Bluetooth, you get 100 milliseconds to 20 milliseconds of lag. This is only 20 milliseconds, so it's near zero latency, over 2.4. And along with the extra macro buttons around back, we've actually got 2 extra programmable buttons up top here. So we've got a total of 4 extra buttons on this controller. GameSir has also released their new version of their Nexus software for PC to allow you to pull. Of course, it works with emulation. And that's the first thing I kind of wanted to talk about here. When it comes to this D-pad, I've been messing around with the different D-pad covers, and I've kind of gone back to the dome style. I'm not a huge fan of dome style on most other controllers, but with these mechanical switches here, it does kind of make it feel really nice. It feels like an arcade stick. And yeah, I'm able to pull off my favorite special moves here, Marvel vs. Capcom 2. It's actually working out really well. And I needed to do but turn the controller on. And I do love the feel of these rubberized grips here. And the first thing you're going to notice while you're playing a PC game with this are how good the haptics are. It's got 4 rumble motors built in, and you can adjust the intensity through the Nexus software. But I've got this all the way up, and I'm not sure if you can Android device, PC, and if you don't mind going wired with it for your Xbox, it'll work with the Series S or this.
If you go back to my band in Australia, it was basically achieved by one man called Abramovich, who runs a Man and a Dog organization, well funded, but a Man and a Dog organization called the Anti-Defamation Commission.
333, y'all. So, how are we doing this? Are we going to do this on the ground, or are we going to do this? Are you going to be on the tripod? If I put you all back further, then we're at ground level. Interesting. Okay. Oh, whoa. The fuck was that? No, I'm gonna put you all on the tripod. It makes sense. Okay, y'all. So all these leaves are blowing, coming all over the place. See what our sister was saying about, life doesn't move in linear fashion. Life moves in unpredictable ways. We're training for linearity. I want to train differently now. I want to be trained differently. Not linear. All right. It's time for us to get rolling. We got 40 minutes of training, and yeah. With that being said, let's dive right into it. I use that. Wait. I'm using that. I'm just seeing if I can use my 10 pounds. I'll bring my dumbbells here just in case I decide to do some movements. So let me just see. All right. Today we're gonna attempt to use our different weights here and see what we can do. So with that being said, let's dive right into it. Really? Her? What the fuck is going on here?
To see what, if any, modifications. We had some time on the timeline dedicated to some other activities, right? Having the crew pilot the vehicle. Decent integrity for stowage. Management team, and of course our engineering team.
How many live streams do they have?
To go spend more time to characterize that situation because it was more important, and we'd already gotten the data out of the manual piloting demos that we previously had. So that's why we changed the timeline and ensured we could really characterize the vehicle.
All right.
Hi everyone and welcome. So today it is day 3 of our epic program. This is going to be abs and core, some balance movements as well. So we'll be doing single leg work, single arm work, some hovers and pulls.
Lots of fun. Lots of fun to be
had. It's
had.
going to be on for 50 seconds of work, 10-second rest. For the whole duration, this is approximately 40 minutes in total. All you will need is your mat and a bottle of water. Please ensure you spend at least 5 minutes warming up prior. Don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell so you don't miss any workouts.
Good warm up.
In regards to modifications,
Ready to rock and roll.
of course, place the hands under the hips for the leg lowers. Alternatively, bend at the knees, perform single leg alternate lowers. Just as long as your lower back is maintained contact with the mat at all times. With crunches, of course, you can place both hands behind the head for a little bit extra support for your neck. And I think that's it. I think we're ready to go. Let's go.
All right. Let's do it. Burp, burp, burp.
It's getting closer to midnight. I try to get closer to you. Encouraged from my red cup now. I will soon make a move. Ooh, I can taste it. The bittersweetness of taking a shot of this we're taking. If it's a shot out, baby, I adore you. Maybe I adore you. Baby, I adore you. I try to focus on breathing. My heart is skipping a beat. Your lips against the red carpet.
All right, switching legs.
Ooh, I can taste it. The bittersweetness of taking a shot. A risk we're taking it. It's a shot out. Baby, I adore you. Baby, I adore you. Yeah. Baby, I adore
Doing good. We just started. So we're doing plank with knee tucks.
So we're going to be doing plank hover with opposite leg raise. So the arm that you're balancing on, you're going to tuck your right arm in and then you lift your left leg up. So the arm that you're balancing on, the leg is going to be lifting. So you're balancing with your counter arm and leg. This is our Thursday fun time. Awesome. Other side, so you're going to be balancing on your right arm, and then when you bring your left arm up, and you tuck it back in, you're going to lift your right leg up. Doing good, y'all. Keep it up. Awesome. So we're doing plank rolls now. Very good. All right. Tuck crunch. I want to use these first and see how it goes. I have the other weights here just in case it becomes a little cumbersome. Awesome. So this is just leg extensions. Cool. All right, let's see what happens here. Okay. Advanced bird dog. Someone actually here? No. So left arm, right leg. Right arm, left leg. Okay. Standard bird dog. You'll extend, touch, extend, switch. You're going to bring your right elbow to your left knee, and then your left elbow to your right knee. Hover shoulder taps. So you're going to hover your knees. Your knees are not touching the ground. All right, hip lifts or hip raises. Let's go. Reverse crunch. Oops. That's reverse crunch. Doing good, y'all. Hip raise the leg lowers. Let's see something here. I'm seeing if I can do majority of the play out with this weights now. Ooh, all right, let's go. This is supposed to be elbow scissors, but Russian twist. I can do 40 pounds, one dumbbell, and doing this should be a breeze. Sprinter up. All right. Let's see how we're going to do sprinter up with these. Doing good. I need to move back a little. The ups. Oh, okay. Take it out. All right. A little cumbersome here, but it's okay. Very good. All right, toe touch. Getting stronger. Okay, put it down for more. Okay, put it down. Yeah. Right. Single leg. Whew. Okay. Oh my god. All right. Bouncing on one arm now. Other side. One more, y'all. Oh yeah, let's go. You did good, y'all. I knew it. I knew it was 417. I felt it. I knew I felt 417 for some reason. See you, sister. Love you. Appreciate it. Well, we just did that with that. So we've upgraded ourselves now. So now, these, I mean, I can still find a use for these, but now I've done the play out, the entire play out with the pink dumbbells for the abs. So thank you for your service, silver plates. But now we move forward. Okay, well, time to get rolling with our other movements. Oh, speaking of which, guess what my brother got me? You're probably wondering, what the fuck is that? It's gonna be hard to see. But that, ladies and gentlemen, says Kingdom Hearts. And you're probably wondering, well, what the hell is in the box? He gave it to me last night. It's from all the way from Japan. He bought it at the Square Enix store. And he has one of these already. He has a couple of these. And this was he knows that I don't really collect things anymore. You're like, well, what is it? It's a mystery. You already can tell because I'm already playing it. So this is Kyrie's theme from Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. So this is what my brother got me for my birthday. A little something. It's beautiful. I like it. Kyrie is my favorite character from Kingdom Hearts. It's very melancholy. So it just plays this on repeat. Haven't had a music box in, I can't even remember, to be quite honest. I've had one in the past, but nothing this like tiny. It's nice. It's calming. It's very calming. It's about to end. See? So, he got me this for my birthday gift. Something small. Because he knew that I wasn't gonna wear like a lot of the clothing. It's too like bulky. And he wanted to get me something. And yeah, he got the Tizanarkin from Final Fantasy X, which is pretty cool. Yeah. Yep. I should look those things up actually quickly. Yep, here it is. Click. So my sister got the Traverse Town one. Ooh.
Well, we've got a lot of music boxes to cover in this video. I'm very excited for all these music boxes laying in front of me right here. So let's just kind of get into it straight away. I haven't unwrapped any of these yet, so we'll get into that later on in this video. First up, though, this whole set all came together, came just today, and I couldn't wait to just do this video. So here we've got Final Fantasy VIII, and this is going to be Love Grows. This is the first music box for Final Fantasy VIII in this kind of collection. So I'm very excited for this one because it is one of my favorite Final Fantasy games. Probably my top 2, I would say. It was my first Final Fantasy as well, but I really love this game. And so Love Grows, a nice kind of choice for the music box here. I'm just going to kind of show you that for now, and then we'll take a closer once I've unwrapped everything, because there's a lot of glare in this shrink wrap. You've got Final Fantasy IX with the Melodies of Life as chosen as the theme, which is great. Again, I like that theme. I love Melodies of Life. It's one of my favorite vocal themes from the Final Fantasy series. We've got 2 Final Fantasy X music boxes, which is great to see. So 10, it just makes perfect sense to have Xanarkand as the chosen theme for one of the music boxes, at least. That was the one I really wanted them to do. It just felt too perfect as a music box theme, so I'm glad that they've done that. And then the next Final Fantasy X theme that they've chosen is Suteki Dane, Isn't It Wonderful? This is a very nice theme as well. It's a vocal theme. Obviously, the game is vocal, not here. But I like that. It's a nice choice again. So kind of the 2 most popular themes from the game, I guess. Then we skip Final Fantasy XI and Final Fantasy XII. We have a Final Fantasy XI one. Well, I haven't actually got one. I don't own one personally, but there have been some for Final Fantasy XI. Maybe 2, I think, but I can't remember. Actually, I lie. I just kind of completely forgot. I did do the Final Fantasy XI trio of the kind of first area theme of each kind of zone, I guess. But there have been more than that for Final Fantasy XI as well. Final Fantasy XII, there aren't any, not yet anyway, so there is a gap here. And then we've got Final Fantasy XIII with The Promise as the theme for that one. So actually the full theme is Final Fantasy XIII, The Promise, instead of the others. They just kind of just have the title of the song there. So that's that one. And then finally in this collection here for the May 2023 release, we've got Final Fantasy 15, skipping Final Fantasy 14, which is going to be Vals de Fantastica. I'll probably butcher that pronunciation, so sorry for that. We've skipped Final Fantasy 14 here. There are Final Fantasy 14, a few music boxes again in the same sort of format. I've covered 2 of them, I believe, but there are more than that. There's 1 or 2 others that I just don't own. Final Fantasy 11 and 14, I actually didn't play too much. 14, outside of the beta for Realm Reborn, I've never actually played it, so I don't really count actually playing it, to be honest. But I'm very excited for these. Let me unwrap them, and then we'll cover the actual all aspects and all sides of the boxes, because there's some nice kind of hidden little bits on there. Not really that hidden, but yeah, let's get to that. We'll take a look at the boxes first, and then we'll go through it one by one. So skip ahead if you want to see the actual music box for a particular one that you're really looking forward to. So let's start with Final Fantasy VIII. So we saw the front just a moment ago. So this is all going to be using the kind of plain white iconic look that the game series has had in most regions, especially in Japan and Europe. US not so much, but Final Fantasy VIII plain white with just the logo with the Yoshitaka Amano main logo artwork on there, which is great, of Renoa and Squall. Love it. Can't say much more than that. There's no kind of foil finish on these logos. I do, by the way, want to say that they're using white this time, which is great, whereas for Final Fantasy 7 and 7 Remake music boxes, they went with was it black, and then that kind of had a foil treatment. So I prefer this. Maybe a foil treatment wouldn't have gone amiss, but it's not a deal breaker by any means. Nice and simple, and it matches the kind of whole box art aesthetic that I really kind of grew up with. So I love it for that. Plain white there, and this is something I really like for all of these music boxes. You'll see a running theme here. So on the left side, depending on how you're going to do it. So on this side of the panel, of the box, the panel, Love Grows is mentioned again, but you've got that kind of still frame of that CG shot where Renoa runs into Squall's arms as well. So if you play Final Fantasy VIII, this is pretty iconic. It's a very iconic scene. I really like that they've chosen this. It's kind of cute. It's sweet. And they've chosen this kind of light brown sort of color, which is nice as well. Most of these boxes are using kind of color themes from the actual icon itself, which is a nice touch too. On the bottom panel, you've got the Griever pendant, which was a sick touch. I didn't know that was like on that until I looked closer at the boxes. So you can kind of get a hint of the Final Fantasy X one there. So yeah, the Griever pendant, which is sick. And yeah, I think if you like Final Fantasy VIII, then the Griever pendant is one of those things that everyone loves it. I do have a pendant of Griever as well, the official one, I might add. which I picked up on my first trip to Japan many years ago. So yeah, I love that Weaver pendant, little kind of Easter egg bit there. This is kind of just whatever, and then the top is just whatever as well. So those two panels there, top at the side and the bottom, are cool. We won't open it just yet. Let's go on to Final Fantasy 9. Similar thing then, so the Final Fantasy 9 logo there with the crystal. They all do also use the Japanese name in katakana for Final Fantasy down below as well, so that's a nice touch. Display. What they call this? I can't remember now. It was a Japanese and I guess English. Yes, a dual language one in this case. Yeah, dual language information sheet. Don't lose it. I mean, it's not exactly hard to figure out what to do with this. Here's the music box inside, but you know what? Let's just quickly unwrap it out of that little plastic wrap there. All of them are going to use the same form factor. So if you've seen the other music boxes I've covered of Final Fantasy, they pretty much all use the same form factor, just different colors depending on the game, the series, and so on and so forth. And naturally, different theme as well, right? So what we have here is this kind of candy sort of brown color, like a word. The chorus bit, the most iconic bit of each theme, which could be a deal breaker for some of you. That's totally fair, but I know that now, and so I still love collecting them. So I'm going to keep letting this play. But that's the Love Grows theme from Final Fantasy VIII. Someone rightfully commented in the previous video when they announced these were coming out, that Love Grows is like the ballad version, I think it was, of Eyes on Me. I mean, for this, the sake of the music box, they could have just called it Eyes on Me. It's not a huge thing. I don't have a problem with it, but as a music box, I think I might prefer it over Love Grows. I'll have to go back and have another listen to Love Grows. In fact, let's just quick.
Final Fantasy 9 is the one I would get.
So that's Final Fantasy 9. As I said, it's just a small segment of the tune. That is beautiful. I love this song so much. And as this music box, you can probably tell because my voice just kind of went softer. I love it. I love this music box so much. It's so good. I cranked it a little bit, but I'm going to say again, this is such a beautiful version as a music box. I think I might prefer it over Love Grows. I'll have to go back and have another listen to Love Grows. In fact, let's just quickly do that. I'm going to do it crank. Just a little bit. Yeah, I think I actually prefer Melodies of Life as far as these music boxes go. Not bad by any means. I think speed and everything sounds nice. So, because if you've seen some of the other music boxes, sometimes the speed is a bit too fast or sometimes too slow. In these two cases, not bad at all. In fact, very good. Melodies of Life. That was excellent. I have to say that is excellent. But yeah, let's move on. Let's move on to Final Fantasy X, Xanarkand, which to me should be even better because I just feel like it lends itself to a music box perfectly. Again, you get a little note sheet in there. Got a nice orange box there. And then let's just kind of unwrap this all. So Final Fantasy X is also one of my favorite Final Fantasies. Yeah, I think 6, 8, and 10 are probably my favorite Final Fantasy games. Soundtrack-wise, definitely is up there for me as well. So here we have a nice, very nice and bright orange, very ice lolly orange, very summer kind of feeling music box here. Again, we've got the side panel artwork used on the front here, on the face of the music box, in that very dark chocolate brown, which looks nice, very clean printing too. Xanarkand just mentioned there. Otherwise, yeah, it's the same sort of stuff, the same orange. A lot of these music boxes, they either look quite gem-like, or they look very treat-like ice cream and ice lollies. And yeah, I'm getting kind of like peckish for an ice lolly or something, like maybe a Solero or something, right? But let's give this one a crank. Have a listen. So that's just again a small segment. I feel like this, honestly, first impression is it could have been a bit better with a little bit of the trailing ding, the echoing ding, but it's not bad. I think I still prefer melodies of life. So what I also want to add is a lot of these music boxes, because it plays that segment in a loop of every tune, doesn't matter what tune it is, you almost automatically start humming the next piece of the music yourself, right? Yeah, and you expect it, but then no, it's going to be the loop. So it always kind of gets you like, no, it should be this extra bit, it should be this extra bit, but nope, it's just going to loop on itself. So that's Final Fantasy X to Xanarkand. I keep saying to Xanarkand because that's usually how it's listed elsewhere. But yeah, I want maybe slightly disappointed in that one. It's not bad at all. It's not bad at all. But I think I would have expected a little bit more oomph from it because I felt so strong for that thing to be a music box. But maybe it's because Melodies of Life just kind of surprised me a bit because that was really good, man. That was really good. But let's move on to the next Final Fantasy X one, which is Suteki Dane. I'm not really sure what to expect of how this one will sound as a music box because, I mean, yeah, I'm just not really sure. So again, you get the paper, that's that side. Oh yeah, let me kind of mention as well. So kind of going back to 8 with a little bit of a matte silhouette finish on there, a little bit of speckling. I feel like it, from my eyes, looks like there's speckling, but maybe not too much. It looks a bit like a speckle on some of them, but maybe it's just me. So we've got Suteki Dane with the kind of that blue look that was around that lake. God, what was the name of that lake area? I can't.
Macalania.
All I remember is this scene, of course, and those annoying butterflies. That butterfly mini game. Oh my god! That on a PS2, original PS2 on a CRT. That was not fun. That butterfly mini game. I tell you that much. But I digress. We've got the blue from that area used on this, and it looks beautiful. We haven't seen this blue. videos is expected, but it doesn't have the news on itself. Really nice. This one has turned out really, really nice. Love the way this one sounds. This is beautiful as well. It's wonderful. I think the promise was kept on making this a good music box. I really like it. But by the way, for every one of these music boxes, I will have a separate video playing the theme on loop on its own for about a minute to 2 minutes, which I've done for the other music boxes as well. So yeah, here we're just doing a sound test, but if you want to have it on loop, yeah, I'll have separate videos for those. So we come on to our final music box, which is Final Fantasy 15. That one's kind of stuck, but here we get it open. And this one is using a blue as well, which is nice. It is a different shade of blue than what we saw with Final Fantasy 10's key down there. So this one, the color scheme for this, I mean, everyone was wearing black in the game, right? So really, you might have expected black, I guess. But there are this kind of dark blue color scheme or aesthetic going on in some of the key visuals for the game and marketing materials. So maybe that's kind of what they selected here. Plus the midnight blue of some of the scenes that they were showing as well. But it's definitely, you know, a different kind of blue than the techie down there one. And again, a different shade of color or even blue, just a different shade of color that we've got from any other music box, whether it's Final Fantasy Nier or what was the other one, Mana series one, right? So different shade of blue here. We've got a silhouette of the 4 guys there, which is cool in that silver, similar sort of silver, probably the same silver as that one there. The blue is different. And whilst the fantastic animation, bring that one up, so the type on the, yeah, so the type on it is quite nice. I actually like the writing in that silver on these. Not a bad thing that these ones don't have it because they're all matching, but I think it pops nicely with the writing. It's just a bit more legible, in my opinion. But yeah, this is a nice blue as well. I really like this shade of blue as well. Hard to pick between if I prefer. I don't know. I really like both, but maybe I'm leaning towards that one because of the lake color. It's just so inspired by it. But let's give it a taste. You see what I mean? I feel like eating it now, but let's give it a sound test. And that's the last.
Not bad, not bad.
It's showtime. There are 8 billion people on this planet. And Mortal Kombat is upon us. Let's do this one more time. The earth is gone. Johnny Cage. This is the war to defeat the evil world. The ancestors are watching. Now would be a good time to use those powers, mate. You don't know my powers. I am Johnny Cage. Oh, well.
May 5th, get over here.
Remember, you fell. The earth fails with you. You don't must, I said. Sub-Zero. I am reborn.
Oh, May 8th. Interesting. Okay. Not bad.
Well, well, well. Well, this is interesting.
Mm-mm. Well, that's fascinating. Hmm. So there was a message from Danny, not okay. So there's two Dannys now, and they're both female, even though one is from man to woman, and one has been just woman. So how do I just how do I dis- how do I just identify the one I'm referring to? The one that lives in London, Ontario. The one that I went to visit last March. She just dropped a whole bunch of things which caught my attention. She's like, you know, she just felt like she just had an awakening and she's now aware. She told me that she feels like she's on the wrong timeline. She also told me that like she can't get back time doing the things that she was doing. Sitting doing things that she can't get back that time. She told me that she wants to go and study vibrations and she understood that everything is interconnected, but now she really understands what that really means. She feels overwhelmed. And I know what that feels like because I had to go through it. And I just got out the other side of my overwhelmingness of all this. That's perfect.
That's fascinating. I want to just read. Well, I wasn't sure if you were in California. In May, I'm off every Tuesday, I think. So everything's happened in the past couple months. I'm not where to start. First, it feels like I'm in the wrong timeline. Not sure if that makes sense to you. I'm excited for her. She's on a new journey, just like everyone else is. All right, we gotta roll. We gotta move. I mean, the mic dies, it dies, but it's not like it's really being used right now anyways.
weights. No, I'm gonna just stay quiet for a little bit. Let's go. Nine, 10, 11, 12, 13. Exciting tomorrow.
This is the music box. Here we go. For you guys. That's going to repeat for a few more seconds. Actually, when I said I was whistling the Crystal Tower, I was actually whistling this one.
Nice. Alexa, what's the time?
It's 5:15 p.m.
519. All right. Um, okay. $522. Okay. I'll be right back. I'll put on Caesar. I'll hang out with Caesar. I'll be
Bless me. Oh boy. I know the mic is not working, but I'll still pull it out. Need to change that screen protector. All right. Now I'm going to a whole music box section.
When I started my journey, and people started calling me the dog whisperer, the only thing I wanted to do is to teach people that there's no such a thing as a bad dog. She's safer with me. Today, I'm still doing what I love, but the world has changed. Record dog adoptions have made many packs complete, but now, more than ever, people and dogs still need help. More pushes, more problems, right? He needs rehab like ASAP. So many things you can fix already. Already excited. I just want to get back. You know who I am? Together with my superhero pack, our mission is to teach the world to honor the pack code. Honesty, integrity, and loyalty. Once you get this, you're going to have everything else. And that's how we create better humans and better dogs, one pack at a time. I always say that dogs don't live in the past, but humans do. Today, I'm on my way to Burbank to meet with a family that suffered a devastated dog loss last year. Now they have another dog in the pack that is showing extreme aggression, and they say it all started when the other dog passed away. I need to find out what's going on to help this family and this dog find their peace.
My name's Denaya, and this is my husband, Jimmy.
We've been married for 25 years.
And we have two dogs, Linus and Taz.
Our pug Taz is 4 months old.
Taz is just adorable. Linus, sit.
Linus is a Sharpei mix, and he's 4 years old.
We thought he was just so cute, and he was just this bundle of wrinkles.
We fell in love and adopted Linus. He became part of our family.
About a year and a half after we adopted Linus, we decided to adopt another dog, and we named her Daphne.
Daphne and Linus were inseparable. Anytime Linus was outside, Daphne would run outside as well and just lay out there in the sun with him. They often cuddled together in the same bed.
Daphne passed away 4 months ago. But since Daphne passed away, Linus's behavior really changed. And I think it's because he had a broken heart about Daphne. Linus was never aggressive before Daphne passed away, but it's become frightening.
Linus became more aggressive, especially around strangers and other dogs.
When we're on walks and he sees another dog. When he's in that heightened sense of being upset, if you try to touch him, just to cover him, he will bite.
Linus got so aggressive, he actually bit my thigh. He's left a couple of puncture marks.
The long-term impact of Jimmy getting bit is he doesn't walk Linus anymore.
Linus does seem to be anxious around me. With Linus biting, seems like it's escalating. We're worried about what could happen.
He makes people scared.
How do we
I
stop
don't want him to hurt someone.
mine from really
And I don't want him to get put down because he hurt someone.
That's really the answer here.
Having to concentrate so much on Linus,
Getting the mind to
I don't
stop.
think we've actually properly grieved for our lost dog. I think that's what we need as a family, to be able to just not worry so much about Linus until we can finally put it all behind us and move forward. How are you? Come on out, guys. What do you think the problem is?
Linus gets
so incredibly anxious. He gets wound up on walks. We're afraid to go to the dog park because he's already bit a couple of people, and we're really afraid that he might really hurt someone.
Yeah. I actually first-hand experienced the bite. I got right on the thigh walking the dog. He was trying to attack the dog over here, and he ended up biting me. Dogs can show aggression for lots of reasons, but a dog redirecting and biting his own pet parent is unacceptable. To get to the bottom of this, I need to see how Jimmy and Denaya interact with Linus. So what I want to see is how you guys walk, do exactly how you do it. Is really bad. First thing I see is a dog that is nervous. His feet are dancing all over the place in this chaotic way, unsure whether to attack or run away. Linus' chaotic aggression is made worse by Denaya's poor leash technique. I never seen somebody walking like you, close to the ground like you have a machine. She keeps the leash tight, driving him around, which only transmits anxiety to him and leads to more charging. And that triggers Nas, their younger dog, to charge too. Why did they give you the little one? Because she usually wants that one. Oh, really? Yeah. Jimmy's walking past the smaller dog. But since Jimmy's getting bit by Linus, it makes sense that he's hesitant to walk him.
I have a question about the collar, though.
Yeah.
We hate using a prong collar, but it's the most effective thing that we found.
Effective in the physical aspect, that's what you're saying. Physically, I can control it like he's a beast. But in reality, you want to do just energy and eventually no tools.
Yes.
We're going to switch it to a more simpler leash, all the way in the top. And you can take the front collar off. The front collar is a tool, right? But a simple slip leash is super effective, especially in dogs like Linus, that is back in the back, a little nervous. A tense human can actually provoke more of the wrong reaction. Let me help you. So, look, see how you do it? So you're trying to put a lot of force. Let me have it. There we go. You have to feed a gentle energy through the leash. There we go. He's not used to such a gentle approach. As bad as Linus' behavior is, Jimmy and Denaya claim that all started when they lost his packmate Daphne. So now I want to sit down and hear more about how things changed after the loss. Oh my goodness. See how you have like a memorial. I love it. It's a beautiful thing. He's really excited. We're not going to be able to talk because he's barking like that. So we're going to use this weighted vest so he has something to redirect to. I saw before how the family uses the leash to try to control Linus, and it was a total disaster. So I want to give them a different tool for calming him down. This weighted vest uses gentle body pressure to soothe a dog's nerves. And since Jimmy told me he never worked Linus, I want to see how he approaches putting the vest on the dog. So your job is just to put the vest on. Don't follow him. Yeah. There you go. Just go down on your knee like you're gonna ask to marry somebody. Yeah. Yeah. Once he gets close, you grab the collar. This can go on for hours. The fact that Linus doesn't immediately come to Jimmy is very telling. A dog should naturally want to be closer to the pet parent. All right, get up again. Both parents have major trust issues with Linus, and that goes in both directions. On the street, Denaya's tight leash shows that she doesn't trust Linus, and his barking and lunging shows he didn't trust his pet parents to keep him safe. In the backyard, those trust issues are even more obvious. Linus is literally avoiding and running away from Jimmy. It doesn't get more distrustful than that. Linus is a classic back-of-the-pack dog. He's a natural follower. But because Jimmy and Denaya aren't offering leadership, he feels he has to step up and defend himself and the pack, which is not really good at it. And then this aggression will require building up Jimmy and Denaya's confident leadership so they can earn Linus' trust and he earns theirs. Alright, crew? This is like a feral dog. Make sure you keep a distance. Look, I'm gonna block him from here. Okay. And then you just move in. It seems like Jimmy is a total stranger to Linus. There is no trust and no confidence. So I'm gonna teach Jimmy a technique the animal rescuers use to corral animals that they don't know and don't trust. Oh, don't chase him, don't chase him. Slowly. So we're gonna set it up in the corner. There you go. The way rescuers, when they rescue a feral dog, it's just slowly close the gap, close the gap. The humans become a wall. And then that dog has to choose one of those humans. He should choose you because you're his, pet parent. But he doesn't know how to trust. So he's even ran away from his pet parent. Slowly, gently. Then go down. Yes.
The most anxiety provoking moment was just chasing around the backyard. I moved forward and he kept trying to get away from me. My worst fear is that he's gonna bite. I'm a little nervous.
Keep your body language calm and confident, and then you put it on. Linus' nervous distrust of his pet parent is so bad, he wouldn't even let Jimmy put this weighted vest on him. In the past, that distrust led him to biting Jimmy. Now Jimmy doesn't walk him, and the Naya can barely control him either. It's getting there. It's getting there. Yes, exactly like that. So if we do this over and over and over, he learns, okay, when the human behaves this way, stop, clear, mission. And the best should settle his nerves. I want to hear about Daphne now. Do you feel that Daphne was his pack leader?
Yeah, we often joke about it. It looks like she's leading the pack more than us.
All right, so he depended on her.
Yeah, absolutely. They were inseparable. But unfortunately, one of Daphne's discs in her back herniated. She was having a really hard time breathing.
Yeah.
We took her to the animal hospital, but she was pronounced dead. Daphne she was just a little light. It didn't really seem like Linus could get his brain around it because he looked for her and he smelled and smelled and it didn't seem like he knew what was going on at all. And so I just don't think that Linus has made his peace with it because I don't think he still understands that she died.
We adopted Taz to bring some light into our lives after Daphne's passing, but Linus continued to be sad.
With a dog like Linus, he needs a calm, confident human to move on. This is why that guy relied on her so much, because she was calm, confident. Now that Daphne is gone, I need you to step up and be the pack leaders that Linus needs. So I would like for you guys to come over to my dog psychology center. I can't wait to see you guys at the ranch.
The next day, Caesar heads to Winnetka to help an 8-year-old pit bull whose backwards way of life is tripping up her family.
Hi, I'm Forrest.
And I'm Mariana. I love people. I love animals.
Yeah, I can tell that. Yeah, I was not going to help myself. Our home consists of myself, Mariana, our son Oliver, 3 cats, and also Sierra.
Come on, Sierra. We got Sierra about 3 years ago. Come on. Sierra's the best. She is the sweetest. She's just special. She is just pure love. And if we could get this little situation fixed, she's close to perfect. She has an issue with walking backwards on slippery floors, which are all over our house.
She was running across a slick floor surface and she couldn't stop in time, and she ran into a sliding glass door. Go ahead, Sierra.
Ever since that day, she's chosen to walk backwards. When she walks on any other surface, grass, cement, she's fine. She walks like normal. But as soon as you hit the tile floor, game over.
You have to battle with her just to get her out of her bed. Then you have to battle with her walking across the floor. Then you got to battle with her. We hit a threshold.
It can take anywhere from 15 minutes to like an hour to get out the door. You can do it. Come on. It's very stressful. There's no end to it. You know, he can't pick her up as well now with his leg.
The accident happened 2 years ago. I was riding my motorcycle, making a left-hand turn. I had a green light, and a lady ran her red light and hit me in the middle of the turn.
Our whole world got just knocked sideways. It still affects me because the doctor told me he should have died. I mean, there should be no reason he's still alive.
Because of her behavior. There are certain things that are more difficult for me to do.
She'll trip him up, like she'll intertwine it with the leash. She's knocked him down. Ever since that day, I do worry about everything dealing with Sierra. It does get frustrating and it does get stressful. I get like, bad anxiety, parallel with Sierra's anxiety.
We just don't know how to get her better.
I've done everything I know how to do. And that's why I reached out to Caesar. I did it. Hello.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Come outside, come outside. Let's talk about this. So how can I help you?
Well, we have one of the best dogs you'll meet in the world, except she walks backwards on slippery floors.
Right. Okay, have you tried anything?
I've trained her with treats, and if I put a carpet down or a rug or anything, it's just going to mask the symptoms, but it's not curing the problem.
Correct. I'm not gonna lie, but a dog that walks backwards on every slippery floor is definitely unusual. I'm gonna put some cameras in there. I just wanna see the behavior, how you do it. To really figure out the root of this behavior, I have to see it in action. All right, guys. Let's see your morning routine.
Good morning. Come on. There you go. Come on. Come on. Come on, baby girl. Come on. Here you go.
So you're good, Sierra.
Back it up, girl. Back it up.
She's ready for a hip-hop video.
There you go.
She's happy. Sierra's happy. She's just confused. But she's happy. She's not afraid at all. I know, it looks weird, but she's having fun. Mariana needs a lot of work. See, she keeps pacing. She can't stand still. That's a big part of why Sierra is getting confused. I think I have a lot of work to do. Pit bulls are special breeds for me, and I can already tell that I'm going to love Sierra. The problem is that when she encounters a shiny floor or a doorway, she gets confused on what to do next. But more importantly, Mariana's constant anxiety confuses Sierra even more. Since Flores' accident, she's been the one who's taking care of Sierra. So I'm going to focus on Mariana today. Once I replace her anxiety with calm confidence, she'll be able to guide Sierra through the confusion. Let's go.
To get Sierra in the right mood for their work, Caesar brings along his happy-go-lucky friend, Sophia.
I'm going to help this Sierra girl. Tell me where she is.
Last door on the right.
Sophia immediately got Sierra's tail wagging, and now she's calm and happy. As soon as I try to guide her forward, Sierra froze up. She's back to tense and confused. So I'm going to apply gentle tension on the leash to unlock the brain and get her to step forward. You can see it in her face. She's trying to figure out what to do. I'm
so tense and anxious. I'm on the verge of tears.
Very interesting watching him go through the same experiences that we are. Confusion and uncertainty lead Pitbull Sierra to walk backwards on slippery floors and freeze in doorways, which can trip up her pet parent Forrest. Caesar must teach her to trust the leash to guide her through the confusion.
There we go. That's a big step for her. Eventually, Sierra figured it out. The steady tension on the leash just nudged her brain forward, and she unlocked and took a step. Now I'm going to keep that forward momentum going.
She just came out of the room.
Yep. Wow. Seeing Sierra like that just brings a lot of joy to me.
You know, I can see the potential in her. It's always at that
Threshold.
I'm going to keep her moving and not let her stop and get confused.
Oh my gosh. Okay, no. It can't be this fast.
Why not?
I can't believe this. That has never happened.
We're going back to the room so we can practice this thing. Just like that. Just like that. Look at that.
Wow.
The key with Sierra is to guide her with calm confidence and not to let her linger and start getting confused. See? You see it? So now we're going to do it with you. Now it's Mariana's turn to set aside her anxiety and show Sierra guidance she can trust. You got it. You got it. You got it. Don't rush. Take your time. Just put the tension and wait for the body to move. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just typing something out for Danny.
Good.
So this is good what I'm doing right now?
Perfect. Just take your time. Yeah.
That's what it is. I think I want it like faster.
Slow down and be patient. She's figuring out that she can trust your guidance. Good. Beautiful. We made a lot of progress today, but Sierra and Mariana both still have a long way to go. Right now, you need to do more repetition until she understands that she doesn't have to be confused and you're in control.
Yes.
You want to do more like
when she backed up.
This floor makes me happy. 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 If Mariana can help Sierra move past her confusion, then all these issues with walking backwards and freezing in doorways will completely disappear. I think you can do it.
I know I can.
You can do it.
I know.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Then Forrest will be able to take the leash without any worry of getting tangled up. And that is the ultimate goal. She really is smiling. The next day.
Are you excited?
Yeah! Jimmy and Denaya head to the DPC with their nervous backup pack Sharpay, Linus. Since the death of their dog Daphne, Linus turned dangerously aggressive and bit Jimmy. Today, Caesar begins the work of rebuilding trust between the members of this pack.
He is pacing a little bit.
How you doing, buddy? Welcome.
How are you? Good morning.
Pretty good. How you doing? Perfect. Really good, Jimmy. Oh, wow. He's really nervous. Linus is so nervous, his legs are shaking, and I see how quick anxiety turns into aggression. I need to act now and give him calm, confident leadership that he can trust. Him being so anxious is a moment of uncertainty that we can fill it up with certainty. Okay? Gotcha. So come this way. Let's go to the agility arena. With a dog that is nervous, you first have to be calm, and the way they become calm is by you being calm, confident. Watch this. Look. Boom. Yeah. Look at the leash. The leash is not tense. On the first day, I saw how their tense leash technique filled distrust between them and Linus. You have to feel calm, confident. Now that I showed them how to do it correctly, I need to quickly get the leash into Denaya's and Jimmy's hands so they can take advantage of his calmer energy and start building trust. How's it feel?
Good.
Look at the tail. He's not nervous. Yay! Very good.
All right,
Good
one
job
sec.
on keeping the leash relaxed. You're picking it up fast. All right, so it's your turn. Jimmy, go for it. Yeah. Go ahead, don't hesitate. Jimmy's struggling. He pulls and puts hard tension on the leash, and Linus just ignores him. There is no trust in either direction. Watch my hand, okay? Mm-hmm. Watch my hand. Your hand. When you do it, it looks rigid. Yeah, rigid. So that means you're a little bit tense. Yeah. Come on, let's do it again. Do it without hesitation. Takes practice. All right, let's try again. Yes. Relax the hand. Yes. Yeah. This is for you, Jimmy.
Having him follow us, him trusting us, that was a great start.
You learn how to guide.
Right.
He learns how to trust.
Yeah.
Jimmy and Denia were able to harness Linus' calm energy. But trust between a dog and pet parent is really when you can take off the leash completely. We're not there yet, but this next exercise will further develop that trust. This is your next adventure. I don't think Linus was expecting to walk with a llama and a horse today. That's okay. Let him be. Let him do it. Get comfortable, man.
Yeah,
Enjoy
man.
some llama love. You need to remove the tension. Just walk like you own everything. Good, Linus. Better. Much better.
Now that Linus has proven he can follow on a short leash,
Are you gonna make it longer?
Caesar uses a longer leash to teach Linus to follow Jimmy.
The longer lunge is a transition, and eventually you just drop the leash on the floor, and then you see, okay, I can trust him. This is what he used to do to Daphne.
Yeah.
He will follow her, and she didn't need a leash. Daphne was Linus' pack leader, and her energy kept Linus focused and calm. She earned his trust, and that's what we need to build. Good boy.
Yeah, good boy.
Look, the leash is on the floor. He's following, look.
Yeah, he's following, yeah. That's amazing. He's actually following us.
He's following you.
Yeah.
This is progress. Not only is Linus following Jimmy, but both of their energies are in a much better place. At the beginning of the pack walk, Jimmy was nervous around Lorenzo, but now his confidence is
Lorenzo.
growing and his energy is calm.
Lorenzo.
It became Daphne right there. That is the beginning of Linus moving on. I think we're ready for the next step. So that's my dog park over here, and we're gonna put him in the pack. You avoid off-leash dog parks because he acts aggressive.
Okay.
So now let's work on the trust and calmness you'll need to get back to the dog park. Go for it. Go in there. Just stay there.
I'm so nervous to take Linus inside the dog park.
We're a little nervous how Linus was going to be.
Drop the leash. Oh, take it off. Yes. There we go. That's really good. This is science. This is all nose work. Linus isn't showing any aggression or discomfort. That tells me he trusts Jimmy. Next, I'm going to have Jimmy let Linus in, but I'll have one of my handlers nearby in case someone needs to step in. Now open the door. You in first. Oh, look at that.
I need to do something quickly. Hold on. I need to message everything. Okay, I left the lot for our sister.
As you see right now, Linus is being happy-go-lucky. He's in heaven. They needed more space. He's super fast. There's a lot of energy. He's never gotten to play like this because you never trusted him off leash.
We stopped taking him to a dog park because it just got to be too much, and we were kind of
Afraid.
we were afraid that he was going to bite another dog.
Right. But you absolutely can't bring those feelings into this space. All right. So the dog park, calmness is your friend because they're going to pick up on the energy, when you are. See, now you override all that fear, and now Linus has lost his cool. He's trying to provoke. This way. Linus is naturally a sensitive back-of-the-pack dog who has gotten aggressive since the death of his packmate Daphne. Now, his pet parents' distressful energy has him on the edge and aggressive towards my back. I need to step in and bring him back to calm surrender. That's my leash. The leash will put his brain back into a follower state like he was earlier. I just want him to completely settle down until he completely surrenders. So his mind has to go all the way to zero.
And then you release him after that.
Yeah, because that's all I wanted, so he can go right back and play.
I'm glad Caesar was able to de-escalate the situation. I still holding a lot of tension, obviously. There's going to be one step at a time.
Anything that makes him nervous, your job is to show him how to handle it without attacking or avoiding it. It's all about trust. So that's my goal, to bring your full potential as a pack leader. At the start of the day, Linus was literally shaking in fear, but he has come a long way today, and that's because Denaya, and especially Jimmy, are finally stepping into that front of the pack role that Daphne used to feel. You became Daphne right there. That is Linus. But the setback just now on my dog park shows they have more work to do. So for the homework, they need to work on getting more comfortable around dog parks. They're not ready to go in there with the other dogs just yet, but if Jimmy and Denaya can continue to build trust with Linus, that will come sooner than later. Do your homework. Patience, patience, patience. High five. I said celebrate. Yay.
Over the next week, Jimmy and Denaya continue their work with Linus on a leash and around other dogs.
Okay, ready? The homework that we've been working on has been leashing him up and walking Linus. It's still challenging at times because he still does pull. I feel like I'm getting to where I can trust him more and more each day, and every day makes a difference. Hey, done, buddy. We took Linus to the dog park. We haven't gone back since Daphne passed, and didn't know how Linus is gonna react. He was very nervous. It showed. It'll be all right. Nothing to be scared about. Doesn't seem like he's ready to go inside, but I think we're gonna get there.
It just takes as long as it takes.
I think it was a good start.
Steps in the right direction.
Yeah.
Today, Caesar returns to Burbank to check on their progress.
At the TPC, I saw Jimmy and Denaya finally start to build that trust with Linus and offer the front of the pack leadership he's been missing since the death of his packmate Daphne. But when his pet parents reverted back to their old fears, he reverted back to aggression. How are you? All right, let's go back. I am hopeful things have improved over the past week. The first thing I want to see is how well Jimmy can get Linus to accept the leash. This is already peaceful. He's not barking or acting out. That's a nice change. Leash him up. Okay. All right. On my last visit, Jimmy wasn't able to get the waiter vest on Linus without help from me. Let's see how he does now. Yeah. He's happy about it. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh my God. Jimmy, last night, it took a while. This is just literally seconds.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So that means the trust is going up.
Yeah.
It's awesome to see Linus and Jimmy so relaxed together. But the real test is how they do in more stressful situations. Taking him off leash in a dog park is a sign of trust between a pet parent and a dog. And that's my goal for them. But for that to happen, Denaya and Jimmy need to show they can read his energy and keep their own in check. I have a surprise for you guys. Well, the final challenge is about you reading Linus's energy and reacting quickly. But your goal is just to keep him on the leash until he's surrender, and then release him off leash. And then Jimmy is going to be on the leash. But it's important that you keep your energy calm and confident too. Do you both think you're ready?
Yeah. Yes.
Good. All right, let's bring Mike back. Bring the dogs. Here we go. We're turning this backyard into a dog park.
My job is to keep Linus in his happy-go-lucky state. I don't know.
You're not allowed to be nervous. I don't want Linus' nervousness to lead to aggression. So I'm going to release my dogs one at a time, starting with my calmest dog. You can unleash Bison. If Linus can pass this first test, he'll be ready to go fully off leash. Read his energy. Beautiful. Linus is breeding Bison without nerves or barking, which is good. Relaxing the leash was the right move. Let's get Alfie. That's right. See, Alfie, very, very sweet. Sophia's going to bring a little bit more party going on. There you go. And let him off leash. Moving too fast. He's nervous now. Jimmy needs to be dialed into the small changes in Linus' energy so he can head off bad behavior before it happens. So when he's in that state, he can move gently. If you can alter his reality in 1 second. There you go. You can drop the leash. Let's drop it. Yeah. There you go. See, my boy is doing great.
Oh, yeah.
Look at him. He's just, I want to meet everybody.
So not too long ago, we were struggling just putting a leash on Linus, just to take him on a walk. And today we got a whole dog park in our backyard.
Yeah. It meant a lot to us.
I'm going to take his leash
Yeah.
off.
He's calm. You're reading him perfectly now. Go ahead, Frank. Very good. Living his best life. When I first met Linus, the loss of Daphne had left him frightened and in need of leadership. Jimmy wouldn't walk him, and Denaya was full of fear herself. Today, I saw Jimmy read him perfectly, and Denaya showed the calm confidence that Linus needed. They're doing fantastic. I love it. They're calm, they're quiet. Yeah. It's amazing. They put in the work, building trust, and now the pet parents are taking the rightful place at the front of the pack. It's what they all needed to finally move on from their lost pack mate.
When we had first called you, we were still mourning a little bit, but now Linus is still not looking for Daphne anymore. He's looking at us, and with that, Caesar, it's easier for us to move on too.
Yeah. We hold sadness that is not honoring.
Daphne was a bright light in our lives, and when that light was dim, it was a huge one. When Linus did me, that was a low point. Like, it kind of hit rock bottom. I feel so much more confident handling Linus today. This whole process has been very, very positive for me and enlightening. It's helped me move past Daphne's passing and also help Linus get past it.
We're so grateful.
Thank you. Thank you. Job is done.
Back in Winnetka, Mariana is still working hard with her backwards walking pit bull Sierra.
I wake up every morning and drive relation get Sierra moving forward as much as I can. My tension, my anxiety. This is something I'm working on daily. We've put in a lot of work, but it's still hesitation for her crossing the kitchen and also the back door. I'm very nervous because I want to make Caesar proud.
Pits like Sierra are special dogs, and I really fell in love with her last time. But her issues of walking backwards and stopping in doorways are not just an inconvenience. Oh, Sierra. They are dangerous, tripping hazard for Forrest since his accident.
Hi.
How are you? Let's go see my girl. Let's do it. If I see Mariana moving with confidence and Sierra moving without confusion, we can start final challenge. Let's go. I can see it like the thinking part. Almost got it.
Good girl.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good girl.
Good girl. That's what I've been missing you. Your handle is beautiful. She's Walking backwards. Little Sierra is not walking backwards. That's remarkable. So it's just a little reminder. No. We're moving forward. I am loving the energy. The house feels different, energetically speaking. So it's really good. I think you guys are ready to take this to the next level.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Let's go. The final challenge will be a real test of Mariana's skills guiding Sierra through her confusion. I set up an obstacle course of toys on the living room floor. Mariana will have to weave Sierra through this maze of obstacles without letting her stop.
This mic is not working, so you only can hear me from the phone's mic.
This direction. Come on this side. Go around.
Even though I have this microphone,
If she can do that,
you can't hear me from this microphone.
moving forward, and Forrest can handle her with much less risk of getting tangled up. You got it.
So I knew the final challenge was going to be a huge trouble for her because of the past.
Okay, Mariana, bring Sierra.
I hope I can do it.
Just like that. In the past, Sierra has frozen up in doorways and walked backwards on slippery floors, which is a tripping hazard for pet Mary Forrest. If Mariana can go through this obstacle course, it will show that Forrest can safely take the leash we'll talk.
I'm just waiting for Mom to come back so I can go help her pack some groceries. She hasn't returned yet, so she probably went to an appointment or something.
Mariana's energy was good when she first walked into the room, but as soon as they started walking through the toys, I could sense a change. Mariana was anticipating that Sierra might struggle, and that caused Sierra to put up the brakes. Can I help?
Of course. Show me. Show me the way, Master.
You see it? See, if you get stuck, just get rid of the energy. All right, Mariana, let's try it again. Remember, calm confidence and no hesitation. Yeah. You got it. Good. Just that's great. There we go. This is perfection. Good job, Sarah.
It's something in the past that she would have never done. I would have had to drag her the whole way, and then I would have been frustrated. She would have been in her bed, and we would have just called it a day. So that felt great.
I felt your energy just coming through like, I'm doing this. After Mariana has laid down all this groundwork, I can see that Sierra's confidence has skyrocketed. But the ultimate goal here is for Forrest to be able to handle Sierra without any worry that she might trip him. I definitely think she's ready, but there's only one way to find out. Come on, Forrest. All right, come on. Got you, girl. All right. I think Mariana put up a very good example, so that kind of made me nervous. Yeah.
I can feel a different energy as you walked in the room.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Don't hesitate. Go.
Yeah.
You got this.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah. Don't get nervous. Okay, big fog on the leash. Yep. Look at the dog whisperer! Hey, that's great. That's very good. Today, both Forrest and Mariana showed me that with calm, confident energy and a steady hand on the leash, they can guide Sierra through her confusion. If they keep at it, I have no doubt they'll soon be able to take the leash off, and Sierra will keep moving forward all on her own. You did amazing. I am very grateful that you guys took my knowledge very serious. It shows how much you love Sierra. And when I started my journey and people started calling me the dog whisperer, the only thing I wanted to do is to teach people there is no such a thing as a bad dog. Even at least she's safer with me. Today, I'm still doing what I love, but the world has changed. Record dog adoptions have made many packs complete, but now, more than ever, people and dogs still need help.
We can't live like this. The problem is me.
What do I do? More pushes, more problems, right? He needs rehab like ASAP. So many things you can fix already. Sorry, excitement. I just want to take a bit. Do you know who I am? Together with my superhero pack, our mission is to teach the world to honor the pack code. Honesty, integrity, and loyalty. Once you get this, you're going to have everything else. And that's how we create better humans and better dogs, one pack at a time. It's not natural for pack members to attack each other. And I don't mean play fight or wrestling. I mean going for the throat, drawing blood, no limits. This morning I'm going to the house of a mother and son who have two powerful dogs that has begun fighting. I've been told that one of them is hunting and killing small animals in the backyard. And now they're even hunting each other. I need to figure this out right now.
My name is Jerome. This is my mom, Angie.
Jerome and I, people don't believe we're mom and son. They think that, we're brother and sister. But I'm still the youngest, and I.
No, you're the youngest. Yeah, no. I got two dogs named Mila and Shiva.
Is there anything we can do with Mirage whining or not? She just wants to be down here with you guys.
Yeah.
I told you to give her the ball.
That doesn't matter. I don't know how she is.
Midai was the first dog that was brought into our home that I didn't know about.
My mom was trying to walk past the room and Midai was on the edge of the bed. That's when my mom saw her and she wanted me to have Midai out by like that day. Well, look at her now, 3 years in. She's a pit lab and she just turned 3 in September. The way I would describe Mila's personality is very calm and energetic when she wants to be, but she's a very loving dog. Midai loves to hang around other people. The second dog I have is Shido. He's a Dogo Argentino, and he's about 2 years in March of 2022. He likes to be playing around all the time. He's just like a little boy. He's just a goofy dog, and that's just how I see him. How they got their names is because I've always loved Japanese anime. My two favorite character names are Shido and Midai. I didn't think naming them after the warriors would mean they start fighting with each other.
It's always Midai that's attached to Shido. Midai, she attacks and she always either goes for his throat or his ears or something, and she latches on and she doesn't let go.
I usually don't see blood being drawn from Midai, but there's usually blood on his neck or around his ears, on the side of his head, sometimes on his chest or his legs. The progression of their fighting was happening almost every day. That's when we started separating them and not having them in close proximity at certain times.
You can see the jealousy. That's where the aggression comes in because he wants to be there, because she's there. And then that's when the growling would start and there would be an incident.
Hey, what I said.
I do think that there would probably be a fatality between the two.
Yeah, definitely gone after countless animals in the backyard. She actually doesn't really care about what animal she's gonna attack or kill. I've been bit twice. I have one right here on my arm, but it wasn't too bad right now, but at the time it was kind of bloody, and I have another one right here.
I was hospitalized for 10 days actually for a heart condition that I didn't even know that I had it. I can't be having the stress on my heart pulling two dogs apart. With the new diagnosis, it's very serious. And that's why I really, want the help from Caesar and his team to what can be done to stop the aggression.
Oh, how you doing? Caesar.
My man. How are you? So how can I help?
We have two aggressive dogs.
Okay.
Once they fight, it's like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's It's really bad. The last fight was in the backyard. I was sweeping, and I don't know what happened. Next thing I know, they're fighting.
Yeah.
And it took a long time to break them up. The worst fight that
You actually broke him up?
Yeah, I have to. He's 9
Many
years.
times.
And I didn't know then I had a heart condition. I was recently diagnosed with cardiomyopathy, and so had I not gotten the diagnoses, and I'm back here breaking them up, and I could have just fallen dead.
I know of people that situations have made their heart stop. Loud sounds, so unexpected things, a stressful situation that can make her heart stop. I've never been in a situation like that, where, yeah, this is my first time, so I'm still in shock. Who walks them?
Well, he does it most
Every
of
day?
the time.
Not every day, no. I play with them outside in the backyard.
But play is a reward.
Oh,
Play is
really?
a reward.
Oh, wow.
I thought it was just normal for them.
So the birds have to fly, the fish have to swim, and the dogs have to walk. For dogs, play is not the same as a walk. Yes, they both burn energy, but pet parents need to fulfill the dog's migration instincts first. Play comes after a long walk of good behavior. And when dogs only get play, it's like rewarding everything they do, good or bad. Dogs, in my opinion, have always brought safe, peace, and love in my home, and that's really my goal, to help you achieve that.
It's a lot. We need help.
So this is what I'm gonna do now, right? So we're gonna put some cameras inside, and you and I will stand outside. I want to just see how you behave. What's your energy around? Because obviously the rehab is gonna come from you. Angelina's heart condition immediately excludes her from this rehab. So I need to assess how Jerome interacts with his dogs to pinpoint what's causing them to turn against each other. All right, Jerome, get the dogs out. Here you go. Too much excitement for the kitchen.
Right.
See how they move constantly like that, blocking each other? That needs to be stopped. Mira and Cheryl will move in a very fancy way, very frantic, moving really fast, and then pass by each other, give a glimpse. This is literally half a second, but the half a second can ignite a fight. Okay. Well, that's not a good play. This is bad. Yeah, don't do it. Yeah, just don't do that. This is the opposite of how to interact with an aggressive dog. Jerome's playing in a way that elevates Mariah's state of aggression when he should be calming her. Even worse, he's doing it inside the home where the pack should be safe. Brother, I've seen a lot in the kitchen, so do you mind going in and outdoor and, in the backyard and see how you play?
I hope they don't fight outside.
Jerome needs to take these dogs outside where the play is more appropriate. But I'm moving in closer in case I need to step in. I don't like the shaking. Yeah, that's bad. Because he's killing the toy. This not only can trigger a fight, it can teach to fight. It's okay, guys. My stomach is hurting a lot. From this. This is not anxiety. This is a bad thing waiting to happen. No, I want to actually take a breath. Breathe. I want to go outside and just breathe. Yeah, I don't know how you live with it.
So now you see how I feel.
Brother, stop. I'm going to go outside and just breathe. Breathe? Yeah, because it's pretty tense.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yes. At one point, I just couldn't take it, so I have to leave the house. My stomach just got bloated of the anxiety that I was feeling. You live with that in your stomach?
Yes. Oh, it's worse when they fight.
Yeah, you're used to this, but part of what I do is I pick up on the energy. In order for me to heal, in order for me to rehabilitate, I have to feel energy. And I also have to put a limit in how long do I want to feel that energy. Because then I'm not going to be confident. I'm going to be full of the energy. Woo! Honestly, it's like a ticking bomb. Honestly, Big respect for the family. But my stomach hurts. Is normally, well, my stomach hurts because it's the anxiety. It's in the air. I know you're not seeing aggression, but it's coming. And they've been doing this way for years, so they're used to it. You know, they don't understand what safe, peace, and love means. I do. I want to see him walking the dog. I want to have a nice shot with him while we walk, and for him to embrace the walk. Without the walk, we can't really achieve what they're looking for. He's already saying there's a dog just passed by.
I know, that's why I said that. He likes other dogs a lot. Slow down.
Yeah, but he can never pull you to a dog.
Yeah, I can't let him do that.
Yeah. Right away, you can see this is not a good dog walk. These are two powerful breed dogs that are tracking out in front, and Jerome is allowing it.
Slow down.
If they pull like this, it's really bad.
Yeah, I know. Usually, Mirai pulls more than Shiro. He's better at walking on leash. That's why I don't walk them together, because I feel like they just pull too much in both hands, and I just don't have control. I feel like, come on.
What do you think would happen if you take the leash off?
He would go over there and smell on them. For the small dogs, Mirai would try to attack the small dogs.
I can tell. That's a serious problem, Jerome. This is hunting behavior. The same way they're hunting each other at home and hunting small animals in the backyard, they're hunting dogs on the walk. This behavior is caused by what I call unhealthy excitement. And unfortunately, it's Jerome who's nurturing that excitement. So I'm saying, how does Jerome do walk? Excited. How does he do explore? Excited. How does he do play? Excited.
Okay.
You see it? So to stop a fight or to prevent a fight, you need the zero. You need the calmness.
Okay.
Let me show you how I would do it. By providing control, you are providing healthy leadership. And leadership brings calmness.
Come on, boy.
Don't say anything. Just move the leash. I need to see if Jerome is capable of delivering something besides excitement and chaos. I want you to experience, his calm surrender state following you. Okay. Because when he misbehaves, you're going to ask him to be calm surrender. No, don't let him pass.
Oh, so he has to be right on my side.
He has to be right, following you, not in front of you. Finally. You see the difference between a dog that is understanding that you're asking for follow versus you following them?
That's true. You're right. Because I feel a complete difference right now.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Hold on. I'm going to pass you, girl. This excitement, this thing, you have to encourage her not to do it anymore.
Okay.
Because this can provoke him to do that.
Okay.
See the calmness? This is what you want.
Very calm.
Yes. Let's bring some dogs. Don't worry about it. Because your job is to ask for calm surrender around dogs. Come on. Keep going. There we go. You see it? See, your old way, big the
Wow. Bro, he's never done that.
Right.
What's that? That's crazy.
And so, how do you keep him engaged? There you go. Don't let him get distracted.
Wow. Mirai and Shiro were not pulling the leash. They didn't care about the dogs next to him or anything. They were just walking and acting like it was a normal day on the sidewalk with nobody.
How does it feel?
It feels good, man. It feels calm. You're
Look
right.
how safe it is. Turn around. Thank you. Stay right there. Turn around. See, that's the calmness that you didn't have at home.
Yeah.
Let's go back and talk to mama. It's very chaotic.
We can't live like this.
Yeah.
We cannot.
All this work lands on you. The opportunity is here. I can't do the work for you. She can't do the work for you. If Jerome doesn't put in the work, his mom's health is a risk. And the dog's frustration and boredom could lead to another fight or the death of another animal. His next lesson will be at the DPC. Thank you for the opportunity. And can't wait to see you at the ranch, brother.
Okay. I appreciate all the work.
Yes. I'll leave you that boy right there. Can't surrender.
Wow. That's crazy. I've never seen him just stay there.
The next day, Caesar is in West Hollywood to help arrange retired couple whose dog has begun lashing out after their recent move to California.
Well, we are Easterners who have come west and loving it. I'm Joaquina Josué, so we've been married about 29 years, I think now, and mother to Tinkerbell.
We've had Tinkerbell now 11 years.
She's a mixed care carrier, Jack Russell. I was at the vet's office waiting for my friend, and this little cute bundle of joy was running around. She came to me, and I said, I'd like to have her.
I just enjoy her so much. I look forward to seeing her when I get home. Jokingly, I always say my dream was to have a wife who would run to the front door when I got home. Well, maybe I didn't get that, but I got a dog that does.
I will run. I'll run out. Keep going.
When we first arrived in Los Angeles, Tinkerbell's behavior
We
took a
didn't
turn
call
for the worse.
Yeah. No.
She has some barking issues. And she just gets very hyper in city living. Everything is condensed and sidewalks are small. We have joggers coming up behind us. We have other dogs even across the street she reacts to. And now all of a sudden she's also barking at city traffic. I try to tell her, Tinkerbell, we're in a city now.
Look, no barking. It's not just Tinkerbell, it's me too. I get a mindset before I go out, anticipating at any moment it can become disastrous. One thing I do miss in our retirement years is that ability to just go out and be carefree and enjoy, especially the beautiful weather here. We've always been outdoor people, but with Tinkerbell, they're not happening now. Get over here. No. No. Tinkerbell has shut our world down.
I need Caesar to help me. What am I doing wrong?
I live for the day that she's a good dog and we are a happy family.
They're your friends. They're your friends. Okay. They're your friends. Look how nice. It's okay. They're your friends. Tinkerbell, they're your friends too.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Caesar. Joaquina, how are you?
Thank
Joe,
you.
so nice to meet
So
you.
glad
That's the
you're
famous
here.
Tinkerbell.
That's Tinkerbell.
My friend here.
Tinkerbell, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I'm eating now.
What you're saying is okay. You're saying it's okay to bark. Mr. Joe is making a pretty common mistake.
I smell something burning. It's not my food. I don't know where it's coming from, but maybe it's the neighbors or something. I don't know. I could definitely smell something that's burning though. Anyways, I'm eating.
He's communicating like he's a human. He thinks he's saying stuff when he's actually saying is okay. What Tinkerbell hears is that it's okay to keep barking.
I'm a little bit stressed right now
Yeah,
with the barking.
because of barking?
Yeah.
So how long have you been stressed then?
Since we moved to California, it's gotten progressively worse because I don't know what to say.
It's clear that Joaquina is tense energy, and Joe is an excited energy. And of course, Tinkerbell is just all over the place. This whole family is stressed when they should be enjoying their golden years. It is up to me to make sure that Joe and Joaquina's retirement isn't ruined. So, do you know what is happening here? Not really. I think she's trying to protect me. Mr. Joe is correct. Tinkerbell is trying to protect them because their energy is a little too anxious right now.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay, Tinker.
So I have to get them out of the city environment to even begin to figure out what else is going on with this pack.
Later, Joe, Joaquina, and Tinkerbell arrive at Caesar's ranch.
I'm a little nervous about how she's going to get along with all the other animals.
Yeah.
Hi. All right, Tinkerbell, you ready? Are you ready? Hey, this is a stress-free ranch, people. Right away, you can sense they're still carrying some anxiety. Joe is sort of fumbling with the dog, and Joaquina is taking calming breaths. So I want to give Tinkerbell a little bit of breathing room. Take the leash off, Mr. Joe. Take the leash off. I will. Yeah. A little bit of freedom, and look at that. That's happy-go-lucky.
Oh my God, it's me.
Right.
She's feeling my energy.
Yeah, let's keep exploring that. The more you let it out, this is a perfect place to do it.
I was really so overwhelmed when I saw Tinkerbell off leash. Oh my God, I'm just so. She's not barking. She's just being a dog and a relaxed dog at that. I didn't realize that I was, just adding to this energy. It's us.
Yeah, that's why I say train humans. With some space, we can finally see the beloved surface. Tinkerbell is really happy-go-lucky. It's the anxiety and stress from her pet parents moved to the city that is causing her protective barking. I have a lot of surprises for you, so let's go in here. Come on in.
Okay.
Next, I want all three of them to share their space with an animal they never met, so they feel just a little bit of pressure. Then we can begin to address the anxiety. Fortunately, I got an animal on the ranch that some guests find a little unsettling. Mr. Joe, you're going to be in charge of making sure Tinkerbell, she barks to control the situation. If we can teach them to correct her outburst, they are all going to learn to calm down together.
It's an ostrich.
It's okay, keep trying. Go for it, Mr. Joe. Project control. Tinkerbell, they're your friends. Nope, not yet. It's a good start for Mr. Joe, but another issue is that Tinkerbell doesn't know how to listen. But all of them need to experience what a true instinctual correction should feel like. I'm going to show you guys how Rio is going to enforce to Tinkerbell to be respectful and calm to new things. There you go. So right now, Tinkerbell just got a reinforce of be respectful to people's intimate space. So she's just helping us to reinforce behavior that we are doing and the human is learning. With an animal, you don't have to teach them. They already know. Mm-hmm. All animals know to give space or to respect other animals. What Rio did was to show Tinkerbell that this is her space and she needs to respect it or she gets corrected. That's an instinctual correction, and the only things the humans needed to learn today. There you go. Oh. There you go. Good job. There you go. So how did you know she got it? She backed away. She backed away. Lowered her head and knew she was wrong. So you have it, Mr. Joe. I'm very proud of Tinkerbell how she went through this. When we started this, I didn't know how she would react. I didn't want to be Caesar's first failure. When you correct with the right energy, you're saying that behavior, we don't need it right now. We're safe. That's it. That's all I wanted from today. One solid correction will lower the anxiety of the entire pack. For now, they will be heading home to practice simple correction on short walks. Next time, we'll take our lessons to the next level. The next morning, Caesar awaits the arrival of Jerome and his two dogs, whose unhealthy excitement has led to bites, bloody fights, and hunting behavior. Jerome has admitted that he doesn't walk his dogs enough. Instead, he plays aggressively, getting them riled up before he leaves for work, which causes unhealthy excitement. That energy is what made me feel sick to my stomach and is the source of the fighting, hunting, and killing that must be stopped. What's up, Mo?
How you doing today?
Shoot, what happened?
Just playing basketball, just happened yesterday.
All right. What's your goal?
I guess my goal is to have them harmonize with one another.
That's right. For them to be calm, surrender, happy, go lucky. This is calm, surrender.
Yeah.
We're gonna let them run over there so they can explore. That's happy, go lucky. Okay, let's get them up. Right now, they are at a very low level of excitement, so I feel it is safe to let them roam in Serengeti. The reason is very simple. I just want to see how they explore. Right now, this behavior is normal. So far, I like what I'm seeing with Shiro. See, I like his energy is always very consistent with the calmness. Safe comes from calmness. They need a little bit more running room. Let's go this way. When they're this big, they cover an area really fast.
Okay.
Look how fast they move. We can't keep up with them.
Yeah.
But your girl is leading him.
Yeah, he really does follow her.
Yeah. Everything she does, he's gonna do. He's not gonna go too far away from her. It's when you give dogs room to explore that you can see who's the influencer. Here we can see that it's Mirai who's leading Shiro. So she's likely the aggressor in the fight. But it's Jerome's job to prevent that behavior. At one point, they have to stay right behind you. Yeah. So that's what makes it more dangerous when the dogs are not following their cue.
Yeah, they just follow themselves.
Look. Yeah, that's bad. She won't get past the fence, but we don't allow hunting here. She was hunting my dog Benson. So at that moment, I stopped her because that's not good for her. Mirai wanted to chase my dog. She wasn't chasing to play. She was chasing to hunt. There was never any danger because of the fences. But Mirai has a predator mindset that must be stopped. All those impulses are bad. Brings the predatory side.
Okay.
What else she likes to chase?
Anything smaller than her, she'll chase it. She'll try to kill it, to be honest.
No, I'm saying that's what I saw.
I thought I just let her do that, to be honest. For any other small animal besides a dog, I just let her chase after it. If she catches it, she catches it,
I knew Mirai was hunting on walks, fighting her brother, and killing animals. What I didn't realize is that Jerome could think killing is ever allowed. If you permit killing of any kind, what you can expect is even more death.
I'm not like, oh, go get it. If she gets it, then she gets it. If she doesn't, she doesn't. Vina has killed about 4 or 5 animals, 3 rats, 1 possum, and 1 bird. I thought it was natural. I didn't consider it bad. I considered it...
To kill something?
Like, let's say it gets in the backyard. I don't have a leash on her, and if she chases it, catches it, that's her.
It's just bad. I believe domesticated dogs should not be allowed to kill. Period. When Mirai enters the hunting, killing level of excitement, she's entering a mindset with no limits. No limits means no safety in the home, which is especially dangerous for Jerome's mom due to her heart condition. For this relationship to work, Jerome must teach the dogs, especially Mirai, to sit and stay and remain calm, surrender. He must learn to control the excitement or else the next death is on him. Nope. Slow down. Yeah. Control the excitement. Nope. Too fast. Too excited. Stay right there. So right now, you are creating excitement. You just have to practice calm surrender. Look. So they have to give you distance, respect, and calmness. Okay. So when they misbehave or before they misbehave, you ask them to go back to this. Like her chasing small animals. Then she's gonna say, what did you want me to practice? I want you to practice calm surrender when you see a cat.
That's a hard one.
The hardest thing is not the dog. The hardest thing is the human actually practicing it. That's it. And the dog is just gonna react because the dog is just mirroring it. Now, let's do it. You practice it. So again. I want you to be able to open the door straight right there without them going on that direction. You see it?
Yeah. Worked for her.
Yeah, but you need to have the team, not just one. You see, they went in it.
Come on.
You'll get it, boy. You'll get it. It's okay.
That's because it's you, though.
That's right.
That's watch.
So if the shit doesn't work for you, just use whatever sound it does. I'm confident. Use that. Hey, whatever it is. I grew up with that sound. My mom used that sound. That means I'm doing something wrong. Use what sound? Yeah, you can use a word. You can use a word as long as it creates confidence.
I'll try. I'm going to try again.
Yeah. Jerome
got
is
this.
to find his voice now. His energy that embodies calm confidence.
You got this, brother. You got this. You got this. Let's go.
Wait.
Okay.
Good. Good. You found us.
Yes.
So that's your word.
Yeah. This is a big moment for Jerome. He can keep them from becoming aggressive and bring them to calm surrender.
I feel like I got the predatory out of her a little bit by learning these new tricks, but it's not completely gone.
No, it's not. It took many times for her to get to be here. There's more work to be done, but I believe he's up to the task. Let's make sure we do this for your mom. Because they can do it.
They can. All right, thank you.
All right.
1 week later, Caesar checks in on Joe, Joaquina, and their protected terrier, Tinkerbell.
Caesar, good morning.
Good to see you again.
Tinkerbell, good morning. Since they moved to the city, Tinkerbell's protective behavior was robbing the sweet retired couple of their golden years.
Oh, Tinkerbell, they're your friends. They're your friends.
We made some progress teaching them how to correct her behavior. There we go. All right. So today's your big day. How's everything going?
One day I came out of the apartment and I was calm and confident. There were two dogs facing us in the hallway. She was so calm. They were reacting, but she wasn't. It was wonderful.
I'm extremely happy with how things are going. I recognize I need more practice, and I'm looking forward to doing it.
Now I want to create the toughest challenge they could face as newcomers to the city to test whether they can control their own nerves and Tinkerbell. Are you guys ready for your ultimate city challenge?
Yes, we are.
So the key is very simple, always simple, right? Your job is to stay calm, confident together, while Tinkerbell is in a calm surrender state. So you're gonna go from this cone to the other cone that I'm gonna put right now, and just go around back and forth. I'm just gonna add challenge.
Okay.
All right, let's bring the hurricane, guys. Let's help Joaquina.
I have to admit, I didn't know what was going to happen. Look at this. I'm stressed.
Come on, everything at the same time. The more challenge, the better for Joaquina.
When you hear Caesar saying, I'm going to bring a hurricane of dogs, I have to admit, it was quite stressful. I had to recognize there was some anxiety and resort to just taking a deep breath.
Yes. Look at Miles. There you go. Bring it in. Beautiful. Look at her. She's in heaven.
Proud.
She's in heaven.
There were dogs on the left of us, dogs on the right. There was like more stimulus than I would get in a month of walks with Tinkerbell.
This is a surprise, guys, right here. Nobody's expecting a bird on the floor. Surprise!
It's
The
real.
one and only. The one and only. Right, Rio?
Hello, Rio.
Last night, Rio made an instinctual correction while Mr. Joe and Miss Joaquina watched. Today, if Tinkerbell needs to be corrected, I want to see who will make it first. If she gets excited, remember what you learned. Control the excitement. Control that. Very good. Good job. Very good. Rio, come on. Instead of Rio correcting Tinkerbell, her pet parents handle it perfectly. Joe's confidence showed the dog that they didn't need a protection, and he made a perfect correction. Control the attack. Beautiful. That was great. No barking. That was beautiful. Okay. Very nice. I am very proud of Joe and Joaquina. When I first met them, they were letting their nerves get the better of them. This is the champion. This is the champion. You take care of them. Good girl.
Today was one of the most memorable days I think I've ever experienced in my life. I feel so confident, and it's just made us so happy as a family.
I'm really looking forward to now taking her with me to the restaurants and going back to the coffee shops and just sit out and get some fresh air. This is going to be a big difference in my life and in Tinkerbell's life. Will definitely make retirement a lot better.
And you can come to the ranch anytime you want to play with the pack. Thank you guys.
Okay.
Mr. Joe and Miss Joaquina were much less anxious and way more confident. Tinkerbell is still learning, but now her parents can tell her that they don't need her protection. All they need is to enjoy the retirement together as a pack. I did it again!
For the past week, Jerome has been following Caesar's lesson plan to control his dog's excitement and prevent his pet mix Mirai from reverting to her hunting behavior.
The homework that Caesar gave me was to start walking the dogs every day. When we first left the doors, I felt like they had too much energy, but I felt like I had a little bit more control when we hit the street and we started walking. It just takes a little time for them to get used to it, but I just have to work at it. I see he's on the side of me. She started good for me. It was definitely important for me to do this homework because without these walks, my dogs can still be aggressive towards one another and towards other animals as well. And I don't want any of this chaos happening inside or outside the house. That's the end of the wall. I definitely am only walking them one time a day, but I still play with them in the backyard and still get their energy out.
Back at the DPC, Caesar prepares for Jerome's final lesson.
When I first met Jerome, the pack dynamic was really bad. He skipped regular walks in favor of aggressive play, so the dogs, especially Mirai, will fight and practice hunting behavior. On top of that, his mom's heart condition means breaking up a fight could be fatal.
Man himself. Look at that.
Jerome is making progress, but one thing that sticks with me is that he lets Mirai kill animals in the yard. This is my football field. Isn't it beautiful? I need to teach him that cannot be allowed, and that means learning to play with Mirai the right way. The way they play now is with no limits, which fosters the killer mindset. And in good conscience, I must make sure he learns this now or lives are at risk. So my point to people that have powerful breeds is have a limit. They can still play, but they can't kill each other. It's best for them to practice intensity, but with limits.
Okay.
So yes, you can play with the rope, but you cannot allow the uncontrolled aggression. Show me again how you play with her, so I can teach you how to do it right. Immediately, the intensity is at Stop, stop, stop. That's plenty. Make her let go of the rope. If you need her to let go, what would you do?
I don't think I've ever asked her to let go. That's the point. That's to let go with her.
In order to keep Mirai from fighting her brother and killing small animals, I need to show Jerome that he can still play with her in an energetic way, but he needs to be able to turn off the excitement. In this case, make her let go of the rope. To the dog, letting go of the toy is to surrender to her pack lead.
He doesn't let go. She doesn't let go.
happy-go-lucky.
That's wild.
See, I like to play with calmness. You like to play with aggression.
I wouldn't call it aggression.
That is aggression, man. That is aggression. She's bringing that she's doing it. I'm just saying, play with the same level of calmness. It's for safety purposes.
Yeah, you're right. It is.
You know, but so you're gonna open 300 miles an hour. You gotta open 300 miles an hour calmness.
Yeah, you're right.
So don't bring her into the zone of killing. Just keep it into the zone of playing. The funny part is he thinks this is not aggression. This is aggression.
I know. Believe me, I know. I live with them for 10 years. I know.
It doesn't matter if it is aggressive play or a level 10 excited play. What matters is that Jerome needs to prevent Mirai from entering the hunting killing mindset. Let's do it again. Take it all the way up and take it all the way down. It's not safe to have a dog at that level of excitement. The pack leader should always have control at every moment. She needs to play by his rules, not hers. Right? And then, so that's it. That's turn it on, turn it off, turn it on, turn it off. Right? So then the brain practice excitement, relaxation, excitement, relaxation, excitement, relaxation. Okay. On, off. Walk, relax, fast, relax, fast, relax.
Okay.
You see? Hey, let me see you do that.
Wait.
Good. Use your weight, but also use your energy to calm her. Stay there. She's still excited, so wait for her to be totally calm, surrender. Yes. There we go. Put the toy in front of her. Relax. Then breathe. Yes. Perfection. Dropping the rub is the off switch. Sitting is the calm surrender. Leaving the rub means total control. Jerome has come a long way as a pack leader. Good girl. You did good. She's a fast learner.
I didn't even expect her to let go of the rope, so that already was a plus. So I'm just so happy now that I can see them and know I can turn the off switch off when I'm playing with them, and know that I can actually control them while they're in a different mindset outside. So I'm happy for that.
Yeah. I mean, they actually listen.
Right.
That's rewarding.
Right.
Today, I know I'm closer to feeling safer with them, and I'm just looking forward to the end result.
Now you have the tools, you have the knowledge, it's just a matter of execution.
Yeah. Facts.
No excuses now.
No excuses.
No excuses, man.
I got to do it for me, my mom, my dogs. I got to do it for them also. So I definitely have to step up in 7 days a week.
Come on. Jerome now has the knowledge to lead his dogs in a healthier, safer lifestyle. Free from aggression and free from violence. Like a master sensei, he can turn off the excitement long before the dogs become aggressive. I believe it's important to remember that even though a dog's instincts sometimes tell it to hunt, there is an even more important instinct for us to nurture. That's following you, their calm, confident athlete.
Look at that face. I think I've watched this one.
When I started my journey, people started calling me.
Oh no, I didn't take out my plate. Give me a sec, I'll be right back. Give me a moment. I'm just gonna go outside. Unfortunately, you guys can't hear me when I go. You don't have the microphone and all that. But I will speak if it's working. If it's working. Don't keep it. It's like one of those days where I can actually, you know. Alright, I'm back. I don't think you all can hear me. It's like one of those days where I can be bare feet outside, technically speaking. Ugh. Yep. So I was attempting to log into my Microsoft Outlook account. Completely blocked right now. So stupid. Well, that just means that I'm not supposed to use that Hotmail account ever again. Potentially. It's a good thing I don't use that. Usually it's my Gmail now. Because if I had made everything to that Hotmail, like the important stuff to the Hotmail, I'd be screwed right now. My biggest concern and what I'm working in right now is to quiet my mind so I can get to the actual things I need. So messaging Danny, she was telling me about, Africa. When she went to Africa, that's her place. I'm like, yeah, that is your place. Yep. I'm telling her to make sure she's breathing. I'm telling her to make sure because right now she's like, I'm attempting to get the mind quiet. And I'm like, yes, that's that's gonna be quite the challenge, because if you're distracted with a lot of things around you, the mind's always fixated on like doing. That's why, like, if you notice, you know, I do my best not to be constantly on tablet, on like I'm constantly like, some moments I'm on the tablet, like when I'm not here, but like at moments like this, I do my best not to be like doing anything. Like after I'm done this live stream, I'm just gonna be. I've already played Dead by Daylight. I don't feel called to play Dead by Daylight Daylight this evening. I or maybe I will. Who knows? I have a call later around 10 o'clock my time, so I'll have a call with my sister, and that's it. But like, I can sit like this and be at peace, not thinking about anything, just allowing things to unfold. And it's funny because I've been dreaming about that beach, and I've never been there, but I've always. Yep, it's 7:11 on the live stream. Time is ticking. Tomorrow is Full Body Friday. Alexa, what's the weather tomorrow?
Tomorrow in Toronto, you'll see rainy weather and can expect a high of 7 degrees Celsius and a low of 0 degrees.
So
By the way, you have a new notification. Do you want to hear it?
Yes.
One new notification from Amazon.
So Amazon.
On Friday, there's a chance of rain.
Find my rain.
Starting around 5 a.m. and continuing intermittently until around 8 p.m.
So 5 a.m. to intermittently to 8 p.m. Okay. So tomorrow could be a potential rainy day. So it'll be one of those days. It'll be one of those days where we it just is. I just want this to work, because I want YouTube to fix whatever happened, because the moment they added this game thing down here, they basically fucked it up on iOS. On Android, it seems fine, but iOS, it could be either one or two things. It could be the Lightning port, or it could be a USB-C port. It's just a matter of how did they code the gaming thing. So, yeah. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. At this point, we just let it be, because there's no point stressing over something that's is like irrelevant. If we gotta keep using the phone microphone, we'll just use the phone microphone. So, all right, y'all. Gonna jump off. Finish messaging Danny, help her out, and then spend some time. Just enjoy the rest of my evening. You all have yourselves a good night. See you tomorrow. I honestly don't even remember what we named the live stream today. I have no idea. I have no idea. I totally forgot. So, anyways, love you all. Bye.